short a time as possible to kneel before the king in the ancient birthplace of the nation. Then came a whirl of images, settling into his guest quarters, touring the city and its environs, meeting the many scholars he'd corresponded with, visiting booksellers with as many as 100 volumes in their collections. Then a moment of clarity from that time returned. "I'm happier than I've ever been in my life," he had realized suddenly one day, letting a heavy volume in his lap fall closed. "I don't want to go home, to settle suits over cows and count the arrows in the storerooms and talk of crops and hunting and weather, pointless patrols along a border Kesh rarely troubles, instructing captains to set to sea to chase pirates out of Durban. I wish I could stay here, for all my days, among the learned and wise, among those who understand the value of knowledge." "Stop," the old man's lips said silently, as his hands plucked at the coverlets. Tears squeezed out from beneath the thin, wrinkled lids of his eyes. "Oh, please, stop now." Bernard took his hands from between his lieges and rose, looking up into the careworn face. He was close enough to smell the cinnamon and clove scent of spiced wine on the older man's breath, and to see the slight dark circles of worry beneath his eyes. The court was a blaze of colour around them. The ceremony was quickly over. King Roderick III, a tired, anxious-looking man, offered a few words to the new baron. Then Bernard was hustled quickly away by court functionaries. There were others behind him, and the king had many men to greet. Somehow he knew he would never again see this king, and that soon after leaving Rilinan, Bernard would receive word that the king had died, and his son, likewise named Roderick, would assume the crown. Receptions and audiences, a brief encounter with Prince Roderick, and the days flew. The provincial baron was viewed with indifference by most of the resident courtiers, though a few showed envy at the prince's interest in the scholarly young noble from the west. Alone of those in court, only Lady Elizabeth, one of the Queen's ladies-in-waiting, showed a personal interest in Bernard, but her stout figure and lecherous demeanour repulsed him. She didn't want him. She wanted any man with a title. Even a county noble like Bernard could see that. The memory that was a dream was vivid. Bernard almost jumped a foot when Elizabeth popped out of the bushes as he made his way to the centre of the maze, intending to read in solitude amid the pleasant smell of green and growing things. The tinkle of the fountain would be his only company. He quickly adjusted his expression to an indifferent mask. "My lady?" he said coolly, with a slight bow. Then, clutching his book, he moved on. She begged his attention, and balancing between being polite and curt, he attempted to disengage from her grasp as he explained he sought solitude, not company. He saw her lips move and remembered fragments of the conversation, but it blurred a moment, then came suddenly into focus as a peal of merry laughter was followed by a voice. "Oh, Elizabeth, let the gentleman get on with his studies and come away with me, do. We need another to play at cards, and we would welcome your company." Bernard turned his attention away from the unpleasant visage of Lady Elizabeth to find himself confronted by a vision in a plain green gown. "No," the old man's voice keened through the dark closeness of his bedchamber. "Not this! Please, not this! Let me wake! Let me wake!" It was as though someone had taken his book and clubbed him over the head with it. All he could see was the young woman's sparkling green eyes and the lush fall of her dark hair, the white column of her throat and that sweet, sweet smile. Birds with plumed tails and rings of silver on their claws walked about her, and the trumpet vines behind her trembled purple and crimson in the breeze that moved wisps of her hair. His heart leapt at the sight of her. The Lady Elizabeth appeared momentarily annoyed at the interruption. Then she glanced at Bernard and threw up her hands. "I see that you are right, Elaine," she said, and moved toward her friend. "The Baron has no time for me." As they prepared to move away, Bernard came to life again, feeling a wrenching sorrow he could not name, one that squeezed his heart and chest like the shadow of future grief. "My Lady Elizabeth," he said breathlessly, "will you not introduce me to your friend?" Although an angry flush appeared in her cheek, Elizabeth was not in a position to refuse an introduction to a baron. "My lord, may I present the Lady Elaine de Benton?" Her tone and manner were perfunctory. "Her family has a small estate outside Timmins." Elizabeth took evil delight in stressing the word small. "Enchanted," he said, softly, his voice barely above a whisper. It is no courtly flattery, he thought, for she has cast a spell over me with but one smile. Elaine curtsied, her eyes downcast. She did not rise. Elizabeth rolled her eyes impatiently. "My Lady Elaine, I have the honour to present Lord Bernard, Baron of Land's End." Elaine rose with a radiant smile and offered her hand to him. He took it gently and kissed it, suddenly painfully aware of the ink stains on his long fingers. "I am delighted, Baron," Elaine said. She had dimples. For the first time he could see why they were considered pretty. "Please excuse us," Elaine said. "Our friends are waiting." "Of course. I hope to see you again soon, my lady." He bowed, and it took every shred of willpower he possessed to release her delicate fingers from his grip. They were already moving away, arm in arm. Just before they turned the crisp corner of the hedge, Elaine turned and gave him a shy smile and a little wave of her hand. That easily she made him her slave. The dream blurred, and bits of memory flashed through his mind. Days and weeks passed, and their acquaintance hardly progressed. He contrived reasons to be near her, yet he never seemed to find the opportunity to speak to her alone. She always had a previous engagement, or her duties to the Queen prevented any meeting. He found himself intruding on groups of younger courtiers when she was allowed away from duties and was with her friends. They regarded him as an interloper, but his rank provided him a great shield against their youthful disdain, and his blindness to others when Elaine was near prevented him from seeing their mocking amusement at his obvious infatuation. The more she eluded him, the more he desired her. Despite his nearly 30 years of age, despite his responsibility as baron and his years of running the barony while his father lingered ill, he was unprepared for a girl barely more than half his age. Knowing next to nothing about Elaine, he found himself falling deeper and deeper in love with her. Longingly, he thought of her during every waking moment and in his dreams, for she seemed to him everything that was lovely and feminine and sweet. It was impossible that he could love her this deeply and she could feel nothing for him. She must just be hiding her feelings, waiting for a time when they were alone. The part of Bernard that was an old man in a lonely bed no longer begged. It panted slightly, like a beaten dog lying in the dust, scarcely flinching as the whip fell. Baron Hamel de Reyes was a nobleman who exercised considerably more court influence than Bernard, and had some real wealth as well. There were ancestral banners and weapons on the panelled walls of his chambers, but also instruments and books. It had been his scholarly interests that had caused him and Bernard to gravitate to one another. Their early meetings flickered through Bernard's mind without sound. Glimpses of a glass of wine shared, a banquet where they sat nearby and exchanged pleasantries. Then, suddenly, the dream became vivid, as if reliving a memory. Hamil was leading Bernard down a dark street in a seedier part of the city. The stench of garbage in the alley they passed before reaching their destination was vivid, as was the sound of boot heels grinding in the damp gravel and mud. Hamil said, "Hers is a very minor family of no particular consequence. Fine old name, originally a line of court barons from Bastira, but now reduced to one lone estate in the south. Her father is an active embarrassment to the proud name. What remains of it? He's been stripped of every hereditary title his forebears gained, and clings with near desperation to the rank of squire, which the Crown permits as an act of courtesy. She is merely Lady Dubenton. He's a most intemperate gambler who has squandered considerable wealth over the years. With no male heir, the line dies with him, and I'd wager the Crown forecloses on the estate. The gambling house was of a low sort, and it was set into the basement of what was probably a brothel, with ancient smoke-marked beams barely a tall man's height overhead once you had gone down the 6 worn stone steps. The 2 men kept their long cloaks close about them as they entered, but the very fabric of the dark cloth marked them out. Eyes shifted toward them, hard, feral eyes in scarred faces. Bodies shifted, clad in rags or raggedy, gaudy finery. The guilty drew away in fear while the predatory moved closer. Hamill smiled thinly and let the hilt of his sword show. The worn shagreen of the grip sent a stronger message than the inlay work on the guard. The various toughs and bravos stepped away. "Not the sort of place to find a gentleman," Hamill murmured, echoing Bernard's thought. "And we haven't," the younger man said, equally quietly. Dubenton was unmistakable, leaning forward on a bench and ignoring the newcomers. He was thin and dirty, and his clothing, once of good quality, was stained and torn. His pale eyes held a frantic light as they watched the play of the dice. As Dubenton placed his bet, he licked his thin lips with naked lust. Bernard turned his head away. This was more than he'd wanted to know about any man, least of all the father of the one he loved. Yes. Loved. Hamill was right. The man was a disgrace. That a flower like Elaine had blossomed from such slime defied belief. I must save her, he thought, before her beast of a father defiles her. For he could see that a man like Dubenton would drag her down with him in some foul way if she wasn't freed of him. The desperation in the man's face as he lost the wager told Bernard that Dubenton would gladly offer his daughter's hand to any man with a pouch of gold. He must obtain leave to wed her. He must save her from her father offering her hand to some fat old merchant or wastrel son of an idle Eastern noble. "Let's go," he said to his friend. "I've seen enough." "I hope you have," said Hamill, though from his tone it was apparent he knew Bernard mistook his meaning. As they returned towards Hamill's apartment near the palace, the older baron knew this lesson was lost on his young friend. There were formalities to be observed. Bernard quietly petitioned the Crown for permission to marry, and after a contentious meeting with the court official who was responsible for recommendations to the Crown, permission was grudgingly given. Having the king's permission, if not blessing, armoured Bernard, and he set out to woo and win the lady of his dreams. He found that love was a glorious feeling, dizzying, intoxicating, delightful past all measure. At first he hadn't been sure that Elaine shared the feeling, and he'd been in an agony of uncertainty, all the more painful because of his overwhelming love for her. Her declining of his invitations and her duties to the Queen made her seem unreachable. He began to find ways to be with her, even if it meant contriving invitations to social events where she was in attendance. But it was so difficult to get her attention. She was always surrounded by a butterfly cloud of her fashionable friends. There was one fellow in particular who usurped her time, a handsome but dissolute young fellow named Zachary, the third son of a minor court squire. He wore the latest court fashions, and carried himself with a swagger born of arrogance, not battle-won confidence. His mouth was almost feminine as he pursed his lips in disapproval over some imagined flaw in Bernard's attire, and his smile was constantly mocking. It was obvious to Bernard that his intentions towards Elaine were not honourable, but it was equally clear that she was infatuated with the boy. He would need to act soon, or her generous nature and naivete would lead her into disgrace. Bernard was certain, once Elaine was sure of his true love for her, her childish attraction to a dissolute boy like Zachary would be swept away. Had his father been still alive, he might never have dared to ask for her hand. The old Baron would have demanded a more politically advantageous match for his son and future grandsons, but Bernard was free to act for his own happiness, and so he did. Soon he began ignoring social conventions and seeking ways to be with her. He would simply put himself at her side whenever possible, ignoring dark looks from Zachary and her other friends as he used his rank to force them aside. Elaine was always gracious, but always correct. Her smiles were cordial, and she laughed politely at his quips. After a while, he realized that she was shy and pure, and didn't know how to show him her deeper feelings. She was a true lady, despite her awful father. She hid behind a mask, for it was impossible for him to imagine she could not return his feelings. She must love him. Being loved by a goddess like Elaine made him feel special and powerful, capable of accomplishing anything, even winning her hand and heart, despite her modesty. Suddenly, he had new insight into the romantic poets and the fixations of men who had gone to war for the love of a woman. After less than a month of seeing her briefly at the palace, he resolved to put an end to this matter and sought out her father. Elaine's father had agreed with shocking alacrity. A baron sought the hand of his daughter, and moreover one unconcerned with his inability to provide even a token dowry. He had agreed to every one of Bernard's suggestions, including a modest annual allowance to provide for the squire's apartment in Rillenan. Bernard was not being generous. He wished the man as far from them as possible. Had he agreed, Bernard would have found him an apartment in Roldem or one of the eastern kingdoms. The squire promised Bernard that his daughter would be in the royal maze the next day at 1 to receive Bernard's proposal. The old man had been positively beside himself with joy as Bernard left the seedy inn where he had negotiated the hand of the woman he loved. Bernard found her on one of the benches at the centre of the maze, looking pale and as nervous as a startled fawn. Instantly, he went down on one knee and took one of her hands in his. Today his fingers were clean, and the slight tan of his skin made a pleasing contrast to the delicate white of hers. "I have spoken to your father, and he has consented to our marriage," he said, his heart virtually leaping into his throat as he watched her reaction. "You do not know me," she said, her voice soft and breathless. "How could you possibly love me?" With a smile, he kissed her fingers. "To see you is to love you," he assured her. "I know you better than you think, but you do not know me, which is my fault." Bernard bowed his head over her hand and stroked her fingers with his thumb, lost for a moment in the wonder of her touch. Then he looked up at her. "I do love you, my lady. I promise to be a good and gentle husband to you. I beg you to make me the happiest man alive by honouring me with your hand. My love will awaken your heart, and you will come to know what I do, that I could not love you so deeply, so passionately, without your loving me in equal measure. We will be happy, I promise you." She was staring at him as if in wonder. Then she closed her eyes and caught her breath, catching her lower lip in her teeth. After a moment, she let out her breath in a gasp and lowered her head. "Of course I will marry you, my lord. I could never refuse such an honour." He reached out and lifted her chin, waiting until her eyes met his. "You would marry me of your own free will?" he asked. "Because you love me?" A single tear traced a path down her pale cheek. "Of course I do," she said, her voice choked. "Of course." Then she leapt to her feet and said, "Forgive me, my lord. I am overwhelmed and must collect myself." So saying, she fled, leaving him puzzled by the behaviour of women, but thrilled and delighted, his blood dancing with joy. She loved him. The next time he saw her, Elaine insisted that the ceremony be held as quickly as possible. Her boldness had taken his breath away and sent his heart's blood rushing. For a moment it was hard for him to think, and this time he took her in his arms in wonder and delight. When he lifted her head and looked down into her lovely face, he thought he would melt with the heat of his passion. He realized at that moment she would give herself to him without hesitation. Pushing aside his passion, he whispered, "I would not so dishonor you." Elaine blinked, looking up at him in astonishment. "But we will be married as soon as it can be arranged." The wedding was an intimate affair in the chapel of Ruthia, the goddess of luck, at the palace, witnessed by more of Bernard's friends than Elaine's. "It is nothing," she said, making light of it. "It's the way of things here. I have moved on, and so have they." He thought that she was hurt by their desertion for all she dismissed their peculiar absence so carelessly. He tried to make it up to her by being extra attentive through their small but elegant wedding feast. Later, when they were alone, he presented her with his personal wedding gift, a magnificent emerald necklace. "To match your eyes," he told her. Elaine was enchanted, and stared into the mirror for a full minute without saying a word. She touched each stone, then looked up and into his eyes in the mirror. Her lips parted, and she pulled at the bow that held her nightgown closed. With a shrug, the fine gown dropped to her feet, and she turned, smiling, and went to him, naked save for the emeralds. That night, that passionate, wonderful night, had been the happiest of his life. In his sleep, the tormented old man cried, tears emerging from closed eyelids. "No!" he shouted in his mind, knowing that he had once again visited and left behind the single most joyous night he had known, and knowing what pain and suffering was to come. The trip home had been as comfortable as he could make it, but Elaine was not a good traveller. His relief as they came into the harbour of Land's End was enormous, for he had begun to fear for her health. She had been sick at almost every stage of their journey, and he was resolved that she should see a chirurgeon as soon as possible. As he stood beside her at the ship's rail, his arm curled protectively around her slender shoulders, Bernard could sense the disappointment that her smile hid. For the first time in his life, he saw Land's End in comparison with Rillenon, Salador, and Crondor, and it did not compare well. It was a small, workaday place, shabby, plain, and ordinary. "You will make it beautiful just by being here. My people will love you," he promised. Elaine smiled dazzlingly and embraced him, and his heart lifted. She was wonderful. Everything he had thought she would be and more. If only she were not so often ill. He took her to his estate in the country, thinking the air would be more pure there. Elaine seemed bored and listless, but her colour was better, and he thought she seemed stronger. They had been home less than 3 weeks when a ship came to port carrying a number of Elaine's friends, and they came carrying evil tidings. Her father had been murdered in a tavern brawl. To his horror, Elaine fainted dead away. Bernard ordered the servants to carry her to her room, and then turned his fury on her friends. Zachary, the squire's third son, of whom Elaine was once so fond, seemed overcome with astonishment. His handsome features slowly turned from amazement to anger under the Baron's blistering attack. "I would never try to hurt the Lady Elaine," he exploded. "She's very dear to me." For a moment Bernard was certain the boy would draw his sword, and found himself anticipating the confrontation with pleasure. Then Zachary seemed to come to himself, and gestured behind him to where his friends stood. "To all of us, I apologize for being insensitive to your lady's delicate nature. We should have anticipated what a shock the news would be." They all nodded and curtsied and murmured their agreement. Bernard looked at them, his nostrils pinched with disapproval and his face white with rage. "Because my wife has such regard for you, and because you meant well by coming here, I will, of course, extend to you the hospitality of my house. But I warn you, at the slightest hint that you are upsetting her, I will order you to leave." With that, Bernard spun on his heel and followed the servants to his lady's quarters, to sit by her bed until she woke. Indeed, it seemed to Bernard that Zachary's estimation of Elaine's feelings for her father was correct, for although she should have been in deep mourning, after recovering from her faint, she showed no signs of distress. Rather, she spent all of her time with her old friends, laughing and gossiping and even dancing and singing. Bernard didn't approve. It was unseemly. And yet he could deny her nothing, especially since he'd met her wretched father and could well understand her lack of concern. It must have been a horror being raised alone by such as he. Still, after several social galas Elaine organised, and many forays into the city to shop, the local squires and rich merchants could barely hide their disapproval of her frivolous manner. He felt embarrassed. Yet he forgave her everything, accounting her actions to her youth and the influence of her callow friends. He wanted to stay by her side every moment, but the duties he'd left behind had piled up over the months he'd been away, and there was always work to be done. Often he was called away to the city, or away at nearby villages, conducting the business of the barony, and was gone for 2 or 3 days. The old castle overlooking the city was garrisoned, but it was otherwise empty, lacking even a pretence of occupation. Other than soldiers and his personal secretary and the city officials who visited, Bernard was alone. On those occasions, he burned with jealousy and hated himself for it. He knew her friends were leading her into unseemly behaviour. Elaine meant well, but she was so innocent that she truly saw no harm in their silly play that in this time of mourning bordered on the debauched. Not in Rillinen, perhaps, but certainly in Land's End. He must do something. At the very least, he must do something about Zachary. He was the instigator, the one who led them all astray. Get rid of him, and the problem was all but solved. Yes, something must be done, and soon. The old man's pain did not lessen in his sleep, but the thin lips with their deep vertical grooves pulled back from yellow teeth. There was little strength left in his face, but for a moment an observer might have seen him as he had been in youth and anger, a cold, pale rage, the deadlier for coming from the mind as much as the heart. But there was nobody to see, no one at all. Outside the door stood 2 members of the household guard. Hand-picked, they followed orders, and the orders were the same tonight as they had been every night since they had taken duty with the Baron. No matter what they heard or thought they heard from within the Baron's chamber after he retired for the night, they were never to enter unless called for by name by the Baron. Both men on duty were used to cries and moans and curses. Both men ignored the piteous weeping they heard at that moment. Images cascaded, one on top of the next, and Bernard gripped the sheets as a drowning man would a lifeline. He was hunting, and Elaine's friends were with him. An arrow flew, killing a boar, and Bernard turned in rage. The impudent whelp had robbed Bernard of his kill. Suddenly he was near the cliffs, the pounding surf on the rocks below, as he sat listening to Zachary shout, "Sir, you will listen to me!" But Bernard could hear nothing over the pounding of the waves on the rocks, and while Zachary's lips moved, Bernard could not make out the meaning of his words. Bernard pulled up, waved his boar spear in rage, and Zachary's horse shied, and suddenly Bernard sat alone on his horse. A ride, and suddenly he was back in the castle, his guests dismounting as a chirurgeon hurried forward, glad tidings on his lips. He was to be a father. Then he was at Elaine's side, and she wept, her shoulders shaking, and he couldn't remember why. Was it the news of Zachary's disappearance, or tears of joy? Then he saw carriages as her friends from Rillinen left, eager to depart by ship before the winter storms prevented them. Now the old man lay still, the only motion the rapid rise and fall of his chest, and the movement of his eyes behind the closed lids. For a brief moment he remembered peace. He remembered the quiet joy he felt in anticipating fatherhood. Elaine was quiet in her confinement, saying little to him or the maids who attended her. Occasionally a woman of the barony, a squire's wife, or the wife of one of the more prominent merchants, would visit, and she would brighten for a bit in the company of another woman, while sipping tea or strolling through the gardens. But mostly she seemed sad in a way he didn't understand. Then came the night Elaine went into labour. A storm had sprung up out of the sea. Hills and walls of purple-black cloud piled along the western horizon, flickering with lightning but touched gold by the sun as it set behind them. The surge came before the storm, mountain-high waves that set fishermen dragging their craft higher and lashing them to trees and boulders, and to praying as the thrust of air came shrieking about their thatch. When the rain followed, it came nearly level, blown before the monster winds. Whips of rain lashed the manor, too, and lightning forked the sky while thunder rattled the windows. Bernard had bribed the midwife to stay at the manse the last 2 weeks, and given the dreadful weather was glad he'd done so. The storm blew in a traveller and his servants, who begged shelter, which Bernard granted gladly. Hospitality brought luck, and at this moment he wanted his full share. The house was so still these days. He welcomed the company and was delighted to discover that his guest was a scholar, who cared far more for the books in his coach than for either his horses, his servants, or himself. "Lyman," the old man said in his sleep, his lips barely speaking the name. Bernard could not see the man's face. He stood in shadows, and no matter how hard Bernard tried, the memory of the man's face eluded him. In his fever dream, the old man remembered he had shared wine with this man. He had seen him in daylight. Yet at this moment, reliving this terrible night, he could not see the man's face in the shadow. Then the scream came, and he could hear Lyman's voice, as if coming to him from a great distance, carried by the storm. "You should go to her, my lord." Bernard rushed from the room even as another cry rent the air, terror lending wings to his feet. Yet as he hurried, his feet refused to carry him. The hall was impossibly long, and each step was a struggle. He felt as if his body was encased in armour, lead boots clasped around his feet, and terror rose up within as he fought to reach his chambers. Then he was at Elaine's door in moments, throwing it open. The midwife stood there, her face at once showing joy and fear. The baby was coming, but Elaine was in distress. "You have a son, my lady," the midwife said a moment later. She handed the babe to one of the maids, and that one rushed the child over to another who tended a bath. In his dream, Bernard stood unable to move, and then he watched himself approach the bed, stand at its foot, and stare in horror at Elaine. Bernard saw himself look down at his pale, lovely wife, her face drenched in perspiration, her dark hair plastered to her head. Her night-clothing was hitched up over her stomach, and everywhere below he could see blood. Elaine's eyes sought his, and in them was a silent pleading, and suddenly there was a presence at his elbow. "My lord," said a quiet voice at his elbow. Bernard saw himself turn to stare at his guest. "What are you doing here?" he asked Lyman. "There may be something I can do." Then came a rush of images. Lyman raised his hands and the room plunged into darkness. The midwife tried to hand him his son, but one look at the child and Bernard shouted, "Get rid of it! I never want to see it again!" Suddenly a monk was in the room, a healing priest from the Order of Dala, and then he was accompanied by the chirurgeon. Then he heard the monk's voice. "I am sorry, my lord. She is moments from death. There is nothing I can do." Now he was outside her room, and Lyman was chanting. Bernard again stared at the figure, but could see no face under the broad-brimmed hat. At last he saw the face of his wife, lying in agony on her bed, her face white and her eyes filled with blood. "Let me go," she pleaded. Bernard woke with a gasp, his heart pounding and tears in his eyes, his head lifted painfully from his pillow. He fell back with a sigh and closed his burning eyes. He'd had this dream before. Too often, in fact. But the ending was new. He'd only dreamed that she spoke to him once before. "I won't let you die," he whispered to no one. He turned his head toward the doorway to her room. The candles had burned down. Even though time moved slowly in her room, it did pass. 17 years had come and gone since that dreadful night. Each day Lyman had renewed the spell, and every day he tried to find a spell that would save Elaine. At first they had tried only white magic, seeking healers from across the land, even, once at great expense, sending to Great Kesh for one they'd heard could work miracles. Then they'd tried healing spells, none of which seemed to affect her even in the slightest way. Each time they lowered the spell that preserved her, he feared she would slip away, but each time she'd lived long enough for them to fail and then renew the spell. Of late, they had turned to darker magic, a spell found in an ancient tome Lyman had secured from a trader from Kesh. There was something evil about that book, but Bernard had exhausted all other options. He must try this terrible and bloody thing, or he would finally go mad. Lyman assured him that soon they would succeed. They must succeed, or Elaine would be lost forever. Chapter 11. Discovery. Laurie awoke with a start. There were the usual morning sounds, cockerels crowing, birds singing, but the smell was wrong. Dusty emptiness around her, and under that too much smoke and too much dung and nothing green. And the floor beneath her was hard board, not the straw-stuffed tick she slept on. Where? She thought. It crashed in on her, dazing like a horse's kick in the gut. I'm in Land's End. I'm here looking for Rip. Mother and father are dead. It was late morning, by the look of the yellow light that filtered in through the shuttered window, a column full of dancing motes of dust. She was alone. Alone enough to lie still for a moment with the tears leaking down her cheeks. "Mother," she thought, "I need you, Mother." But she would never see her mother again, and their last words had been a quarrel. Never again would she see her father coming in from the fields to smile and rumple her hair, or sit by the hearth on winter evenings and tell the old stories in his slow, deep voice. She felt like crying, but tears wouldn't come. Instead, there was a dull, aching void. She sat, scrubbing at her face. Rip is alive, she scolded herself. She had to concentrate on that. And I will find him. But when she concentrated, she sensed something else. That Rip was no longer in Land's End. She flung aside the cloth she'd been using for a blanket, jammed her shoes on her feet, then rose and went to the window. She couldn't see anyone below, and though there were windows in the surrounding warehouses, she couldn't see anyone moving behind them. She'd just have to take the chance that they wouldn't see her either. She gave one glance at the rumpled cloth she'd meant to rewind onto the bolt and shook her head regretfully. There wasn't time to do that. Rip came first. She put one leg on the windowsill, turned and felt for the roof behind her with her free leg. The window was offset with the shed roof below. She remembered Jimmy cautioning her to reach up with her left hand while using her right to steady herself on the wall, to swing to the left a little, and pull up. She determined to reverse the procedure and get to the shed roof. From there, it was a short leap to the alley below. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The man's shout seemed to come from directly behind her. Laurie gasped and almost lost her grip. She slipped down and grabbed hard on the windowsill. For a long moment, she held motionless, her chin barely above the sill, clutching the window, for her life, in fact, because there was nothing below her but hard cobbles 20 feet down. Glancing fearfully over her shoulder, she saw no one. No one was looking out of one of the windows opposite either. "What do you mean?" The voices came from the main street, just beyond where the alley below joined it, right about where the main doors of the warehouse were. "I mean, those crates are due on the dock in less than an hour if the crab isn't to lose the tide. Why are they on the wagons? What have you been doing all morning, standing there with a thumb up your arse? I just got the order a few minutes ago. It's not my fault." Her relief that the shout hadn't been directed at her caused Laurie to drop a few inches. She was going to try to swing a few feet to her right and reach the tile roof. As she tried to swing a little to the left, she felt the pain. A sudden, violent burn that was colder than winter ice at the same time, and beneath it all the ugly slicing feeling of being cut. She'd had accidents with tools and sharp branches before. Not like this. Something very sharp was digging deep into her leg. The hot trickle of her own blood down her leg made her shiver, and she gasped at the increased pain even that small movement caused. That made her want to scream, and twist around to grab her leg at the same time, but either of those would mean that she would die. And Rip will have nobody. Her head swam a moment, but she fought down dizziness and panted through her mouth. "Don't let go," she commanded herself. She glanced down and saw a seemingly innocuous shard of glass wedged in between the stones. Some glazier had been sloppy in his work, and the long piece had fallen from a broken window to wedge hard between stones. Like a crystal dagger, it had cut up into Laurie's leg. She forced herself to take a deep breath, and knew she would have to use every ounce of will and strength to regain the window. Her hands firmed on the ledge, driving her fingers painfully into the splintery wood. But she couldn't stay like this. The fall from this height would be a lot more painful than what she was feeling now. Laurie took a deep breath and hoisted herself up on the window frame. The shrill of agony as her wound was savaged further almost made her lose her grip, rendering her too shocked to even cry out. Once the surprise was over, she kept herself from crying out by gritting her teeth and remembering Rip. If she was caught, she might be jailed, and if she was jailed, she couldn't help him. "I can't let them catch me," she thought. "I have to be strong." The argument in the street below continued unabated, growing louder, if anything. It was to be hoped it was loud enough to cover the sound of her panting and of her movements as she struggled back into the hidden room. But she needed to move fast before the yelling attracted people to the windows around her. Laurie pulled her wounded leg back as far as it would go, but when she hoisted herself up again, found it wasn't quite far enough. She gave one sob of pain and frustration, then continued her progress, even as it tore her leg. Now she was halfway into the room, hanging from the window at her waist. She breathed in and out through her teeth, fast and desperate, then gave one jerk that almost made her scream, and she was free of the protruding glass. As quietly as she could, Laurie scrambled back into the room, sliding down onto the dusty floor, biting the base of her right thumb to keep the screams that forced their way up her throat muffled. Once she got her breath back, she sat up to check the damage. The sight almost made her faint as the pain had not. A long, deep and jagged cut started just above her knee and ended at her upper thigh. Blood poured from the ripped flesh, already pooling on the floor. The only good thing about it was that it didn't jet and spurt. The leg moved when she jerked it in horror, so the tendon wasn't cut. The shard had dug straight into the center of the muscle. But bleeding that bad could kill her in an hour. A country girl knew about cuts. and how much blood a pig had, which was about the same as a man's. "Do something!" she shouted at herself. With trembling hands she loosed her water bottle from her belt and poured some onto her leg. It burned like fire, and she grayed out for a moment, dropping the bottle. She caught it up quickly, listening to see if someone had noticed the sound. Nothing happened, and she looked down at her leg again. When the blood had been washed away, Laurie was able to see that it needed stitching. She'd once watched her mother sew up Emmett, their man of all work, when his axe had slipped, and had listened carefully to her instructions. But this looked a lot worse, and she had nothing to use for a needle. And she didn't have her mother. Laurie pressed her hand against her mouth, hard. She didn't have time to cry. She was bleeding, and badly. Dragging herself over to the bolt of cloth, she cut a clean length of it. Then she pulled down her trousers and bandaged the leg as tightly as she could, strips around the leg holding a thick pad on the wound. If she couldn't stitch it up, then she could at least press it together. Maybe that would be enough. Then she pulled up the trousers and lay back down on her makeshift bed. "What am I going to do?" she thought. She could feel Rip getting further and further away. But she couldn't even climb down from this place with the wound in her leg, even if no one was down there, let alone follow two men on horseback. I shouldn't have sold Horace. But she'd been so certain that Land's End was their final destination. Why else would they steal her brother but to sell him to slavers? Yet he was being moved inland. The feeling was like an inner weather vane, shifting slowly and pointing the way. Why? She repeated to herself over and over again. She'd begun the internal shout in despair and ended it in anger. Why Rip? Why her parents? Why her? Why now? Who were these people? What were they doing? And beyond all and above everything and forever, why? Laurie closed her eyes. Blackness fell like a crashing wave. It was just past dawn when Flora slipped into Jimmy's room, a quiet dawn by Crondor standards. "Where were you last night?" she demanded in a very loud whisper. Jimmy, caught by surprise, yanked his pants up so hard he hurt himself. He glared at her over his shoulder, fighting an urge to clutch the painful parts. "You—" His voice came out so high he coughed and started again. "You're supposed to knock first, remember?" "Tch, you haven't got anything I haven't seen before," she said scornfully. Jimmy arched his brows. "Does your aunt know that?" he said sweetly. Flora's lips twitched down at the corners as she looked away and brushed her hair back, blushing. "No, and maybe you are right. Maybe I should just keep it to myself." "I honestly think that would be for the best," he said, not without sympathy. "Best all round, I mean." She gave an unladylike snort. "Yeah, I mustn't forget you're in there too." Then she looked at him through narrowed eyes. "So, where were you last night?" "I went out for a walk," he said, frowning. "Just taking in the town. I felt I needed the exercise." Flora pressed her lips together anxiously and moved over to him, putting a hand on his arm. "You mustn't do anything wrong while you're staying here," she whispered. "Please, Jimmy, it's important." "I didn't do anything wrong," he protested. "Well," she waved her hands in exasperation. "Don't." "What? As in, never again?" "I can't promise that, Flora. I'm a mocker, not a priest." "At least not while you're here," she said, her eyes pleading. "If you do something wrong, it will reflect on me and on them, and the disgrace would be dreadful." "By anything wrong, I suspect you mean more than simply don't steal," he said. "I bet you mean don't go to taverns, or get drunk, or get into brawls, or gamble." She shook her head, her eyes wide. "Or—" he stroked a finger gently down her cheek. Flora reared back as if she'd never taunted a sailor in her life. "Especially not that," she said. Jimmy stared at her. It wasn't that long ago we were doing that. Now look at her. It hadn't taken any time at all for Flora to become officiously respectable. He put his hands on his hips and laughed at her. She shushed him, glancing at the closed door of his room. "Flora," he said, shaking his head, "I can't imagine how you're going to survive this degree of self-restraint. Though, of course, ample meals, comfort, and no worries about the future would help mightily. But if it's what you want, then that's what you should have. I was worried about you when all this started, you'll remember." She still looked anxious, so he took pity on her. Placing a hand on his heart, he said, "I have no intention of disgracing you or your relatives." With quiet determination, she asked, "Then please tell me what you did last night." Jimmy gave a deep sigh and hung his head. "All right, if you must know, I saved a girl." Flora made a strangled sound, and when he looked at her, saw an almost comical expression of surprise on her face. "Who? And from what?" "Really?" he said. "She was a country girl disguised as a boy, and she'd fallen in with some very corrupt thief-takers. You remember Geron Benton?" She nodded. "Geron the Snake. Confidence grifter used to work the dodge on farmers looking to get rich quick with the pigeon drop and the fake diamond cons. Yeah, what about him? He's dead, isn't he?" "He's alive and running a gang of thief-takers here. Looks like he's set himself up with the local constables. At least, that's what it looks to me. He almost had this girl, but I got her away. He didn't know she was a girl, else he might have tried harder to hang on to her." Jimmy shook his head. "You know, this town would be a lot better off if they had an upright man of their own," he added wisely. "A country girl disguised as a boy," Flora said, wrinkling her nose dubiously. "Why was she in disguise?" Jimmy thought about it. "She didn't say, but she definitely was honest. She didn't want to use some old cloth for a blanket in case she damaged it." Flora nodded, apparently seeing the truth in that observation. "So, where is she now?" "I found her a place to sleep in an abandoned room in a warehouse," he said. "If she keeps her wits about her, she should be fine." "Take me to her," Flora said suddenly. "What? Why?" "Maybe I can help her," she said. "Well, aren't you, Lady Bountiful? Don't you believe me?" Hurt, he let a little of his resentment show in the tone. "Maybe if someone had offered to help me when I was first orphaned," Flora said with some heat, "I wouldn't have had to become a whore." "Oh," Jimmy said. Ouch. "All right. But she might not still be there," he warned. "Well, at least we'll have tried." Flora gave him a hard look. "I'll go and get my shawl and tell Aunt Clora we're off shopping, so remind me to buy something on the way back." As she moved through the door, she added, "We should pitch in with chores when we get back, like respectable youngsters. I want to make a good impression before Aunt Clora takes me to meet Grandfather." Jimmy looked at the closed door. Chores, he thought. Wonderful. Exile was looking worse all the time. Flora pulled the back of her skirt up through her legs and tucked it into her waistband, forming a baggy equivalent of trousers which would allow her to climb. Looks like nothing is going to discourage her, Jimmy thought, casually glancing to either side. There were people down at the end of the alley who would see them if they looked, but they probably wouldn't. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't care. The men, the ones loading crates of pottery on a mule-drawn wagon, were busy, and Jimmy's experience with teamsters was that they didn't go looking for trouble unless it was after work and they'd been drinking. Jimmy turned his attention to the climb. At least the bright light of morning showed the handholds well, and they started to climb the low building beneath the window of the abandoned room in a workmanlike fashion. Flora had insisted on bringing along a bag of food she tied up in her skirt. and a small wineskin which Jimmy had tied to his belt. "If anyone stops us, I guess I could say we're here to wash the windows," Jimmy thought, as Flora moved up. Then Flora said, in a hoarse whisper, "Jimmy, there's blood!" Flora looked down and showed Jimmy her hand, the palm of which was now smeared with a sticky brownish stain. The blood was nearly dried, so it had been there for a while. Jimmy took out his belt knife and transferred it to his teeth. There were a few situations in which that was useful, and hostile entry into a room was one. He motioned for Flora to move to the side so he could pass. Maintaining careful track of his tongue, he kept his knife sharp, he crouched below the window, then threw himself in with a roll, dropping the blade and catching the hilt as eyes and knife point probed all around. "Shit," he said calmly, sheathing the knife, turning and extending a hand. "She's hurt. Come on." Flora pulled herself up to the window and gasped at the sight of the blood on the floor. She knew almost as well as he did what constituted a serious wound, and when she saw Laurie's pale form lying amid the blood-stained cloth, she put her hand over her mouth and plastered herself against the wall. "Baneth protect us," she whispered. "She's been murdered." Jimmy went to one knee beside Laurie's pallet. "No, she's breathing," he said in relief. But there was still a lot of blood around. "Laurie?" he called quietly. He touched her shoulder. "Laurie!" he whispered. The girl woke with a start and gasped as though drawing breath to scream. Jimmy hastily put his hand over her mouth. "It's Jimmy," he said. "It's all right. I've brought some food." "We've brought you some food," Flora said, elbowing him aside. From her tone, she had no intention of forgetting how much he'd protested when she'd asked him to buy the bread, cheese, and wine they'd brought. "What happened?" Jimmy asked. "Who did this?" Astonishingly, she smiled. "Me," she said. Even then, the resemblance to the princess gave him a jolt. "I was climbing out the window and somebody yelled." She pulled herself up on her elbows and looked at him groggily. "I was surprised and I slipped. My leg got caught on something." She lay back down again. "I put a bandage on it, but it hurts." "I'll bet it does," he thought, looking at the tight, sodden bandages. "Gods, but she's clumsy." That brought a stab of guilt. Well, she's not a mocker, just a farm girl. "There's a lot of blood," Flora said. "You better let me take a look." Laurie blinked at her, then turned to Jimmy. "This is my friend Flora," he said. "She's all right." Laurie nodded and struggled to sit upright, untying the string at her waist, then looked at Jimmy. "It's on my leg," she said. Jimmy nodded. "Do you need help?" The girl stared at him, dumbfounded. "Jimmy," Flora said between her teeth, "turn around." "Oh," he said, and did so. As if I care, he thought. He heard Flora suck in her breath. "What?" "It's bad," she said. "A really deep, nasty cut. I need you to go and get some things." "Now, wait a minute," he said, starting to turn around. The two girls immediately made such a fuss he stopped and kept his back to them. "What do you need?" he asked, his tone surly. "Some powdered woundwort, some powdered yarrow and yarrow leaf tea, tincture of ladies' mental, some willow bark tea, and—" He could tell she hesitated. "Some poppy juice, and a fine needle and thread. Catgut if you can get it, wax linen if you can't." "What?" he said after a moment. "Nothing else? No dancing girls, no elephants, no—" "No poppy juice," Laurie murmured. "I have to find my brother." "You're not going anywhere with that wound on your leg," Flora said. "Not today. Go," she snapped at Jimmy. He went, considerably annoyed. He'd already bought this Laurie wine and bread. Now he had to buy out an apothecary for her. What else was he going to be expected to do? Poppy juice? Did Flora know what poppy juice cost? Although Laurie had said she didn't want any. He thought about that as he walked along. No, better get it. With all that blood, she must be hurting badly. Jimmy sighed. Why did good deeds always turn out to be so expensive? When he returned, Laurie was asleep again and Flora was looking thoughtful. She glanced up as Jimmy swung easily through the window. "Thank you," she said, taking the medicines. Then, after a pause, "Thank you a lot, Jimmy. Nobody's ever been as kind to me." "Nothing," he said gruffly, shrugging. "Princess Anita, what have you done to me?" he asked himself, feeling that it was only half a joke. "I was never one to stint help to a friend, but this is ridiculous. Flora doesn't need help. She's landed in the honeypot, and I barely know this bumpkin. Even if she does look like you would if you'd been born a bumpkin, that is." He noticed that Flora had made an effort to mop up the blood. There was a pile of soaked cloth in one corner, and the bandages on Laurie's leg were fresh. The smell was still there, faint against the musty mildew and dust of the warehouse, but at least now they didn't have to worry about someone noticing it dripping through the floorboards. She'd also gone for water, which was essential to someone who'd lost a lot of blood. Flora laid out the medicines and the needle and thread. Laurie woke, though she seemed muddle-headed. Flora had probably given her the whole bottle of wine for the pain. "Help me turn her over," she said. He did, wincing as she uncovered the wound and went to work. He supposed modesty was less important when all that was bared was a section of thigh that looked as if it were on the way to a butcher's shop, but he looked aside anyway. In a way, it was less grit your teeth to have a wound of your own sewn up than to watch it done to someone else, unless you could just think of them as meat. Laurie bore it well, not having to be held, just shivering and panting, and his initial good opinion of the girl went up several notches. Besides, he reflected, it would go on hurting her a lot longer than it would him. Flora's doing a good job of work there, too, he thought. She wasn't quite digit-agile enough to make a pickpocket, but she had neat hands for needle and thread. "We have something we have to ask you, Jimmy," Flora said, not looking up as she tied off the last running stitch and cut the catgut with a small, sharp knife. "No," he said to the wall. "I was thinking on my way back that you'd ask me for something else, and the answer is no." Laurie opened her eyes and looked at him. "No," he said, looking away. Laurie's sad eyes were far too much like the princess's for comfort. It was hard to believe that he might be susceptible to a girl's eyes, but he was very much afraid that he was. "My brother has been kidnapped," Laurie said, her voice husky. "He's only 6 years old." She took a deep breath, obviously trying to stop herself from crying. "They killed my parents and burned down our house and barn. There isn't much left, but the land has value and there's still some stock and a wagon. I'll give it all to you if you'll help him." "Do I look like the constable to you?" Jimmy asked. "And isn't this something the constable should be doing?" He gave Flora a look that said, "Yes, this is something the constable should do, and you know it." "No one would believe me," Laurie wailed. Flora shushed her. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "All our neighbours thought my parents were killed by wild dogs or something, and that my baby brother was dragged off by them, but he wasn't. There were 2 men. One big, the other skinny. They rode off on horseback and came here. Now they've moved on, going inland, and they've taken Rip with them. I can feel them getting further and further away." She broke down, weeping as though her heart would break. "Please find him. Please." Jimmy looked at the 2 young women with astonishment. "How can I do that?" he asked. "Even if I wanted to, which I don't. I don't know what these men look like or where they've gone. I don't know your brother. I don't have a horse, and even if I did, I can't ride. You're asking the impossible." "Be quiet," Flora hissed. Go and think about it while I clean Laurie up." Thus dismissed, Jimmy sat looking out of the window. Why am I suddenly a villain, he thought, reminding himself not to pout. I already rescued her. Twice. After what seemed like a very long time, and one or two small smothered sounds of pain, somehow more disturbing than the many he'd heard before, Flora said, "You can turn around now." "Look," he said, noting how pale both girls were, "I'm not trying to be mean-spirited. It's just that you'd rather not get involved any further," Flora finished for him. He raised a protesting finger. "I didn't say that." "You don't have to," she said scornfully. "I know you, Jimmy, but—" Flora stopped and sighed, letting her shoulders droop. "Helping Laurie's not something you would have done in Crondor. I can't help but be disappointed. I thought you'd changed." Jimmy raised one eyebrow and tightened a corner of his mouth. He most certainly would have helped Laurie, even in Crondor. But that wasn't something Flora would know. She'd never met the princess and knew nothing about his feelings for her, and maybe it wasn't something he wanted her to know. He glanced at Laurie, who really did look very much like the Princess Anita, even to the haunted look the princess had worn when thinking about her imprisoned father. Laurie's eyes shifted and met his. As he watched, one crystal tear rolled silently down her cheek. Jimmy heaved a sigh. He was undone. There was no way he could walk away from those eyes and not feel less of a man. "All right, I'll try," he said. He rose, every move speaking his reluctance. "I'm not making any promises, and I don't know when I'll be back." To Flora he said, "You'll have to come up with a story to tell your aunt about why I'm gone." "I'll tell her you're travelling for a bit. Tell her it's an employment opportunity. Apprentice to a trader or something. Be vague, I didn't tell you details. I'll have a completely cooked-up story when I get back." Flora nodded. "I think they're moving northeast along the coast road," Laurie said. "Try going that way first. And be careful. Those two killed my mother and father and Emmett handily enough, and none of them were soft or weak. You watch yourself." "Thanks," he said. "I will." He looked at Flora, who was rolling up a bandage, looking proud enough to pop. "Give my regards to your aunt, in case this takes a while." She was up and giving him a fierce hug before he could say anything else. Then she released him and gave him a little push. "Go on, then, and be careful." She crossed her arms beneath her breasts, looking grave. "You know where to find me?" Jimmy smiled at her and shook his head. She was changing so fast he hardly knew her. Then he turned away and climbed out of the window. First thing he should do, probably, would be to get a horse. "No," the innkeeper said indifferently. "Left just after dawn, they did, same as always." Jarvis Coe dropped a couple of coins on the bar. Surprising, he thought. From the way they were talking yesterday, I'd be expecting them to drink a long breakfast. Low-priced thugs rarely had much discipline or sense of purpose. If they did, they'd be in another line of work, or charging higher prices at least. The innkeeper ignored the copper, polishing around it. His eyebrow twitched when silver rang beside the duller metal. "Which road did they take?" The coins vanished into the innkeeper's big hand. "North on the coast road, same as always." You couldn't rent a horse at a stable, but you could buy one with the understanding that eventually the stable owner would buy it back. Coe walked briskly through the north gate, cursing the delay. It was a mildly warm late-season day, perfect for travelling. For his quarry, too, worse luck. Even then his trained eye caught details. The casual way the guards leaned on their spears and halberds, offset by the relaxed alertness of their captain's eyes, and the state of their gear, which was worn but serviceable. From everything he heard, the Lord of Land's End had taken an unusual position on the care of his barony's main town. He had garrisoned the bulk of his army, some 200 men-at-arms, in the old fortification on the edge of the city, and had kept only a small honour guard in his household estates many miles away. But he had no heir, so perhaps he felt the safety of the citizens outweighed his own. Administration seemed to be left to the one royal magistrate in the district, the leaders of the town's guilds, and the harbour master. It was probably a fair enough system as long as war didn't break out or the Duke call up a levy. But the local garrison had come to neglect the countryside. There was not even so much as a regular patrol between the old castle and the Baron's country estates up the coast. That had left the countryside in disarray. It didn't take much by way of neglect for bandits to move in, or for a dozen local bullies to decide they'd rather rape women and steal sheep than work. And the local constable had neither the time nor resources to really enforce the law, short of a baronial order or a writ from the magistrate. Coe reflected on this odd state of affairs as he walked through the gate. Land's End was still more of a large town than a small city, comprised of the usual gaggle of trades and workshops, impractical or illegal inside a walled city, so no true Foulburg had been allowed to spring up outside the walls, but a thriving open market had been established beyond the clearing under the wall. He headed for the unmistakable smell of a dealer in horses, and slowed as he drew near. "Master Jimmy," he said, "this is a pleasant surprise. How's your young foster sister?" If Jimmy was equally surprised, he made a masterful job of hiding it. In fact, his dark eyes were level, coolly considering, beyond his years, even if he had grown up rough and quickly, which Coe would wager he had. Looking him up and down, Coe revisited a judgment he had formed aboard ship about Jimmy. Barely a boy, well short of 15 summers, but a very unusual and gifted boy. Inside that egg of boyhood is a man tapping at the shell, and a dangerous one too, from all appearances. Curly brown hair, badly cut, likely with a knife, contrasted with carefully respectable but not showy tunic and trousers. Coe suspected that the boots hadn't acquired their wear on Jimmy's feet. But here was the thing, Coe thought. He carries himself without a trace of adolescent awkwardness. He moves like an acrobat, as fluid as a cat sensing everything around him. He has the trick of avoiding people without needing to watch for them, deftly slipping through crowds without jostling them. Coe smiled. Perhaps that wasn't entirely true, but should Jimmy bump into someone on the street, Coe suspected it would be intentional. The sword at his side was enough to catch the interest. It was a tall man's blade, far too richly hilted for the part the boy was playing, of someone on the ragged edge of gentility. But Coe suspected that the blade was of equal quality to the guard and scabbard, which would make it worth the rent of a dozen farms. And more to the point of how it had come into his hands, the boy could use it with enough skill to make challenging him a very hazardous choice. Even now, a wise man will be careful. This one is as quick as a ferret, I'll wager, and would give as little warning when he went for the throat. "Flora, she's making Aunt Cleora very happy," Jimmy said. "Nice to see you again, sir." "And you, my lad? Are you looking for work as a stable hand?" "Gods, no, sir," Jimmy grinned. "I know nothing of horses, but I've got to take the coast road away and I guess I'll need one." "In which direction?" Coe asked. Jimmy gave him a suspicious look. North, east," he shrugged. "The very way that I'm going," Jarvis said cheerfully. "Why don't we ride together?" Without waiting for an answer, he called to the stablemaster to saddle another mount, and before Jimmy could object, tossed a gold coin to the man, saying, "We'll wish to sell them back when we return." Catching the coin, the stablemaster said, "If you bring them back sound, I'll buy them." Turning to look at Jimmy, Coe smiled and said, "There, it's done." If the boy resented such high-handedness, he hid it well. All he said was, I'm not experienced." "Make it a gentle one," Co called to the stablemaster. "I don't want to hold you up, sir," Jimmy said. "I'm sure you won't, Jimmy. I'm not planning to gallop. Like a man, a horse can walk further than it can run. Do you have any supplies?" "Or anything more than the clothes on your back, that absurdly grand blade, and a suspiciously large amount of hard cash?" No. I thought I'd arrange a horse, then buy what I need in the market," Jimmy said. "As I said, sir, I don't want to delay you." "Not at all, not at all," Jarvis said, giving the lad a hearty slap on the back. "And as I said, I'm in no mad rush. Where are you bound?" There was something about the boy that didn't ring true. He couldn't put his finger on it. But he and his so-called foster sister, young as they were, struck him as rather more experienced and less benign than they were trying to seem. He was intrigued and wanted to know more. "I always do. It's one thing that makes me good at my job," he thought with flat realism. And it was something of a bonus that he could indulge his curiosity without going out of his way. This time. On other occasions, that curiosity had led him into situations in which someone ended up dead. Still smarting from that hearty slap, Jimmy grinned falsely. He would probably be wise to get away from this fellow. Generally, he didn't trust backslappers, thinking them bullies who didn't quite dare to show it. But bullies took things from you, and yet Co was falling over himself in his eagerness to be helpful. It was disconcerting. "I'm just catching up with some friends," he said. "They left at dawn." "Ah," said Co, his interest visibly sharpening. "I wonder if I know them. I, too, am late in following a pair of fellows I must speak with. We'll share my supplies, my young friend." The stableman brought the two horses over, saddled and ready. "Mount up." I'm in his debt now, Jimmy thought, and looked to be more so. I hate debts, but it's stupid to turn down help when you need it. What do I know of chasing men through field and wood? Alleys and sewers, and even Radburn's dungeons he could manage. In the countryside he'd be as lost as Laurie had been here in town, where even a complete stranger like Jimmy could land on his feet. Jimmy considered the situation. I could simply run away, but that would attract attention. Besides, you're never out of options until you're dead, he thought. He could take the chance of travelling with Co and see what happened. If things looked dicey, he could stop somewhere with people in sight and say they were his friends. Or, if worst came to worst, he could make for the woods and hide. He was good at hiding and climbing. How much harder could it be to hide in a thicket of trees than in an alley? He was suspicious of the man, but then again, suspicion was his response to every new face. Co had helped him, with the wristband that had stopped Jimmy's seasickness, and had given them good advice on where to stay in Land's End. One of the things he'd learned in last night's ramble was that the Cockerel was indeed as bad a place as any in Crondor. He and Flora hadn't needed the warning, but Jarvis Co wouldn't know that. In fact, the man had nothing to gain from either act, because he had no reason to expect to ever see Jimmy again. And I'm curious about him. Curiosity is one of the very things that makes me a good thief, and, damn it, it'll make this chase after Laurie's little brother less boring. After all, he'd been wondering what he would do if he did catch up with the kidnappers. Well, he'd told himself, I'm a thief, I'll steal the boy back. But that was bravado, and he knew it. One of the things Jimmy was learning of late was that he really couldn't do everything he imagined, just most of it. Facing one hardened man with sword in hand was worrisome. Facing two, well, that was just plain stupid. If he could enlist Co, then maybe he might actually stand a chance of saving Rip. There was something about the man that didn't quite ring true, but Jimmy's instincts told him that Co was all right. Secretive, perhaps, even hiding his true reasons as much as Jimmy was, but not bad. Living as he had in Crondor, Bad was something the young thief could sense without thinking, and 9 times out of 10 he'd be right. His bump of trouble just didn't react to Coe. What really worried him was who Jarvis Coe was trying to catch up with. For a brief instant, Jimmy considered that he might be a colleague of the two who had kidnapped Rip. Then he shoved the thought aside. Had that been the case, Jimmy's bump of trouble would be positively throbbing. The stableman cleared his throat. Coe was looking at him with a cocked eyebrow. "Sorry," he said. "Thinking." One of the stable's lackeys linked his hands. Jimmy looked at them, then at the tall horse, and put his foot into them. Not that he needed a step up, but he'd observed that ordinary folk got a little disturbed when you exhibited excessive agility. The stable hand was thick-armed. He also surprised Jimmy by the strength he employed giving him a leg up, almost tossing him right over the horse. Had the thief been less agile, that's exactly what would have happened. He glared at the man, who shrugged and grinned, almost looking disappointed. Jarvis shook his head. "They're all like that," he said to Jimmy. "Everyone thinks it's fun to play practical jokes on a beginner." The fellow shrugged again and showed strong yellow teeth, much like those of his charges. "Life's dull," he said. "You have to make your entertainment when you can." Jimmy glared at him. "Do you like gratuities?" he asked, pulling a silver piece out of his belt. "Huh?" asked the lackey. Switching to street vernacular, Jimmy said, "You like tips?" The man's grin broadened. "Certs." Putting the coin away, Jimmy said, "Then find your entertainment somewhere else." Coe laughed. "Let's go," he said, and turned his horse. But Jimmy could tell, even before they left the yard, that his horse had a sense of humour much like the lackey. Suddenly, he thought, everyone I meet is a character. Gods, when will I be able to go home to Crondor? By the time they passed the last booth at the edge of the market, his arse was already sore. It can't be soon enough, he thought. They still weren't out of traffic. Everything from a herd of sheep being driven in toward town to wagons heading out, and more pedestrians trudging along beside the dusty white ribbon of highway that snaked off to the north. A faint hint of the ocean came on the breeze, and the occasional trees showed the direction of the prevailing wind by the way they leaned to the right. Dust got into his teeth, kicked up by feet and hooves and wheels. The deep ruts showed that mud was probably worse. Jimmy coughed and shifted uncomfortably, and the horse decided that meant it should take off at a trot, and nothing he could do or say thereafter would change its mind. Coe came up beside him, obviously trying not to laugh. "Sit back," he said. "Don't yank on the reins, as that will only irritate it. Tug once as you sit back, then release the pressure. If it doesn't stop, tug again." Jimmy sat back, shifting his weight to the rear of the saddle. The horse hesitated as if uncertain what its rider wanted, but after a couple of steps it slowed, then stopped. Coe's horse made as if to nip it, and Coe handily yanked the beast's head away. Jimmy gasped out, "Thank you." It's stupid to be afraid of falling off this thing, he thought, rubbing at a rib where the hilt of his sword had thumped him painfully. I've jumped down from far higher roofs. "You really don't know how to ride, do you?" Coe said. The young thief shook his head. "I've never left Crondor before," he said, "and there I had no need of riding." He made a wry face. "I've seen it done often enough, and it looks so easy. I was sure I could manage it." Coe gave a cough that sounded suspiciously like a muffled laugh. "Well, for starters, you see that loop in front of your left knee? You can slide the scabbard of your sword through it. Until you've ridden a little more, having it loose at your side can be dangerous." Jimmy slid Prince Arutha's gift from his belt sling and threw the loop, and the sheath settled firmly. "Riding's more like dancing than just sitting down on the animal. You're quick and strong, though. It shouldn't be too hard. Just remember that the horse's back is going up and down whenever it's moving. The faster it goes, the faster the movement. That's why you grip. so you don't bounce up and down even harder. Use your knees like springs, as if you were jumping down from a height." "All right, I'll try that," Jimmy thought. He was reminded of the way Prince Arutha had shown him the sword. He was immediately aware that the mare was more relaxed. Which makes one of us, he thought bitterly. "Now, remember that the horse can feel what you want it to do. If you squeeze tighter with your thighs and lean forward, it knows you want to go faster. If you lean back, it knows you want to stop. Try turning it by pressing one knee, touching the rein to the same side of its neck and leaning a little forward and in the way you want to go. Just a little. More a matter of shifting your balance than moving. You only pull on the bit when you need to shout. Right, that's good. Now, this is pretty tiring," Jimmy said after a few minutes. "That's probably because you're too tense," Ko said. "And you're using muscles you haven't used before. Don't worry, it gets easier with experience." "Hope we don't have far to go," Jimmy muttered. Ko did laugh at that. "Look at the bright side. You'll cover more ground on horseback." "I just won't be able to walk at the end of it." "You're young and fit, Jimmy. It'll pass quickly." Ko moved a little ahead and said nothing else for a time, leaving Jimmy to sort himself out. After he and the horse had come to an understanding, Jimmy rode forward until he was by the older man's side. Jimmy felt discomfort in his legs, but nothing compared to the discomfort he felt about Ko and his relationship to the men they were following. Acting casual, he asked, "These men you're looking for, they're friends of yours?" Ko shook his head. "No, I just think they might have some information I need." He turned to look at Jimmy. "And you?" The young mocker distinctly remembered telling him that he was going to meet some friends. Evidently, he hadn't been believed. "I was going to have to tell him the truth sooner or later. Might as well tell him now." "Truth is," he said cautiously, "I've never even seen them." "Correspondence, are you?" Ko asked, grinning. Jimmy didn't even smile. Instead, he shook his head. "No, sir. It's like this. Flora and I met this girl, a farm girl, just coming into the city looking for her brother. She's hurt and can't go anywhere, and she says these men took her brother from her family steading. She asked me to go get him back." "Just like that?" Ko asked. He looked genuinely astonished. "It's very generous of you, Master Jimmy, but how are you planning to persuade them to give the boy up?" "First, I needed a horse," the young thief replied, "so I was concentrating on that problem when you appeared. And the horse problem got resolved so quickly, well..." Jimmy hesitated. "Truth is, I hadn't actually planned that far ahead." Ko chuckled. "Well, isn't this something?" He shook his head, then said, "We seem to be following the same two men. They are very, very dangerous." Ko looked at Jimmy, and there was no humour in his expression. "This is no lark, boy. So if you've any notions of doing heroic deeds with no one getting hurt, I suggest you turn that beast around right now and hie yourself back to Land's End, because that's not the way things will happen. These two have information I need, and they will probably be disinclined to give it freely. I expect blood will flow before we're through, and since I don't want you disturbing my plans, I must insist that I be in charge. Because I do have a plan, and I'm going to assume I'm also more experienced in this sort of thing. Follow my instructions, and we'll try very hard to ensure that the blood which flows isn't ours. Are we agreed?" Jimmy sat silently, then he laughed. "I can't begin to tell you how relieved I am to be with someone who has a plan. Because I was talked into this much against my better judgment and have no idea what I'm doing." He let out a theatrical sigh of relief. "So, what are we going to do?" If the older man was taken aback by Jimmy's practical enthusiasm, he hid it behind an unmistakable expression of pure doubt. Then he sighed and picked up the pace. "First," he said, "we must find them." Chapter 12. Escape. 2 men crested the rise. They rode into sight as they reached the summit of the next hill. Jimmy pointed them out, then turned to see Co's reaction. His companion wore a startled, unhappy expression, as though someone had just dumped something cold and slimy down between his collar and his skin. Jimmy frowned, forgetting the areas he felt like rubbing at the moment, which were many. "What's wrong?" Jarvis rubbed a spot on his chest, then grabbed something beneath the cloth of his shirt and pulled it away from his body. They'd been riding since mid-morning, about 5 hours or so, as well as Jimmy could judge. He didn't realize how used he was to the shadows of the city telling him what time it was. They hadn't stopped to rest the horses either, and the animals appeared to Jimmy's untrained eye to be no less fatigued than his legs and backside were. Moreover, Jarvis Co. hadn't proven talkative along the way, and Jimmy was still a little vague on what it was they were going to accomplish once they got to wherever they were going. He returned his attention to Co., who still stared at the 2 men on the next rise. "Master Co?" Jimmy prompted. The man's eyes moved and he stared at Jimmy's face, but it was a moment before they seemed to actually see him. "There's a wicked feeling about this place," he said. Jimmy looked around. There was a copse of trees to the right, fields to the left, and up ahead, a slight rise in the land with a jut of rock around which the road wound and which now hid their quarry. A peasant was working in the field, taking something out of a sack and throwing it on the lumpy ploughed land. He shook his head. "Seems ordinary enough to me." Co looked at him sideways, still clutching whatever it was he wore beneath his shirt. Then he shrugged. "Perhaps I'm mistaken. Just a feeling, after all." He gave his head a hard shake and blinked his eyes. "Was there something you wanted?" All right, Jimmy thought. He'd had feelings of his own a time or two. Time to get careful. Maybe my bump of trouble doesn't work outside the city and Jarvis Co.'s does. "I saw 2 men riding up ahead," he said aloud. "Then let's try to catch up to them." Co trotted ahead. When Jimmy caught up to him, the older man looked over at him. "Do you have a weapon besides the sword?" he asked. "My knife," Jimmy said, his voice implying a shrug he couldn't manage at a trot. "Lag behind me as I catch them up. I'll tell them I need directions to Land's End. When they tell me it's behind us, I'll berate you for getting the innkeeper's directions wrong." Jimmy grimaced, and Co said, "What's wrong?" "It's a little hard to miss Land's End from the road if you think about it." Co tried not to laugh. "I was never very good at subterfuge on my feet. What do you suggest?" "Just ask if they mind if we travel along in case of highwaymen. That should distract them even if they say no." "Very well. We ride up together. I'll hail them and start talking while you look for the boy. If you can get close enough, grab him and run. I'll take care of the rest. Understood?" "Yes," the young mocker said. It seemed a reasonable enough plan. "If it's them, they must have been dragging their heels for us to catch up to them when they left so long before us." Co didn't answer, but then he didn't need to. Jimmy was self-evidently correct. When they made the turn around the low hill, they found the 2 men, their horses at a standstill, apparently having an argument. The smaller man had a bulky sack tied onto his horse behind the saddle, but there was no sign of a child. The 2 men looked back at them, and their horses began to prance nervously. "Excuse me, sirs," Jarvis called out. "Could you spare a moment, please?" The 2 men looked at one another and shortened their reins. Then, before Jimmy could catch up to Co, they set heels hard to their horses' sides and took off down the road as though pursued by demons. "Well, that certainly looks guilty," Jimmy muttered. Co didn't hear him. He'd whipped his horse after the 2 men as soon as they'd started off. It was a chase they had no hope of winning, for their horses were hardly as fresh as the kidnappers. They'd been riding steady, while the two men had apparently dawdled along with many a rest, for Jarvis and Jimmy to have overtaken them so soon. Still, we have to try, and we might get lucky. Jimmy clapped his heels into the horse's sides. It took off after the other man's mount. Horses were obviously gang-minded, Jimmy decided. He could feel the power of the gait, the thunder of hooves and the rushing speed, faster than anything he'd experienced before, and the hammering of the saddle against his abused hams. Jimmy flapped his elbows like a chicken, but he had almost supernatural balance and managed to get into the rhythm of the horse's gait without difficulty. He had the odd notion that he had no idea what to do if the horse decided to stop suddenly. Jarvis hadn't mentioned how to ride at a gallop, and he genuinely had no idea of what to do to slow the animal. The saddle was slamming him hard in the arse, and his teeth were rattling. He put his heels down, as Coe had reminded him several times during the day, and stood up in the stirrups. Suddenly, his teeth stopped rattling, and his head stopped bouncing enough to have a clear view ahead. "Aha!" he said silently. "That's how you do it." He let his knees flex and his legs and hips rolled with the horse's gait, while his upper body remained relatively level with the road. For a giddy moment, Jimmy thought, this riding business isn't so bad if you keep your wits about you. Then the horse decided it was tired of running, and it was only Jimmy's uncanny reflexes and superior sense of balance that kept him from launching from the horse's back, landing on the hardpan road with painful consequences. As it was, he ended up in front of the saddle, hugging the animal's neck. The horse seemed irritated by the unexpected display of affection, and with a snort began to trot, returning Jimmy to the teeth rattling again. Jimmy pushed himself back into the saddle and started his rocking motion for a trot. He was about to try another gallop when the horse crested a rise. Beyond the next hill was a large, fortified manor house, practically a castle, with a moat around it. It lay among rather neglected-looking gardens, and there was a low wall around those with a wrought-iron gate at the end of a lane that gave off from the main road. The two men headed for it like lost chicks to a mother hen. Jimmy pulled up suddenly, or perhaps his horse did. He could feel a wrongness, almost exactly as if something very dead and very cold had drawn a hand down his spine and then pushed the hand inside him to clutch at his gut. He yelped without volition, and the horse whinnied in protest. Then suddenly he found himself headed back towards Land's End at a gallop without any instructions he could remember. It was only with difficulty that he managed to pull up, leaning back in the saddle, bracing his feet in the stirrups and hauling down until the horse's mouth nearly touched its chest. He looked around, panting, and Coe was right on his heels, looking pale and grim, if more in command of his mount. "What was that?" the young thief asked. "Ruthia, what was that?" It was a long moment before the older man answered. "I don't know," he said. He gave Jimmy a quick look. "It's good to know I wasn't the only one to feel it, though." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "We should get out of here in case they send someone out looking for us. I'm fairly certain I could handle those two brigands, but I'm not willing to take on a dozen household guardsmen." He started down the road, then looked over his shoulder. "You staying?" Jimmy looked at him, then back toward the manor house. "No, sir," he said, and followed. "Where have you been? I wanted him here last night." Rip didn't recognize the voice. It sounded like a very crabby old man. He felt funny, like when he had been sick last winter and slept all the time. He felt too warm and too wrapped up, but when he thought to move, he discovered he was too tired to do anything about it. He couldn't be bothered even to open his eyes. Besides, his hands wouldn't move, and his feet were tucked under him, and he just couldn't seem to think of what to do next. but he could listen.
"Sorry, my lord, but the boy's place was a long way away. We left Land's End at dawn this morning, sir."
This was the growly voice he'd been hearing lately. He'd never heard him sounding so nice before.
"Dawn, you say, and it took you half a day to get here? Did you carry your horse on your back? Did you walk on your hands like a mountebank? 5 hours? Well, but, if we was too late by not having him here last night, what does it matter if we babied the horses this morning? The poor creatures is that tired, my lord."
That last was the weasel voice, or so Rip thought of it. And even now he didn't sound nice, but wheedling and whining and nasty.
"Impudence!"
cried the old man. There was the muffled sound of someone being clouted.
"Take your money and go."
There was a clinking sound, muffled somewhat, like coins in a sack dropping to the ground. Then there was a silence that went on too long. Rip shifted uncomfortably and wished everyone would shut up and go away.
"Thank you, sir,"
the growly voice said at last. Rip felt himself lifted and sensed he was being carried. It wasn't uncomfortable, and this person wasn't talking, which was a relief. He heard the click of a lock being undone, then a door being opened, then more walking, followed after a while by the sound of another door being unlocked. Then he felt himself being lowered onto something soft. He relaxed and settled down to sleep at last. Rip woke as if swimming up from a dark place. He blinked and stirred, not knowing where he was. Then he felt a presence and sat up, rubbing his eyes.
"He's awake."
Rip's eyes opened in surprise. A girl with dark eyes and curly brown hair was in front of him. She seemed a year or two older than Rip, though she was petite enough she wasn't a half-head taller. She grinned.
"I'm Nisa," she said. "Who are you?"
He was in a room, a big room, bigger than his family's whole house. And the bed was big too, bigger than Ma and Da's bed, with smooth sheets. There were hangings on the wall, cloth with pictures in them, pictures like old stories. He was taken completely by surprise when a boy roughly his own age hopped up on the bed and began jumping up and down.
"What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?"
the boy shouted gleefully.
"Stop that, Kay,"
an older girl said, giving the boy a shove that knocked him onto his back.
"You know what it feels like when you wake up?"
Kay giggled, ignoring the girl's glare. She offered Rip a clay cup.
"Thirsty?"
she asked. Rip nodded, took the cup and upended it, drinking its contents down in a few big gulps. It was some sort of fruit juice, but not like apple cider, more like berries. He gasped for air and said,
"Thanks." "I was thirsty, it seemed like forever," the girl said. "I'm Amanda. My family calls me Mandy."
She was older than Rip, looking to be almost as old as Laurie, but unlike his sister, Mandy was a solemn-looking girl with bright blonde hair and pale blue eyes.
"Rip,"
he said by way of introduction.
"Where am I?"
The room he was in had stone walls under the cloth. He felt a moment's awe at how much of the fancy cloth there was. He knew how long Ma and Laurie had to work to make even enough for a new shirt. The stones neatly shaped into blocks, not like the stones in the fireplace at home. People in funny clothes riding horses rippled in a draught. It wasn't really very warm, and there was a queer musty smell to the air he didn't much like. The bed, he looked around, no, beds, had lots of covers. His even had a roof on it, like a fancy tent.
"You're in my bed,"
Mandy said. Not that she was going to kick him out of it immediately, but like she was just letting him know he couldn't stay forever.
"Are we in a castle?"
Rip asked. He couldn't think of anywhere else that had stone walls. And that word Emmett told me in the story of King Actor. Tapestries. Yes, Those are tapestries, and kings live in castles of stone. Mandy shrugged.
I suppose it's a castle. We can't go out, Nisa said.
She glanced around and put her arms around herself as if cold.
Sometimes they come and take someone,
Kay said. He lowered his voice to a whisper.
And they never come back.
Rip looked around. He didn't know what had happened, why he wasn't safe at home with his parents. He was frightened.
Maybe their mothers and fathers come and take them home,
he said hopefully. Kay's face screwed up into a mean little knot.
You just got here. You don't know anything.
He hopped off the bed and ran over to one of the other beds, flopping down and turning his back to them. Rip could hear sobbing as Kay cried into the covers. Rip softly said,
I want my mummy and daddy.
Tears welled up in his eyes. Mandy watched him for a moment, then leaned close to him and put her arm around his shoulders.
He's just scared. They take more boys. I've been here a long time and they've taken away 4 boys.
Lowering her voice even more, she tapped the side of her head with a finger.
Kay's not quite right. He's Nisa's age, 10, but he acts like he's 5.
She lowered her voice even more.
Nisa's not right either. She sees things and hears things.
Rip was surprised to learn Kay was 10 years old. He didn't look it, or act it. Rip was sturdy and tough for 7. He had been around when his father had butchered animals and had helped his sister dress out rabbits she hunted. His nature was to get quiet and withdrawn, rather than to cry or complain. Softly he said,
I'm scared.
Mandy patted him on the shoulder.
We're all scared, boy. Are you hungry?
She asked.
Food will help,
Nisa said. Her eyes were bright and she nodded. Rip sat all the way up and scrunched forward until he was able to put his feet over the edge of the bed, where he swayed dizzily before flopping over onto his back. Mandy sighed and got up.
Stay there. I'll bring you something.
Maybe I shouldn't,
he said, feeling queasy again.
Did you eat today?
She asked him.
I don't know.
He frowned. He couldn't remember anything except an occasional comment in the dark by Growly or Weasel. Where were his mother and father? He couldn't feel Mother at all. That was strange. It was like when he lost a tooth, and there was a space there before the new tooth came in. Maybe this time there wouldn't be a new thing coming. Laurie? He reached for her and felt, very faint and far away, an echo of her presence. Maybe he was just too far away from his mother to feel her. But something told him that wasn't the case. It felt like memory, but without the pictures and sounds that came with remembering.
Where's your mother?
He asked Mandy. She dropped the plate of smoked meat, cheese and apples into his lap, giving him a cold look.
We don't talk about them, she said.
Why not? He asked, reasonably enough, he thought.
That's your bed,
she said, pointing to a bed in the corner. Rip knew that she was telling him to get lost. He slid off the edge of the tall bed carefully and stood, unsure for a moment if he was going to fall down.
Don't be angry,
he said.
I don't understand.
He shook his head.
Where are we? Where are we? I just want to know what's going on.
Go sit on your own bed and eat,
Mandy snapped. She hopped onto her bed and sat hugging her knees, glaring at him over them. Rip could see her eyes shine as if she was trying not to cry. Puzzled and a little hurt, Rip went over to the bed in the corner and sat down. He hung his head over the plate so that they couldn't see the tears running down his cheeks, and stuffed a hunk of meat into his mouth. He didn't want to cry, but he couldn't help it. Even when Laurie was mad at him, she didn't treat him like this, like he just didn't matter.
We don't know anything,
Kay said into the heavy silence, his crying fit over.
Nobody will talk to us. They bring us food, but they don't say a word. They only come to bring us food and water and to clean up.
Or to bring someone, or to take someone away, Mandy added. That's all we know.
But we think,
Kay began. We think our parents are dead, Mandy said.
No!
Nisa shouted, her face red with anger as she slapped Mandy's arm.
Ow! Get off my bed right now!
Mandy said and gave the younger girl a shove. Nisa fell to the floor and began to cry. Kay rolled his eyes and pulled the pillow over his head, while Mandy crossed her arms and ignored them. Rip put his plate aside. He went over and put his arms around the girl, and she clung to him, weeping as if her heart would break.
I don't want my daddy and mummy to be dead, she wailed.
Maybe they're all right, Rip said, trying to reassure her. We don't know. She sniffed and looked up at him, then nodded.
Yes, maybe they're all right.
She pushed herself up to her feet. She gave him a brief smile and crossed over to her bed, where she gathered up a roll of cloth and brought it back with her. She sat beside him and began vigorously rocking the bundle in her arms while singing loudly. At least she's singing, Rip thought. It was tuneless and wordless, but he thought it was supposed to be a lullaby, and the roll of cloth a baby. He stood up and went back to his bed and his meal. The cheese was wonderful, soft and mild in flavour, with a slightly nutty taste. He'd never tasted anything like it before, and he looked around the plate greedily for another piece. 2 days later, Rip woke up determined to escape his luxurious prison. He was too young to recognize that he had been drugged, but he knew something had changed since he woke. He was scared, and missed his family, but sensing Laurie out there somewhere reassured him. But he knew, somehow, that his only hope of ever seeing his family again was to run away. He didn't like any of the other children. Well, he didn't dislike Nisa, but she was very annoying most of the time. She was always singing. The first night he'd been unable to sleep because she never stopped, so he went over to her and asked her to shut up. Then he realized that she was sound asleep and still singing. Mandy had rolled over and said,
She does that all the time. You'll get used to it.
But he did not think he would. And he absolutely hated Kay. He might be bigger and older, but like Mandy said, he acted like half his age. If he didn't get out of here soon, Rip was sure he was going to try to kill Kay. He was a biter and a pincher, and he liked to sneak up on you and do one or both. Rip had punched Kay in the stomach once already, so hard Kay had almost thrown up, and had sat on the floor gasping for breath for a long time. Still, it didn't seem to matter. Kay would stay away for a while, maybe an hour, then he'd pinch and run, trying to hide under the bed. He didn't bother Mandy or Nisa the way he did Rip, so Mandy must have taught him to leave them alone. But now Rip knew he was going to have to beat Kay to get him to stop, and Rip didn't want to beat anyone. He just wanted to go home. Besides, he didn't know if he could beat Kay up, unless he somehow got on top of him. He was also frightened by the feeling that someone was watching him. He'd wakened the morning before with a feeling that someone was leaning over him, but when he opened his eyes there was no one there. But the feeling didn't go away until he reached out. Since then he'd felt as though someone was standing behind him, staring, or holding something over his head. Sometimes it felt as if more than one person was watching him.
"Mandy,"
he whispered. She looked up at him and he went over to perch on the side of her bed.
"What?"
she whispered back.
"Do you ever feel like someone you can't see is watching you?"
Reaching out, Mandy grabbed him by the neck and drew him close.
"Shut up,"
she said through her teeth.
"Talking about it or thinking about it just makes it worse."
She smacked him, then said out loud, Now get off my bed." Mandy spent the rest of the day glaring at him and refusing to talk, and he couldn't really blame her. She'd been right. Things had gotten worse. All that day he'd felt as if people were standing close to him, leaning over him and staring. He tried to ignore it, but it was so unpleasant that he'd hardly been able to eat supper. Then, later that night, he'd been wakened by the sense that someone had touched him. He opened his eyes to see the black silhouette of a man standing before him, and then the man was gone, just like that. Rip lay still, absolutely still, feeling as though the man was still standing there and that he meant no good, and that he had no face but what Rip had seen, a blackness like a shadow made solid. Rip was so scared he could hear his own heartbeat, and he wanted to cry, but he didn't dare, so his throat ached, and it was hard to breathe, and his mouth was as dry as cotton, and he had to use the pot but couldn't. He wanted to wake one of the others so that he wouldn't be alone in the dark, but he was afraid to speak out loud. Rip was so wide awake it never occurred to him that he might go back to sleep. But somehow he did. And when he woke, it was with a feeling that someone unseen was leaning over him. He lay there thinking, "I've got to get out of here." Twice a day, a fat man with a mean face and a bad smell came to bring them food and take away the slops bucket, replacing it with an empty one. Other than that, the door was locked, and there were bars on the windows, and they were up high anyway, so Rip would have to get out when the door opened. "I'm going to get out of here," he told the others. The girls just looked at him, Mandy in scorn, Nisa with eyes wide. Rip didn't think she knew what he was talking about.
"Oh, they'll come and get you really soon now," Kay teased. "And they'll chop your head off. Whoosh!"
He pretended to be waving a sword.
"They'll probably come for you first," Rip snapped. "You've been here longer than me."
Kay gasped, taken by surprise by Rip's vehemence and the truth of what he had said. Then he got mad and made to run at Rip.
"Stop it, Kay!"
Mandy snapped. By the way the other boy stopped in his tracks, Rip knew he'd been right about Mandy teaching Kay a thing or two about behaving himself. Kay still glared, but he did it from a safe distance.
"How do you think we can get out?"
Mandy said.
"I don't know," Rip said. "Maybe we throw a sheet over his head and while he's trying to get it off we run out of the door?"
Kay made a farting sound and laughed.
"That's so stupid. He's twice as big as you. All you'd be able to do is throw a sheet over his bum and his brains may be there, but his eyes and hands are what you have to worry about."
He laughed and pointed at Rip.
"Stupid!"
"Shut up, Kay," Mandy snapped.
"It's what we've all got to worry about. We've been lucky so far, but that's not going to last."
She glowered at him, then lowered her voice.
"Besides, it's getting worse."
Kay's eyes widened, and he cast a quick look around. Clearly he was startled that she would even hint at the presences that haunted them.
"Yeah, so stop pretending that you're not just as scared as the rest of us and help us think how we're going to do this," Rip yelled.
Kay looked resentful and mulish, but then he suddenly brightened.
"Hey, I know, we can trip him. Then we can throw a sheet over him."
Mandy looked thoughtful.
"And we could maybe tie it around him so he couldn't get loose." "We could take his keys," Rip said, "and lock him in." "We could whack him on the head," Nisa cried gleefully. "Bonk, bonk, on the head."
The others laughed.
"Good idea," Rip said and patted the little girl on the back. "That's just what we'll do."
When the burly caretaker came with their breakfast, Rip and Kay were on opposite sides of the room playing catch with an apple. The man turned to put the tray of food on the table that was usually by the door, only to find it had been moved to the centre of the room and shrouded in a sheet that trailed out onto the floor.
"What's that doing there?"
he growled. Nisa raised the sheet on one side and said haughtily,
"It's my house, and this is where it's supposed to be."
She dropped the sheet. "You two," the man said to the boys, "move that back over there."
"No!"
Nisa shouted. It was amazing that so much angry sound could come from such a petite source.
"Please,"
Mandy said, looking pained.
"Can we wait until she's finished playing with it? If we move it, she'll yell the house down." "No! No!"
Nisa screamed, startling even her friends with the increase in volume.
"All right!"
the guard shouted. He shut the door by kicking it with his foot, but couldn't lock it because of the heavy tray. He glared at the children, and the two boys slumped down and sat on the floor. Mandy continued to lie upon her bed with her eyes wide, and Nisa was crooning to her doll under the table. Satisfied that no one would move, the guard marched toward the table. Which was when Rip and Kay yanked the satin rope that had tied back the bed curtains from its hiding place under the rug to about ankle height, and the big man went down, the tray and the food on it going flying with a colossal crash. The guard tried to break his fall with his hands, but the explosion of breath from him when he hit the floor, and a quick, deep groan of pain as something, wrist or arm, broke, was followed, a moment later, by the loud crack of his chin hitting the stones. The man's eyes rolled up into his head, and he lost consciousness. The two boys traded places, winding the rope around the guard's legs. Mandy leapt off the bed and pulled the sheet off the table and dropped it over the guard's head. Then she and Nisa gathered the points on either side of him, and Mandy tied them in a knot, encasing him in a bag.
"Let's go,"
Rip said. The children gathered up the spilled bread, cheese, and fruit in pillowcases and ran from the room. To Rip it was like leaving warm water for frigid air, and his teeth gave an involuntary chatter. He looked at the others uneasily, and they looked back, pale and obviously frightened. Mandy glanced back into the room behind them.
"No,"
Rip said and slammed the door, turning the key he was happy to find still in the lock.
"We can't go back. Let's get out of here."
Their heads swung left and right, and they found they were in the middle of a corridor which looked identical at either end. Stone walls, high, small windows on one side, tiled floors, huge blackened beams high overhead.
"This way,"
Nisa said, pointing to the right.
"Why?"
asked Mandy. Nisa said,
"Because that's the right way."
Mandy glanced at Rip and ignored Kay, then shrugged, heading off to the right. It might be the wrong choice, but at least it was a choice. Judging from the view from their narrow window, they must be at the top of the house.
"Look for stairs,"
Nisa whispered. Mandy gave Nisa a look, but didn't say anything. Rip felt awkward, because he had been the one to force the idea of escape on the others, but someone had to do it. He didn't know why the older children were content to let whatever horrible things happened to the children who had gone before continue, but he wasn't going to endure it. He didn't know if he could act like a leader, no matter how many times he had played one in his imagination, but someone had to do things. If he hadn't locked the door, they might have all bolted back inside. It wasn't safe in there, but out here felt really dangerous. It seemed to be getting colder, for one thing, and he felt as though a lot of people were crowding the hallway, or were about to. Stairs, Rip thought desperately. Where are the stairs? Nisa was crying, quietly, in a tired and really frightened way. Tears poured down her face, and she was struggling not to make much noise, but still gave out a high-pitched moaning that didn't seem to involve breathing since it was continuous. She clutched Rip's hand like a hot vice, tugging him along, one way, then another. No one else had an idea where they were going, so they just let her lead. Rip thought she was too scared to complain. He knew he was. He held her hand as much to reassure himself as to keep her close. Otherwise, all he'd have to think about was the invisible something that always seemed just about to pounce on them, or the biting cold that let him see his own breath even though it wasn't even close to autumn yet. They'd been creeping about this huge house for what seemed like hours, and they were all exhausted. They'd found stairs, but when they'd gone down 2 flights, they'd had to turn around to avoid someone coming up the stairs. Whoever that was had them running up 3 flights before they took off down the corridor to the next turning. They ducked into a room while footsteps paraded up and down outside the door, and something seemed to hover just above their heads. At least it had been rest of a sort, or by this time they wouldn't be able to move. After the footsteps had stopped, they'd sneaked out and managed to get down 2 flights, but until now they'd still been trapped on the same floor they'd started on. And all the rooms were empty and full of dust and unseen, watching eyes. Rip released Nisa's hand and tiptoed to the staircase. Crouching down, he looked over the edge and watched, straining his ears to hear any motion on any of the floors below. Satisfied at last, he waved the others on and they crept down the stairs. Before they could get to the next staircase, they heard footsteps and went racing down the corridor in front of them, hearts pounding. The sense of an invisible pursuer sharpened as a feeling of anger reaching out to smash them began to build. The children ran faster and found it hard going. The air here seemed thinner somehow, and the cold bit deeper, causing them to stumble and to sob. "We've got to hide," Rip thought. Down the corridor before them, a door seemed to beckon. He grabbed the handle and pulled, only to find it locked. Yanking out the guard's key, he tried to fit it into the lock, but his hands were shaking too much. It was like a live thing struggling to get away, and he let out a frustrated sob. Mandy grabbed his shoulder and he gasped in surprise. "Let's go," she said in a shrill whisper. She tugged on his shirt. But Rip grabbed onto the door handle, not meaning to be dragged away, and by a miracle it turned. It had only been stuck. Now he grabbed Mandy's skirt and, opening the door, dragged her in after him. The other 2 children followed. He and Mandy together shut the door and leaned their weight against it. Something on the outside hit it hard, rocking the door in its frame and causing a trickle of plaster dust to hiss to the floor. Rip had a sense of something foul striking the door, and then recoiling in hurt or fear. But it hadn't gone far. He could feel that too. Still, for the moment he felt safe. Safer even than in their prison up above. He turned to look at the room they were in. Kay and Nisa stared at him, pale and frightened. Beside him, Mandy gave a sigh and slid to the floor, huddling in on herself, her eyes staring at nothing. Rip looked around. They were in a bedroom. It was furnished with stark simplicity, and yet the furnishings themselves were finely made, like more of old Emmett's stories, or the ones Ma had told him about palaces in the sky. The furniture was all carved delicately out of dark wood and polished, and there was cloth on the seats, fine weave with a pattern on it. There were no mirrors or pictures on the walls, or the large cloth hangings like in the other room, but Rip knew this room was used by gentlefolk. Then he noticed Nisa was staring, and he turned to see where her eyes looked. Opposite where he stood was a doorway. Nisa pointed and said in soft tones, "She's in there." As though drawn, he went toward it, but when he got there he hesitated. Something bad was behind this door. Not something wicked in itself, like what waited for them out in the corridor. It was as if something bad was happening in the room behind the door. But Rip had to see, and fear didn't hold him long. He opened the door. The room was dim, as though some of the shades of night still lingered there, and candles brightened it only slightly. There was a bed in the middle of the room, and on the bed was a beautiful young woman. Asleep? No, she wasn't breathing. The woman was dead. He took an involuntary step backward, then stopped. Rip looked closer at her, fascinated and appalled. He took in a long, slow breath of horror, having realized somehow that though she should be dead, she wasn't. Then he slammed the door and leaned against it, feeling sick. When he looked up, he saw that the others had also seen what he had. "Did you feel it?" he wondered, but didn't dare say anything out loud. It was like the presences. For some reason, he didn't think it would be wise to acknowledge what he'd felt.
"That's a dead lady,"
Kay said, whiter than ever. Nisa whispered,
"No, she's not dead."
But she's not moving, Rip said. She's not breathing.
"She's not dead,"
Nisa repeated.
"She talks to me."
"We can't stay here."
Rip sounded accusing and panicked. The others looked at him in surprise. Mandy said,
"Where else can we go?" Rip insisted. "We can't stay here."
Kay sat on a chair nearest the door and said,
"I can't move."
Nisa came and put her hand on Rip's shoulder.
"It's all right. We'll be safe here. For a little while."
Rip didn't know what to say. He had no idea where else they could hide, so he sat on the floor. He was tired and hungry and scared. Right now, despite the lady in the other room, this place felt safer than any place he had been since waking up. Rip looked around the room. There was a decanter on a table beside the bed and a goblet. He went over to it and took a sniff. Wine. He wrinkled his nose. He didn't like wine unless it was well watered. But he was thirsty enough not to really care. He poured himself a draught and he took a swallow. His eyes flew open. It was good. It spread a fragrant warmth through his mouth and down his throat all the way to his belly. From there it spread to warm his skin. He looked uncertainly at Nisa, then decided that she wouldn't be harmed by just a little. No doubt she was as thirsty as he'd been.
"Let's eat,"
he said. Then, bringing the decanter and cup with him, he sat down in the middle of the floor. Mandy licked her lips, then nodded and fetched out the bread and cheese from her pillowcase. Nisa gnawed a chunk off the loaf with a look of fierce concentration that almost made Rip laugh.
"We can't eat here,"
Kay said, barely containing his whisper.
"There's a dead woman in there. We'll die."
Mandy snorted. She took the loaf from Nisa and broke herself off a piece.
"We will not," she said. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You always eat when someone dies. Gran died, and we all ate these pastries and things, even Mother, and she was crying."
"Drink this," Rip said, and offered Kay a goblet of the wine. Kay recoiled, his face full of disgust.
"I'm not going to drink that. It's probably poisoned."
Rip rolled his eyes.
"It's not poisoned. I just drank some. Do I look like I've been poisoned?"
"Besides," Mandy said, offering Kay a piece of bread and a chunk of cheese,
"who would keep poison on their night table?" "I'll take some,"
Nisa said, reaching out for the goblet. Rip gave it to her. After she swallowed 3 times, Mandy forced her hand down and said,
"Just another sip. Can't have you passing out on us."
Rip nodded. Like any farm boy, he had witnessed the effects of too much wine on his father and the other men in the area during festivals, and he knew it wouldn't take much to get the small girl completely drunk. Nisa seemed on the verge of complaint when Rip pulled the cup away, but kept her objections to herself. Kay reached, shamefaced, for the goblet.
"Wait your turn,"
Mandy said, and took it for herself. Kay gave her a weak smile and backed off. He went to the window and looked out.
"Could we get down from here if we knotted the sheets together?"
he asked. Rip went over and looked out of the window. It was a sheer drop of perhaps 40 feet onto a flagstone courtyard. He just looked at Kay and walked back to the others. Kay turned from the window, pouting, and slid down the wall to sit in a crouch and eat his bread. After a moment, he began to sob, then to cry in earnest. He made a sad and unattractive sight, his face bright red, his mouth wide open, revealing half-chewed gobbets of bread. Rip and Mandy looked to one another uncomfortably, uncertain how to react. This was so unlike Kay, who would have laughed unmercifully if one of them had broken down so completely. Nisa looked at Kay for a moment, then pushed herself up from the floor and went over to pat him on the shoulder.
"Don't be sad," she said.
After a moment, Kay looked up at Rip, tears pouring down his face.
"I'm sorry," he said, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, but I am so scared."
He leaned over, putting his cheek against Nisa's head, and continued to weep. Nisa frowned, then put her hand up to the top of her head.
"You're getting my hair wet,"
she accused.
"Sorry,"
Kay said and lifted his head. He got his crying under control.
"We're all scared,"
Rip assured him.
"I don't like saying it, but I am."
"But what are we going to do?"
Kay asked, tears threatening to break loose again. He pointed to the inner door.
"There's a dead woman behind there."
Then he pointed to the outer door.
"And there's a ghost in the hall. We can't get out of the window. What are we going to do?"
Mandy pushed the goblet at him before he could go off again.
"Drink,"
she said with ferocious emphasis. Kay did so, and it seemed to help. Rip stared glumly at the opposite wall. It was decorated with a carving of a plant and an urn. It was very elaborate, with all kinds of curlicues, not very pretty, but well done. As he stared, it seemed to him that something was wrong with that wall. From the way it projected into the room, there should be a closet in it, but there wasn't. And now that he thought about it, the wall in the corridor was straight and smooth. So why was the wall on the inside bent like that? Can it be a secret passage, like King Actor used to escape the wicked uncle, he thought. Suddenly Nisa said,
"Yes."
She stood up and walked right to where Rip was looking, and went to the wall as if hypnotized, and began pressing every berry and flower centre, tracing every curve of every frond, looking for something that might press in. He hadn't been too sure just what a secret passage was or how it worked when Emmett had told him the story, but he hadn't seen a real castle then. They were so big. Could he actually be looking at one right now?
"What are you doing?"
Mandy asked. Nisa pressed one last projection. It sank beneath her finger and something clicked. The wall swung open with a soft creak. Rip approached and stared at it breathlessly for a long moment, then Kay and Mandy came to stand beside him.
"Open it,"
Kay said, looking pale and dazed. Rip did. The opening revealed a set of steps leading into pitch blackness.
"Dark,"
Nisa said, taking hold of Mandy's hand.
"We'll need candles," Mandy said, ever practical. "There's some in that woman's room."
"No,"
Kay said and grabbed her arm.
"Don't go in there."
Rip silently agreed.
"Well, what are we supposed to do?" she demanded. "If we take that one," she pointed to the night table, "they'll know someone was here." "They'll know someone was here anyway," Rip said. "We drank most of the wine, remember?" "But if we take the candle, they might guess we went this way."
Mandy's face had a stubborn look.
"They won't know," insisted Rip. "They'd have to find the passage like Nisa did."
Then he looked at Nisa.
"I was thinking about a passage from a story my pa told me. How did you know?" "I didn't," answered Nisa. "She told me."
With a nod of her head, she indicated the next room. Rip couldn't repress a shudder.
"Look, they might think we were here, but they'll think we left by the door."
He marched over and unlocked it, suddenly certain that whatever had tried to follow them into the room was not there. He didn't know why he knew, just that it felt right.
"So they'll look all over the place, and even if they come back and find this passage, we'll have been gone a long time,"
Rip explained. He went to the night table, checked the bedside drawer, and found 2 more candles and a striker. Handing one to Mandy, He stuffed the other into his shirt, then lit the one in her hand and took it from her. They were very good candles. Wax, not tallow dips. Ma had 3 like them for special times. Then he put the striker in his shirt next to the other candle. He and Mandy looked at one another for a long moment. Then Mandy's eyes flickered toward the corridor. She took a deep breath. "You go first," she said. "I'll follow." Rip took a deep breath to steady himself, and hoped it didn't show. He was afraid of that dark hole between the walls, too, but since they had no other way to go, he supposed they might as well get it over with. A timid knock on the door of Lyman Malachy's laboratory brought his head up from his work table. A glance at the Baron, who sat beside him, was met with a frown. "Come in," Malachy said. He wiped his hands and stepped toward the door. The Baron rose from his chair and put aside his book. A very nervous and greasy-looking mercenary opened the door and advanced a half-pace into the room. His posture was absurdly deferential.
"Sorry to interrupt, your worships,"
the man said, bobbing in an almost continuous bow, eyes flickering to the geometric shapes on parchments pinned to the walls, to things chalked on the floor, to books and instruments.
The children..."
Lyman closed his eyes. He'd known it was going to be bad, but if something had happened to those children, heads would roll. "Yes," he said aloud.
"The little brats have escaped, your worships."
The Baron shifted his stance, and Lyman knew without looking that he was giving the messenger a look that might cause a strong man to faint. This fool was not a strong man. The wizard moved to defuse the situation. "You mean they're out of their room?" Lyman said calmly. "In point of fact, they cannot get out of the house." Speaking over his shoulder to the Baron, he said, "I've made arrangements." He turned back to the mercenary. "So they'll be somewhere in the house." Flicking his hand in a gesture of dismissal, he said, "Go and find them. And mind you don't harm them. I very much doubt you'd like the consequences if you so much as scratch one of them. Do you understand?" The man nodded and backed out, bowing, pulling the door closed after him. Lyman shrugged. "Damn nuisance." Bernard frowned. "Indeed," he said coldly. He sat down again. "Why do you have so many at one time? We won't need another one for at least a week." The wizard bit his lips and looked thoughtfully at the Baron. Then he went over and pulled a chair close to the one in which Bernard was sitting. "I've been collecting them for several reasons," he admitted. "One, it's not that easy to find a child born on the day your lady entered her present state. And though the spell we found to extend her life by using the life energy of these children has at least kept her condition from deteriorating, well..." He extended his hands, palms up, and shrugged. "It hasn't improved it at all." "I thought that I saw something the last time," Bernard said. He stared into the distance as though remembering. "A twitch of her mouth and a finger. I'm sure I saw one finger move, ever so slightly." Yes, just possibly," Lyman agreed. "But we need more, much more, my lord. After all, our goal is to free her completely, is it not?" Bernard's eyes shifted toward the wizard and narrowed. "What is in your mind?" he asked in a slow, quiet voice. Lyman rubbed his hands excitedly. "The very book that you're reading gave me the idea," he said. "If we can raise a life force powerful enough, we may well succeed in curing and waking your lady." Furious, the Baron lunged forward, grasping the front of the wizard's robe in his gnarled hand. "Why have you not told me this before?" "Because I did not know about it," Lyman said with a sick smile. "We only just acquired that book, you know." The Baron let him go and leaned back in his chair. "Show me!" Nervously, The wizard took the book, sped through the pages, and presented it to the Baron once he'd found what he was looking for. Bernard studied the text, frowning over the curious antique phrasing. Then his eyebrows rose and his mouth opened.
7 times 7, the wizard babbled. A mystical number, you see. 49? Bernard said in disbelief. 49? Are you mad? Why not 9 times 9? That, too, is a mystical number.
Unnecessary, Lyman said with a wave of his hand. The effect isn't increased if the number of sacrifices is larger.
It sickens me to murder these children one at a time, the Baron explained. But 49? We will be awash in blood.
What I think will increase the effect, Lyman said, as if he hadn't heard the Baron's objections, is to sacrifice them all at once. Bernard stared at him.
49 at once? Is that what you said?
Yes. You see, we'll create a means to collect all the life force at once and direct it to your lady. Such a large jolt is sure to do the trick.
Are you suggesting that we recruit 47 helpers in such a bloody act?
Bernard looked at him warily, as though uncertain about the wizard's sanity.
God forbid!
Lyman exclaimed. No, that wouldn't do at all. The blow must be struck absolutely simultaneously in all 49 cases. One could never coordinate that, even if your helpers practiced for weeks. Interested in spite of his disgust, the Baron asked,
Then how do you propose to accomplish such a thing?
I've designed a machine. The wizard jumped to his feet and went to the work table. He returned with a roll of parchment and spread it on his knees. You see? He indicated several points on the drawing. When the original blow is struck, all the other knives descend as well. Bernard leaned over the drawing, studying its particulars.
But how can you be sure you'll have enough pressure?
That's what these cylinders are, Lyman said, indicating them on the drawing. They're 20-pound weights, and of course the knives will be extremely sharp, so— He looked at his patron. What do you think?
Fascinating,
Bernard murmured. Then he shook his head.
But I cannot like it. Bad enough to take them one by one, but this many at once will draw attention.
He thought for a moment, then shook his head again.
No, I don't see how we can do it.
The wizard drew back, affronted. Well, of course, the ideal solution would be to use a child born at the exact instant that your lady was endangered. That would have been your son. He looked at the Baron with a stiff-lipped frown. But, unfortunately, you impulsively made that impossible, didn't you? Bernard glared at him.
Well, you might have said something at the time, he pointed out.
Lyman sniffed. Perhaps, he said, but you didn't trust me then and might not have listened. And you were understandably distraught. Another man might have succumbed to a paternal impulse and kept the child while letting his beloved go, but you saw the boy as the cause of her death. A black look from Bernard caused him to amend his statement. Her unfortunate condition, and had him disposed of. Something flickered across the Baron's face, and not for the first time Lyman wondered if there was more involved in that choice than he understood, even after all these years. He said, Still, a terrible waste. He thought for a moment. Do you know where they buried him? Perhaps I can do something with the bones. Bernard thought about that.
I don't know, he said at last. I wasn't interested at the time, and you've never mentioned it before. He frowned. I will ask the midwife. She still lives in a nearby village. She will know what was done with the creature.
Excellent, my lord, Lyman said, smiling. And do keep the plan and think about my other suggestion.
I fear that without your son it may be the only way to bring your lady back."
Baroness Elaine woke with the feeling that someone had been calling her name. But now there was no sound, and the call, if there had been one, was not repeated. Her thoughts were slow. Even the breaths that she took seemed unnaturally spaced, and Elaine wondered if she were dreaming. She felt weak. That was the first physical sensation she was aware of. Then the pain. It tore into her like a furious cat, digging into her vitals with sharp claws and teeth that ripped and chewed. Elaine wanted to writhe, wanted to scream in agony, but she couldn't. She couldn't even open her eyes, or so much as twitch. Trapped in the darkness behind her eyes, she screamed in her mind, begging for something to ease the pain, for someone to come and help. This wasn't like the terrible birth pangs, which came in waves of agony cresting higher and higher. They were over. Elaine was sure of that. She had heard the crying of her child. "I saw his face," she thought. The memory brought comfort, or at least took her mind from the pain. But not for long. The pain wouldn't be denied, and she wanted to weep, but she couldn't. She could feel her life flowing away slowly but irresistibly. It terrified her. She struggled to hold on. She wanted to live. She wanted to see her son grow to manhood. She wanted Zachary. Elaine imagined him holding her hand and telling her to be strong. His touch seemed so real that in spite of everything she was briefly happy. Then the pain bit deeper, and in her mind she screamed and screamed and screamed. Soon she was begging for death. But death never came. After a while, Elaine lapsed into darkness until at last both she and the pain were gone. Chapter 13. Hiding. The magician looked up.
"It's not a complicated spell,"
Lyman Malachy said when the preparations were complete,
"but it's tricky. The degrees of similarity must be delicately balanced."
He looked aside at his employer, host, friend, benefactor, someone who'd given him shelter for 17 years and let him carry on researches which would be frowned upon, in most places at least. No, he amended, it would get him hanged or burned alive in most places. They were alone together in the room, with only the candle's flame for company. Certainly the remaining castle staff were used to that. They were probably the best-paid domestics outside the great cities and the households of the greatest lords, and they weren't much as far as quality went. But, like the household guards, they were paid as much to ignore what they heard and saw as they were to render service. The magician's mouth quirked slightly as he drew his robe more tightly about him. The spring rains were heavy tonight, a thrush, thrush, thrush sound on the shutters, and the streaked diamond-pane glass of the windows. He would have liked a cheery fire himself, but Bernard cared nothing for the damp chill of this stone pile. Gold can do many things, he thought, even overcome superstitious fear among servants and soldiers, but it cannot make a fortress a comfortable place to live. Bernard waved a hand that trembled ever so slightly.
Yes, the brat must bear a similarity to both me and the Lady Elaine, and your spell will find it," he said. "Damn the midwife! I gave orders that the brat be disposed of."
Lyman nodded downward at the 3 shallow gold discs with their thin crystal covers, each about the size of the circle made by a man's thumb and forefinger. Silver and turquoise, platinum and jet made complex inlays on the inner surface of the gold. Above that was a thin film of water, and on that floated a needle. Each of the 3 needles was wound about with a hair. For the needle of the central disc, 2 hairs were twined around it, crossing each other. The crystal covers kept the whole undisturbed.
However, it may be fortunate that she disobeyed, Lyman said. A pity that we could not get more details from her, but this will do as well. Better, for the knowledge it brings will not be 17 years stale. Lyman rose and shook back his sleeves. His eyes closed, his lips moved, and his hands traced intricate, precise patterns over the central casing. While the man Bernard still thought of as a scholar, rather than wizard, conjured, he remembered the first night they had met. It had been the night of the big storm, hills and walls of purple-black cloud piled along the western horizon, flickering with lightning, but touched gold by the sun as it set behind them. The surge came before the storm, mountain-high waves that sent fishermen dragging their craft higher and lashing them to trees and boulders, and to praying as the thrust of air came shrieking about their thatch. When the rain followed, it came nearly level, blown before powerful winds. The onslaught accompanied his beloved going into labour with the little monster they were now trying to find. His joy at the impending birth of a son caused him to be generous in offering hospitality to the stranger, an odd-looking man, with protruding brown eyes and a large nose, made to seem enormous by a very weak chin. He appeared a few years older than Bernard, in his middle to late 30s, but Bernard was uncertain about his true age, for he appeared much the same as he had when he had first arrived some 17 years before. Lyman had introduced himself as a friend of Bernard's father, a correspondent who had never met the old Baron in person, but who had been consulted by Bernard's father occasionally on matters of scholarship. Most specifically, the purchasing of old tomes and manuscripts. He had come to inquire as to Bernard's intent with the library, not knowing if the son shared the father's enthusiasm for scholarship, and wishing to purchase several works, should the son not wish to continue caring for the collection. He had been pleased to discover that Bernard shared his love for learning. And then had come the news that the Baroness was having trouble with her delivery, Bernard remembered. His memory brought Bernard's remembered pain. He leaned back, swearing. Then he saw the two hairs twined about the central needle were writhing, like snakes. Snakes which disliked each other's company. They wriggled away from the floating needle, pressed to opposite sides of the casing, and then went limp again. That's about the most emphatic case of non-similarity I've ever seen, the magician thought, his face impassive. If there's one thing certain, this pair did not make a child together.
"What does this mean, Lyman?"
Bernard snapped. His eyes glinted with suspicion. When it came to matters concerning his wife, the Baron of Land's End was rather less than sane. As I of all men know, Lyman thought. Aloud he continued,
My Lord Baron, could it possibly be that you have another child? One fathered before you met the Lady Elaine?"
That stopped Bernard's anger. Instead, he shifted a little in his chair and reached for his mug of hot, spiced wine.
"Well," he said, his eyes shifting, "I was a grown man before I wed, 30 summers, a wench now and then, and of course, for all I know—" "Of course, my lord, of course. We're men of the world, you and I," Lyman soothed. "But it would make the twined hairs incompatible with the nature of the spell, you see. That is why I begged another of your lady's hairs. The spell will not be quite so sharp, nor function over quite so great a distance, but it should still function." He stood, moving his hands over the left-hand casing. "And I'm not going to use the one with only your hair, my Lord Baron, because I suspect it would be quite useless for our purposes." Bram halted as he came to the crest of the hills and looked down on Land's End. The city was familiar enough. He'd made several visits. He'd tried to see it as Laurie would. The first thing she'll need is money, he thought.
He grinned, despite his anxiety and the ache in his legs. He hadn't wasted any time on the journey, and he was more than ready for sleep, not to mention ale and food. She wouldn't get far on the few coppers he'd hidden under the mattress of his bed. While Bram's life savings, he had a short life so far, and by city standards it wasn't much. He suppressed an idle thought. He'd had daydreams about her lying in his bed, right enough, but not in quite that fashion. He shifted the bow, quiver, and rucksack into a slightly less uncomfortable position and strode through the usual throngs to be found on a road so close to the city gate. If he remembered rightly, there were a couple of horse dealers not too far outside the north gate. "Help you, lad?" the horse trader said, looking up. He was standing with a cob's forefoot brought up between his legs, examining the hoof. The sturdy little horse shifted a little when it thought he was distracted, and began to turn its head, probably thinking of taking a nip at the man's rump. The trader elbowed the flank beside him, and Bram reached out with the stave of his yew-bow, rapping it slightly on the nose. It gave a huge sigh and subsided, and the trader let the hoof down with a dull clump. "Thrush," he said over his shoulder to the cob's owner. "You should know better than thinking a dip in tar will hide an unsound hoof from me, Ullard Omson. I'll not have him, not even if you treat the thrush and bring him back, not at any price. He's vicious." The disappointed seller led his animal off, and the man turned to Bram. "And how could I help you?"
I'm looking for a girl,"
Bram said, and then blushed under his ruddy tan as the horse dealer roared with laughter, looking him up and down. "Well, I'd say you won't have much trouble, even if your purse is flat," the man wheezed after a minute, "for you're a fair-looking lad. But that's not my stock in trade. Fillies and mares, but only the hoofed sort. My name's Curson, by the way." Bram gave his own and shook his hand, and, to no surprise, found it as strong as his own, or a little more.
"She'll have sold a gelding," he said. "Not more than 3 days since. A farm horse, saddle broke, but more used for plough work and well past mark of mouth."
He went on to describe Horace, whose markings he knew like his own. The two families had swapped working stock back and forth all his life. "Wait a minute," the trader said. "Why, yes, I bought the beast, but from a young lad, not a girl. Could he have stolen it?" He frowned. "Well, of course she's passing for a boy idiot," he thought. "She can't be going about countryside and town in your old breeches as a girl in boy's clothing, now can she?"
"No, I know that lad,"
Bram said. The trader shrugged.
"He seemed a nice enough young sprig. Pretty as a girl, though, and a few years younger than yourself. Friend of his came out to inquire about the horse just today."
Friend, Bram thought, cursing himself.
"Overheard the lad who bought the horse talking to a gent who purchased another. Seems the boy is foster brother to Yardley Haywood's granddaughter, and they're staying with her aunt. Anyway, the two of 'em rode out together about midday, heading north. The lad mentioned that his friend had sold the animal to me."
The trader received a puzzled look from Bram, but continued.
"He said the girl who owned the beast originally was also staying with the Haywood girl."
Fixing Bram with a narrow gaze, he asked, "Are you sure that horse wasn't stolen?"
Pretty sure,"
answered Bram. He wondered at who that lad might be, and why he'd buy Horace to go riding north, but decided to focus instead on where Laurie might be.
"Where would I find this young lady? Yardley Haywood's granddaughter?"
The trader gave directions. Bram hurried on into Land's End, his head whirling. He'd expected to find Laurie lost, or hiding in some cheap inn, and she'd made a friend. A wealthy one, too, from the sound of it. And what of Rip? Elaine stirred. She was still uncertain of the state in which she dreamed, for she knew she must be dreaming. There had been pain in the dreams at first, but after many awakenings Elaine was able to distance herself from the pain. Never easily. It demanded attention and refused to be tamed, but for a time she could go beyond it and feel it as a distant thing. She endured these times. straining to hear if anyone was nearby. Sometimes she'd make out the croak of a night bird, or perhaps a distant shout, but otherwise she seemed to be alone. It puzzled her. She was the Baron's lady, and she had just given birth. Where was everyone? Why didn't someone help her? How long had she been like this? And most horrible, was this how she was going to be for the rest of her life? She knew her body lay unmoving, or at least she suspected that much. So she assumed she had become trapped in some sort of elaborate dream, but one which had a connection to the waking world. The pain had been her first conquest, and then had come the terrible thing that had tormented her. Time was difficult to measure. She was certain many hours, even days, had passed since she had given birth to her child. Perhaps she was struggling with an illness contracted in childbirth, or a fever that had come after delivery. Whatever the cause, she had struggled, surfacing to something that resembled consciousness, then lapsing into periods of vagueness in which memories floated. Sometimes she experienced images so strong she wondered if they were real, perhaps the sort of prophetic visions some witches or holy women were reputed to have, or perhaps echoes of a distant past, or someone else's memory. Then came the blackness again. Two things were constant, the blackness and the pain. Between the periods of blackness, Elaine called for help in her mind, raging and shouting and wishing evil things to happen to her husband who had abandoned her like this. Once she felt something touch her body, the cold touch, the sense of something slimy gliding across her skin, beneath her gown, a violating intimacy, uninvited and repulsive. Yet she could do nothing about it. Was that horrible touch real or a memory? The fear and outrage that accompanied the sensation was real, for she remembered crying out in silent revulsion, "Leave me alone!" And the touch had gone away. Had it returned, or had the next merely been the memory of the first touch? She couldn't tell. Over time, her mind grew stronger, and the fear and revulsion turned to anger and calculation. Occasionally she remembered a conflict, a moment of defiance when she had rejected something that had oppressed her, but she couldn't recall the details. Vile things had been tormenting her, and she had somehow attacked them. She conjured up images in her mind of the vile things having bodies, and with hands formed by her mind she reached out and gripped them. They tried to flee, but she tore at their substance, rending and tearing until they were but shreds and strands that seemed to evaporate into nothingness, leaving behind a lingering cry of pain and fear. She had sought for something beyond the pain and the cold intruder, as she thought of the evil, slimy touch. Then she had found them, things lurking in the corners of the estate. She sensed their presence, shocked, fearful, indignant that anything could harm them. They were hiding from her. Soon she would sleep again, for she was very tired. But she wanted another, wanted very badly to destroy them all. Yet though they lurked nearby, she could find none of them. She must make them come to her. Between periods of darkness she plotted in her dreams. Lucidity came infrequently, but she realized that if she was dreaming, she could dictate the rules of this dream, and she would have it out with these lurking shadows in her mind. Elaine pretended to sleep. Suppressing all thought, she waited. Eventually, one of her enemies came forward to test her, and Elaine grabbed it. She squeezed it, and it howled, yanking her this way and that as it tried to flee. Finally, it came to some sort of barrier and began to drag itself through. Elaine held on, trying to drag it back so that she could get a better grip on it. But this one was stronger than the first had been, and persisted in its struggles. Finally, it dragged her right up to the barrier, leaving very little of itself in her imaginary hands. It was like being pressed against something hot and hard. Yet she could feel herself slipping through and grip the thing in her hands tighter. If she lost her grip, she didn't know where she might find herself, but she didn't want to be in worse case than she already was, so she held on for dear life. Suddenly, she could see. Elaine was so startled that she released the thing she'd been clinging to. It was daylight, but there were candles all around her bed. Then she felt herself rising, light as dandelion fluff and with no more control. She struggled to stop her ascent and succeeded only in turning over so that she could see below her. Elaine found herself staring at her own body lying on the bed. Am I dead? She wondered. She had heard tales of people floating over their bodies, seeing mourners or visions of their homes before being taken to Lim's Cragmer's Hall of the Dead. Such tales were told by those whom the healing priests had recalled the instant before their transition from life to death. Then she saw her chest rise, ever so slowly. But she was breathing. She examined herself closely. She didn't look at all well. Am I dying? She panicked and tried to bring herself closer to her body, waving her arms as though swimming, then realized that she had no physical arms. She had no body around her. The shock of that realization caused an instinctive reaching out, as if trying to grip her own physical being with her spiritual hands. Suddenly she was back inside her body, back with the pain and the long, slow silence. Her tormentors were gone. She could feel that she was alone again. Then, suddenly, like a candle being snuffed out, awareness was gone. When awareness returned, she understood. The dreams, as she had thought of them, were her mind leaving her body, while the waking stages had been her mind being trapped within. She must learn to control this ability, to set her mind free, she decided. How long it took, she did not know, but with much concentration, Elaine found that she could leave her body behind and float from room to room, going through walls and floors as though they were made of water. The manse was dirty and nearly deserted. The few people she found were the kind of mercenary scum that even her father wouldn't have hired, yet many wore the garb of the household guard. Her enemies still lingered, but they never came near her any more. Sometimes she seethed at the thought of what they had done to her and hunted for them. At other times she was almost grateful to them, for they had shown her the way out of the darkness and the pain. Mostly she wanted to see them, to find out what they were. Then she'd decide what to do about them. Were they supernatural beings, or ghosts, or agents of some other power? Where is my baby? She wondered suddenly. Then was amazed that the thought hadn't occurred to her before. How could she forget her only child? Her little boy. She must find him. But it was too late. She could feel herself being pulled back. Elaine didn't even fight any more. She knew there was nothing she could do to stop it. At least she didn't have to be there all the time. Before she was sucked back into her ailing body, she saw that the candles had burned down quite a bit. When next she woke, she heard the voices of children. A girl's voice echoed in the distance, calling to her. At once, Elaine found herself in the corridor, and for the first time in a long time sensed the presence of those horrors who had abused her so. She called out, "This way!" Round the corner of the hallway came a small group of children, 2 girls and 2 boys. They looked exhausted as well as frightened. Hovering over them, Elaine saw her enemies for the first time. They looked like tendrils of black smoke, writhing and twining in and out of a central blackness, and they projected fear and an icy cold. "This way," she called again, pointing toward the door of her chambers. Over and over she shouted to them. At last, one of the girls seemed to understand, leading them to her door. They piled into her room and slammed the door shut behind them. Elaine swept toward the black cloud furiously, snatching at one of its tendrils. It pulled back, retreating slightly, keeping just close enough to tease. Rather than waste her energy, Elaine went back to her room and hovered protectively over the children, pleased by their presence, delighted by the littlest one. He was perhaps 7 or 8 years of age, and despite being very frightened, he carried himself well. She sensed her enemy lurking in the corridor, but it did not attempt to enter. It was only then that she saw the warding on her walls, traceries of light, of command, of "this shall not change." Perhaps someone had heard her pleas for aid after all. As she listened to the children talk, she found that they were desperate to escape. It saddened her that they found her as terrifying as the entity in the corridor, but she supposed she couldn't blame them. If only I could help the poor little things. Elaine peered into the corridor. The things snickered at her and she withdrew. As she looked around her room, she sensed an older warding and sought it out. She went through the wall and rediscovered the hidden passageway there. Her husband had shown it to her the day he installed her in these rooms. "They go all through the manse," he'd said. She saw the youngest boy staring at that wall, and something in his eyes told her he was on the verge of understanding. She spoke to the girl who had led the others to her rooms, telling her about the passageway, telling her the key was in the sculpture on the wall. Soon she could see that she was listening. She got up and went to the carving, testing all the little projections until she found the right one. "Oh, bright child," she thought. Then she was out of time again, being drawn back to her body. She might never find out how this ended and was frustrated indeed. She wished she could wake up for good. When she next awoke, Elaine wondered about the children, especially the girl who seemed to hear her. As she pictured her, she suddenly found herself beside her. This had happened before, but she had no control over it. She would think of some person or place and find herself there, but only within the confines of the manse. She'd never yet been able to even enter the rose garden. But she did have access to everywhere and everyone inside the house. Except for Bernard. When she thought of him, she found herself in the presence of a much older man. An uncle or cousin, she'd assumed, since she knew his father was deceased. She didn't really mind that he never came here anymore. She hadn't loved him, and she didn't miss him. But she did want to see her baby, and her little one must surely be with the Baron. She sighed, and the candle one of the boys was holding flickered. "Be careful!" the oldest girl almost cried, her voice sounding very loud in the passage. The younger girl, the one who sometimes could hear Elaine, whimpered, but was bravely holding back her tears. Elaine's heart melted for her. They were all covered with streaks of dust and looked exhausted, and the food sack tied to the older girl's belt looked sadly empty. Poor little things, she thought. They needed a refuge, but her rooms wouldn't do. She frightened them, and the old man who looked like Bernard slept there. "It's not my fault. There's drafts," the boy holding the candle said, his youthful anger at being blamed for something he didn't do overriding caution and the need for quiet. The others said nothing, but watched the stub of the candle anxiously. It was plain they were afraid of being left in the dark. Elaine remembered a place they could hide that should do very well. Bernard had brought her there just after she'd arrived. "It is warded so that when you wish to be private no one will bother you here." He smiled proudly. "It shall be your own sanctuary." She felt no need at all for such a place, but he'd been so proud of his gift that she'd smiled and leaned up to kiss his cheek, a kiss he'd claimed with his lips. "Come with me," she whispered to the girl who seemed to hear her. "I know a place where you'll be safe." Nisa stood up, looking down the dark passageway. Her crying stopped, and she smiled. "What is it?" Mandy hissed. Her eyes glittered in the candlelight as she tried to look in every direction at once. "Let's go this way," Nisa said like someone in a dream. "It's the right way." She walked off. Kay and Mandy looked at one another, but Rip pushed himself to his feet and started after Nisa. "Come on," he said impatiently. Mandy got up and followed. "You coming?" she threw over her shoulder at Kay. Rip was moving carefully so as not to put out the candle, their only source of light. "Wait!" he said to Nisa, and his breath blew it out. Mandy gasped, and Kay cried out in fear. "Don't make noise," Rip admonished. "I'm in front of you. Hold hands. We've got to stay together." "It's your fault," Kay snapped. "It doesn't matter," Rip said tiredly. "It was going out anyway. Be careful." "Right, everybody here?" "Yeah," Kay muttered, fear reducing his voice to a hoarse whisper. "Then let's go," Rip said. "Every time Nisa's had this feeling, it's led us somewhere safe." "I wouldn't call this safe," Kay sneered. "It's safer than the halls," Rip reminded him, "or the room we were locked in." "We can't get out," the other boy shouted. "Shh," Mandy said. "We couldn't get out before either. Unless you've got a better idea, put a stopper in it, Kay." They were silent then, moving carefully in the pitch darkness. They slipped down corridors so narrow they had to turn sideways, and went up and down stairs both narrow and creaky, until at last Nisa brought them to a halt. "Here," she said softly. The others stood still and listened to the sound of her apparently patting the walls. There was a muffled click, and they all flinched as a narrow crack let in a blinding light. Then Nisa impulsively pushed open the panel and led them through. She squealed with delight at what she found. Though everything was covered with dust and the air was stale from long disuse, the room was undeniably cosy and well lit from a high window. "We won't run out of candles here," Mandy said, smiling. Everywhere they looked, there were candle stands with branches of candles in them. There was a full scuttle of sea coal as well. Plumply cushioned chairs and sofas abounded, and there was a feeling of peace about the place. "Now all we need is something to eat," Kay said, "and water. Got any feelings about that?" Rip raised one eyebrow and was immediately pleased with himself for having done so for the first time. So instead of getting annoyed at the other boy's attitude, he thought about the question. "Yes," he decided. He picked up the empty sack and looked at Kay. "Want to come?" For an answer, Kay plucked 2 candles from a stand and lit them from the strike box. He wasn't about to refuse to do something the younger boy was willing to try. Rip peered out through the hole in the carving. "This is fun," he thought. His young mind had a problem understanding all the terrors that were around him since he had awakened in this place, but spying on people from a hidden location was something he could finally grasp, and it felt like a game to him. The secret passages turned out to have a lot of doors and peepholes. The narrow corridors felt a lot safer than the old room had. He shuddered, turned and put a finger to his lips, and then put his eye back to the hole. He saw a really big room again, but then most of the rooms were. This one had windows open, and he spared them a longing look. There was a long table set for a meal with fancy metal tableware, not wood or crockery, not even pewter, but real silver. An old-looking man was sitting at the head of the table, talking to 2 other men who stood with their caps in their hands. Rip's lips pursed. Those were the men who'd taken him and brought him here. He could tell by their voices. They looked cruel and scary, too. A 3rd man sat with his back to the hole, silent. "Take this," he said, pushing something across the table at them. One of the men reached out, then pulled his hand back as if the little thing had burned it.
"Magic!"
he blurted.
"Of course it's magic, you fool," the old man said. "The needle points at the man you are to take for me."
The other seated man spoke, his voice smooth and soothing and somehow reminding Rip of the stuff his mother sometimes smeared on burns, or when you got stung by poison oak or nettles.
"It's entirely harmless, I assure you," he said. "You need merely follow the needle's point. It may lead you on a long chase, the man in question may be as much as 50 miles away, but it shouldn't be too difficult." "And the pay is good," the older man snapped. "More than for all the others."
One of the standing men nudged his companion. He picked up the small thing from the table reluctantly and wrapped it in a rag, tucking it into his belt.
"It's a man this time?" he asked. "Not a boy?" "He should be just 17, the old man said, turning his head aside.
For a moment Rip saw how sad he looked, and felt a little sorry for him. His voice sank so that the boy could barely follow it.
"Just 17. He should be tall, perhaps fair-haired, perhaps brown." "We're your men," the standing man said. "For 600, we're your hands and fingers, my lord." "And when you bring him in, put a bag over his head. I have no wish to see his face. None."
"Then, how'll you know it's him, sir?" The smooth-talking man said,
"That needle will only point at one person in this entire world. That is who you will bring here. Now go."
They both bowed low. After a moment, the old man and his companion followed them, talking.
"Oh, good,"
Rip whispered, and opened the door a crack. It was set into the panelling, and even Mandy would have to stoop to get out of it.
"All right. Come on. They're all gone."
The 4 children scampered out into the room. Rip almost stopped as he felt them again, the bad ones, but he was hungry. Mandy and Nisa ran straight to the table and began to gather food up in handkerchiefs. Bread, cooked chicken, pastries stuffed with vegetables. Rip and Kay didn't stop for that, although it smelled very good. Instead, they raced over to the door. They cracked the door and peered through, waiting while the girls grabbed up as much food as they could carry. Rip wanted to stick his head out into the hall, but resisted the urge. Kay grabbed his arm.
"I can feel something coming," he whispered.
"Me too," Rip said. He had a sick feeling in his stomach, as he had in the room they'd been locked up in, and it was getting worse. Without a word, they stuffed the candles back in their pockets and bolted for the secret door. The girls were already through, eyes wide, and all of them gave a sigh of relief as the panel clicked closed. Immediately they all felt better, too. The sense of peering malice went away as if the stuffy darkness of the secret passage was part of another world.
"I wonder why it's always like this when we come out of the passageways," Rip thought.
Then Mandy started unfolding one of the napkins.
"What did you get?"
he asked eagerly, as they started their trek back to their safe room. Chapter 14. Abduction. Jimmy reined in. He'd followed Jarvis Coe all the way around the lands belonging to the great house they'd seen, from sea cliff edge to sea cliff edge, a long ride in a rising wind that reminded you with every step that spring was young. A long trip and an unpleasant one. The only way to find out if they'd gone beyond that skin-crawling feeling was by testing. 1 step in, run away. 1 step back, perfectly normal.
"What is it?"
Jimmy asked, struggling to keep his old nag from bolting like a racehorse.
"Nothing good,"
Coe answered. Jimmy snorted. Brilliant. How fortunate that he had someone along to tell him that. The awful feeling seemed to have no end. He certainly wasn't going to try climbing up the cliff face to see if the way to the manse was clear from that direction, because it probably wasn't. He'd long ago learned not to squander his energy.
Ever felt anything like it before? He asked.
Ko turned to look at him. Ever been in a haunted house?
Jimmy grinned.
Not that I've noticed.
Oh, you'd notice, the older man said.
As I recall, it feels a great deal like this.
After a moment of contemplating his companion's broad back, Jimmy asked,
When were you in a haunted house?
Long story, Ko said without turning his head, and then lapsed into silence. Jimmy grunted in irritation. This seemed to him to be a perfect time for a long story, because except for those soul-curdling moments when they went too close to the manse, he was bored stiff. If they kept on like this, he was going to be grateful for the distraction of his aching arse. They reached the edge of the cliff and Ko sniffed the wind, looking out over the white line of snarling surf where sea clashed white-green on rocks and the blue-grey waves topped with foam beyond.
There'll be weather tonight, he said. We'll need to find ourselves some shelter.
I guess asking at the manse is out, the young thief muttered.
Ko gave him a wry look and turned his horse, heading off across the ring of forest and through it into the cleared fields beyond. The line of unpleasantness nowhere reached the cultivated land, but it had little embayments well into the woods, and rough moor kept as barrier and hunting grounds for the manor. Jimmy sighed and followed, feeling the oppression on his spirits lift as they came back into land that bore the sign of man, not to mention sheep, goats, and cattle. All he could see from this lane, it was too narrow and irregular to be called a road, was a rising field of something green, probably young grain, and a ridge lined with tall trees.
I don't think that was even your typical haunted house, he muttered.
Not quite, Jarvis Ko said grimly. Even then, Jimmy felt a little startled at his tone. Ko was looking backwards towards the fortified manor, and his mouth was a hard line. His right hand kept straying to his breast, and the young thief thought that there must be something beneath the cloth. An amulet, perhaps.
In the meantime, the day's mostly gone, and if we're to find out what's happening, we need shelter, Ko said.
He cocked an eyebrow.
Unless you'd rather ride back to Land's End.
If you're staying, I am, Jimmy said, flushing. I gave my word.
Ko smiled, then more broadly at Jimmy's scowl.
No, lad, I'm not laughing at your keeping a debt of honour, he said. I'm just remembering some situations I got myself into with promises once. The more credit to you.
He reined his horse about and Jimmy followed. The setting sun made it hard to look west, not something that was often a problem in Crondor, where tall buildings were more common. Despite that, Ko led them to the junction of two lanes in that direction and cocked his head to one side.
Ah, I thought so, he said. There's a brook there. Hear it?
Jimmy tried. All he could make out was rustling, whooshing, crackly sounds of wind through vegetation, bird song, and a lot of insects, but...
That tinkling sound?
You've a good ear, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jarvis, he said.
Well, in the country where a road or path crosses water, chances are you'll find folk living, the older man said.
They rode down the lane through a belt of trees that arched over the road. It reminded Jimmy of an alleyway, in that you wanted to look 7 ways at once to make sure nobody was sneaking up on you. The trees all seemed of the same size, and most were in rings around thicker stumps.
Coppicing,
Ko said, noticing his puzzlement.
If you cut an oak or beech, a ring of saplings comes up from the stump. Leave them 10 years, and they're good firewood, or the right size for charcoal, or for poles, and when you cut them you get more coppice shoots. Think of it as farming trees. Another sign we're near some dwellings.
Ah, rural mysteries, Jimmy thought a little snidely. Jarvis pulled up near the footpath that led to a small cottage.
That's a farmstead off that way, he said,
pointing to a haze of smoke.
But we'll stop here.
A cottager will be more glad of a few coins and more likely to be gossipy. He rose in the stirrups. "Hello, the house!" he called. The cottage lay 100 yards or so to their right, in the direction of the manor. A huge oak overshadowed it. Which isn't hard, Jimmy thought. A small bush would overshadow it. The building was a single story of wattle and daub, whitewashed mud plastered over interlaced branches and poles. The steep roof was thatch, with an unglazed dormer window coming through it above the doorway like a nose. Smoke trickled out of a stone and mud chimney, and a shed of the same construction stood not far off. The large vegetable garden beside it was newly planted, the dark soil as neatly turned as a snake's scales, and a nanny goat stood in a small rail-fenced pasture beside a young sow. A few chickens scratched around the plank door of the modest home. "Hello, strangers," a man said, as he turned from latching the wicker garden gate with a twist of willow twig. He had a spade in his hand, oak with an iron rim. He smiled as he set it down against the fence, but that put his hand within reach of a billhook leaning against the same barrier. That was a 6-foot hickory shaft with a heavy hooked knife blade socketed to the end, a common countryman's tool, but also a weapon at need. Some soldiers carried them, although military models added a hook on the back of the blade for pulling mounted men out of the saddle. The man himself was in patched and faded homespun breeches and shirt, barefoot, and no longer young, but tough as an old root from his looks. Jarvis Coe bowed slightly in the saddle. "We're travellers," he said, and gave their names. "We'd appreciate a place to stop for the night, for we've seen no inn and would be glad to repay hospitality with a silver or so." The cottager's eyes went wide, then narrowed. That was a great deal of money for an overnight stay. Jarvis flipped the coin, and the man caught it, examined it, and tucked it away. "That's generous of you, sir," the man said. Jimmy found his accent thicker than Laurie's had been, a yokel burr that swallowed the last syllable of every word. "And it will help to pay the tax on my cot. We've room for 2 on the floor. My son's a living out, working for Farmer Swidden, and I've some comforters with clean straw, and there's the paddock for your horses. My Meg has some bean soup in the hob, and she baked today." The top half of the cottage's door opened, and a woman looked out, late in middle age, as brown and nondescript as her husband, with lips fallen in on a mouth mostly toothless, and shrewd dark eyes. She nodded and went back inside as the men unsaddled, watered and rubbed down their mounts, Jimmy carefully copying what his companion did, and turned the horses into the small paddock. The cottager came up with a big load of hay on the end of a wooden-tined pitchfork and tossed it to the horses, giving the nanny goat a thump in the ribs when she tried to snatch some. "I've oats," he said. "Get some from Father Seton over there for helping with the reaping." Jimmy looked around as they ducked into the cottage. It was a single room, not overly large, with a tick bed on a frame of lashed poles in one corner, the hearth in the other, and a floor of beaten earth, which Jimmy would have minded less if there hadn't been evidence that his hosts neither wore shoes nor scraped their feet before coming in from the yard. A ladder ran up into the loft, where the vanished sons had probably slept. For the rest, there were a few tools on pegs, a sickle, 2 hoes, a scythe, and a few garments, along with the iron pot that bubbled over the low fire in the hearth. It was warm enough, and not so small they'd feel cramped. It was better than sleeping outside, Jimmy decided, even if the food didn't look particularly inviting. The cottager leaned the billhook against the inside wall beside the door. Jarvis and the young thief took the hint and propped their swords beside it. "Let me see if I understand," Bram said uncertainly. He felt intimidated by the tall stone house in town, and by the 2, ladies, who were sitting across from him. Mind you, they look friendly enough, he thought. One, who everyone seemed to call Aunt Cleora, was dressed as finely as a lord's wife, although not in quite the same style. She was probably about the same age as his mother, but looked a decade younger to peasant eyes. Miss Flora, her niece, newly arrived from Crondor, was a pretty enough lass, although not a patch on Laurie. Laurie looked strange herself, in one of Miss Flora's dresses, with her bandaged leg up on a settle. Even the cook, who looked to be right brutal when she wanted, had been as sweet as candy to him, but then he supposed she felt motherly. Serenely unconscious of his tall, fresh-faced blonde good looks, brought out by a bath and clean clothes, Bram finished the last pastry and wiped his hand on the napkin provided, remembering not to lick his fingers, which seemed a pity, since they were covered with fine clover honey. The kitchen was about the size of the ground floor of his parents' farmhouse, but more homely than the rest of the fine house. Flagstone floor, copper pots and pans on the walls, a long board table, and sacks of onions and hams and strings of sausage and bundles of garlic and herbs hanging from the rafters. He could eat in comfort here, and was glad that Miss Flora had suggested it. He was still overwhelmed by the reaction he had received upon presenting himself at the house. Laurie had nearly cried for joy at seeing him, which had caused his chest almost to burst at the feelings he was just beginning to confront, and that had caused Flora to treat him as a long-lost friend. Her aunt had instantly taken the young man under her wing, insisting he bathe and refresh himself, providing clothing belonging to one of her male kinsmen — he was vague as to who exactly — and then set to feeding him. Apparently, Aunt Cleora liked to see a man eat. "So, Miss Flora's brother here," he said around a mouthful of food. "Jimmy," Flora said helpfully, "rescued you from thief-takers and found you a place to stay, and then he and she bound up your leg and he's gone to look for Rip." Laurie nodded vigorously. "And then you came after me. Thank you, Bram." Bram felt himself blush, and at the same time swell with pride. He was as ready as the next man to bask in feminine admiration. "Well, I couldn't leave you to sort this out alone," he said. "Whatever that bunch of greybeards back home thinks. Wild beasts don't burn down farms or attack men in the light of day. Why they couldn't believe you Astalon alone knows," he observed, invoking the god of justice. "Laurie's no bubblehead like some I could name but won't, like Mary Bet Glidden." Laurie's eyes filled with tears, which made him feel bad and good at the same time. Flora sighed at him, and Aunt Cleora clasped her hands together beneath her slight double chin. "This is as good as a minstrel's tale," said the older woman. "Young men setting out to rescue folks? Why, it's downright heroic." Bram blushed even more. "I'm no hero," he said softly. "Only a farmer's son. But I'm still going to head after Rip to help your brother, Miss Flora." He yawned enormously. "Best start early, too. On foot it's going to be a fair old chase, they being mounted." Flora nodded decisively. "You'll have to get a horse, then," she said. Bram laughed. "Miss Flora, I'd like nothing better, but I can no more afford a horse than I could dance north on my hands." Laurie reached into the pocket of a borrowed skirt. "But, Bram, I've got the price I got for Horace," she said. "Surely you can get something for that." Bram fixed Laurie with a wry look, and both knew he was intentionally ignoring the coins she had filched from his room. It wasn't much, but it was all he had. "And if you can't, I'll top it up," Flora said. "And you can take what you need from the kitchen for supplies on the way," Aunt Cleora said. "Best take my cousin Josh's rain gear too, by the look of things." Overwhelmed, Bram looked down at his toes in their home-cobbled shoes. That reminded him of something. "At least I'll be able to track your foster brother, Miss Flora," he said. At their wide-eyed look. "Well, seems he bought Laurie's Horace, and there's a nick in his left-off shoe that I'd know anywhere." Then softly he added, "If the rain doesn't wash away everything, that is." Jimmy looked out at the pouring rain and sighed.
Why Jarvis couldn't just ask what he wanted to know was beyond him. But by now he knew a great deal more about the family who had agreed to give them shelter than he did about some of his friends.
"I was midwife to the Baroness," the old woman said proudly. "Tiny thing she was, poor lass."
She shook her head.
"Bled to death, I'm sorry to say. The Baron was never the same after,"
she confided.
"The Baron was never the same as anyone else's best day,"
her husband said sourly. Jimmy turned around and went back to the fire. This was more like it.
"Used to be if a tenant had a complaint, he could go up to the house when the Lord was there, get the thing straightened out. Even cotterers like us. Not no more, you can't."
"The Baron sent all the servants and guards away after his lady's death," his wife said, "the very day after she died."
"And hired those
mercenaries,"
his wife said firmly, giving her husband a stiff-lipped warning glare.
"Mercenaries,"
the old man said, pulling his lips away from the word as though it was filthy.
"Neighbour went up to see the Lord one time and he was there, and those—"
he gave his wife a look.
"Fellows near beat the poor man to death. I ask you, is there any way for a lord to behave?"
From what Jimmy had seen and heard in his life, that was the way a lot of lords behaved. Wisely, he didn't say so.
"There's a strange feeling about the place," Co observed.
Husband and wife glanced at one another.
"Aye,"
the old man agreed.
"Year by year it's got worse. Nobody goes there now except those bully boys he hires now and again, and they don't stay long if they can help it."
Co raised his brows and said, "Humph." He puffed his pipe for a contemplative moment or two.
"Must have been a grand funeral," he said.
Once again the old couple exchanged glances.
"I believe she was buried in Land's End," the old woman said.
"Maybe even got shipped back to the court she came from,"
her husband suggested.
"What about the baby?"
Jimmy asked.
"Whatever happened to it?"
The old couple looked at him in surprise as though they'd forgotten his presence. Jarvis looked inquiringly at them.
"Well," the old woman spluttered, we've never seen him."
"Did the child survive?"
Co asked quietly.
"We've never heard that he didn't,"
the old man snarled, his eyes flickering to his wife.
"He'd be about 18 now," his wife said dreamily.
"I ask because no one in Land's End ever mentioned him," Jarvis said, "so I'm surprised to hear the Baron had a child."
"He must have been sent away to be fostered," the elderly midwife suggested. "The nobility do that, you know."
She gave an authoritative nod. Co said, again. Then,
"The house looked to be in reasonable repair," he commented, "though I was still on the road when I saw it."
The old man grunted.
"The Lord must be having those
He glanced at his wife.
"Mercenaries look after the place. No one of us has been near there for near 18 years. And I'll tell you true."
The old man stood and knocked his pipe out on the fireplace.
"You couldn't bribe me to go there now."
Me neither, Jimmy thought. But she could threaten to cry and wheedle and appeal to my better nature. He wondered bitterly if he would always be so susceptible to the blandishments of women. Or was it that he enjoyed making the occasional grand gesture? I just hate it when said grand gesture turns out to be bloody inconvenient and more like suicide than heroism. Rescuing the prince and his lady would have been a wonderful grand gesture, and a bonus besides, since his real purpose had been to rescue his friends. But rescuing some sprat he'd never met, because Flora expected him to, felt like being put upon, and he didn't like it a bit. And yet, as soon as he was certain his host and Co were asleep, he was going out to that house of horrors to see if he could find the boy and get him out. After all, if a load of low-life bashers could stand to be in that place, then so could he, by Ruthia. Then the rain started in earnest, and Jimmy muttered,
"Maybe I'll go out tomorrow night."
The Baron tossed in his bed, clutching the soaking sheets as he did no less than one night in 3. The dreams were always the same: the hunt, the cliff, the laughing face of the youth. The storm, the dark man arriving. All came and went in different order each time. Sometimes it was a fleeting glimpse. Sometimes he watched himself as if standing a short distance away, while at other times he relived the past. Sometimes he knew he was dreaming, while at other times it was as if he were young and trying to grapple again with the love and hate which gripped his soul. For days Bernard had sought an opportunity to deal with the young man privately. The laughing jackanapes had preoccupied a disproportionate amount of Elaine's time. She seemed willing to suffer the fool's attentions, but not only was she shirking her responsibilities to her other guests, she had virtually ignored Bernard since Zachary's arrival. The opportunity had finally presented itself in an unexpected fashion. He had organised a hunt to entertain his guests, and all but Elaine joined in with pleasure. She was once again ill. This time he sent the chirurgeon to her with stern instructions to examine her and not take no for an answer. The rest of them were quickly swept up in the excitement of the chase, the cool, crisp air of autumn, the raucous note of the horn. Beaters and hounds flushed a magnificent buck, and they tore through the woods with a will. The hounds baying, the beaters sounding their ram's horn instruments, the stylish riders dressed in every colour and flashing with gold and jewels even brighter than the leaf cloak of vineyard and tree. It was a magnificent sight. As they rode, Bernard's quick eye caught sight of a thrashing in a thicket. Boar, he thought, catching a glimpse of the low-slung body, the massive bristly shoulders and long curved tusks. And wily, too, to be heading away at right angles rather than attracting the attention of the hounds by running. The pack hadn't scented it. The wind was blowing in his direction. Bernard knew the forest pig's ill temper required little to turn it aggressive, and only the presence of so many hounds and riders was causing it to flee. And I feel like boar meat tonight. It would be a prideful moment, the head borne in on a platter, the tusks gilded, and Elaine glowing with delight at her husband's deed. Bernard slung the bow over his back and yanked his broad-bladed boar spear from its socket, plunging past trees and leaping his horse over rocks, never letting his prey from his sight. By its size and the sharp, unblunted outline of its tusks, the creature was young, in its full strength, but still reckless, giving the Baron reason to think this would be an easy kill. An older, more aggressive male would have turned to fight already. Suddenly, the boar faced a thicket too dense to crash through. It turned first left, then spun right, then came to bay, facing Bernard in a flurry of dead leaves, its little hind legs stamping as it set itself to charge, to rip the horse's belly or the rider's legs. The Baron slowed only a little, to adjust the aim of his spear for the overarm thrust that would split the beast's heart or spine from above. He would give the inexperienced boar no time to charge and endanger the horse. Before he could make the thrust, an arrow came from behind and to his right. The thick bone and gristle of the boar's shoulders would have stopped it, but the shaft struck right behind the shoulder, the broad-bladed hunting head slicing like knives through the beast's heart and lungs. It collapsed, spewed blood, kicked, voided itself, and died. Bernard pulled up his horse hard, causing it to rear and almost fall back on its haunches. He turned to find that Zachary had followed him. The younger man was just lowering his horn-backed hunting bow. Zachary, his mocking grin in place, spoke, but the words seemed indistinct to Bernard, and then the youthful rider was gone. Bernard was now riding with his wife's other friends from Rillinen, a stag carried proudly behind him by bearers. Then the images faded. Well, it's not all that different from being a sneak thief in Crondor, Jimmy the Hand thought. Just be sensible and don't try to walk too quickly. It had been a day and a night since they'd bedded down in the cottage. The old couple didn't seem to find it odd that they chose to stay and spend their days mooching about the woods. Or perhaps friend Jarvis's silver contains their curiosity, Jimmy thought, stifling a sneeze. He was watching the manor from behind a sheltering belt of bushes, and something in the bushes made his nose and eyes itch. Plus, the musty green freshness of it all was disconcerting. Crondor smelled bad, right enough, and often enough. But the stink was what he was used to, not this meadow-sweet greenness. At least spring had decided to be spring, with blue sky and warmth, and some fleecy white clouds above instead of cold rain. Their curiosity, but not mine, his thoughts went on. Something very nasty is going on at old Baron Bernard's house, and unless my bump of trouble has lost its cunning, Mr. Coe is looking into it. Looking into it for someone. "Find anything?" Jimmy asked casually, conscious of Coe coming up behind him. "I may not be able to identify every rustle and squeak in the woods, but I know a man's footsteps well enough," he thought with some satisfaction. It was just a matter of filtering out what didn't matter, same as in town. "There's an odd absence of bigger game towards the house," Coe said. "Plenty of insects, plenty of lizards and birds and even squirrels, but anything near a man's size evidently feels a man's unease about the place. You keep a watch on the gate. I'm going to circle around the other side." "Yes, sir, right, sir," Jimmy muttered under his breath as the older man ghosted across the road and into the brush on the other side. "Why don't we just get in there?" Coe's caution was beginning to make him itch, almost as much as these damned bushes. Jimmy wanted something to happen. Something did. A pair of figures came around the central block of the fortified manor house. He knew the stables and sheds were there, so as not to spoil the view from the road, he supposed. They were leading horses. Soon enough they mounted, and began to canter towards the outer wall and the gate. Aha, Jimmy thought, as they came closer. In their 20s, but looking older. One slight and wiry, the other like something a smith had pounded out of an ingot. A weasel and a mean pit-fighting dog, Jimmy thought, as he got a good look at them. In Crondor he'd have picked them for bashers, or sheriff's crushers. They wore rough leather and wadmal, travelling clothes and buff leather jerkins. But their swords were good, if plain, and they had a noteworthy array of fighting knives in belts and tucked into boot tops. One of them also had a short hornbow in a case by his right knee. Let's follow them, he thought, but carefully. As they passed through the wrought-iron gate, the thicker-built one reined in. "Come on, Skinny," the bigger one called. "You heard the man, he may be 60 leagues away."
"The more reason not to get lost in the first league, Rox," the weasel-faced man replied, looking down at something in one ham-like fist. Straight south."
"Why don't you set up for a profit, then?" Rox jibed. His friend rumbled something that sounded like obscene instructions, and they both laughed. Jimmy waited until they were half out of sight along the road southward, before he brought his horse out and mounted it. Jarvis Coe made a big point about how he could track horses and tell them apart, he thought. He can track mine if he wonders where I am. After 2 days, most of the aches of his first ride had simmered down to occasional shooting pains. He was young and supple and strong. Coe still made an occasional mocking comment about his form, especially his flapping arms, but he could usually keep the mild-mannered old horse going in the direction he wanted, even if it seemed determined to amble. The two bashers' mounts weren't exactly fiery, snorting steeds either. This section of road didn't have much traffic, but it did have enough that one horseman wasn't conspicuous. Jimmy kept the two he was following at the limit of vision for most of 2 hours before they halted at a stream to water their mounts. He ducked aside from the road in a dip that hid him from them and vice versa, found a convenient tree to tether his mount, You had to do that at head level, he'd learned, or they could step over the reins and do dreadful things, and slipped forward on foot for the next 100 yards. If he could get within earshot without them noticing, he might pick up something interesting about their employer and goings-on in the household of the Baron. A murmur of voices came from the road ahead. Skinny and Rox were there, standing on the stepping stones of the ford while their horses stood fetlock deep in the water, muzzles down and slurping. Jimmy eeled along the ground behind a fallen hemlock that was sprouting a fair assortment of bushes from its rotting trunk, and listened.
"Sod,"
the bigger man, Rox, said.
"Look how the needle points straight, no matter how you turn it."
It was evidently something Skinny held in his hand. He extended it towards Rox, and the thick, pug-faced man shied back as if being offered a scorpion.
"It's magic,"
he said, his voice going shrill.
"Of course it's odd. It's bloody cursed."
A pause.
"That house is cursed too. And that magician, that demon's lover the Baron keeps around, he fair drips with curses."
This is cursed, that is cursed. You're not happy unless you've got a good curse going,"
Skinny jeered.
"It's 600 gold if we bring him in, you fool. With that much we can retire. Buy that bawdy house you're always talking about."
Well, there's an ambition, Jimmy thought. 600 gold. That's serious money, even for a baron with a town and a farm income. You could buy a modest whorehouse with that, and stock it too, if the girls weren't too pretty. Who's this he they're talking about? And a magician? Friend Jarvis will be very interested. The two hired swords led their horses out of the water and prepared to mount. Skinny stopped them with a soft oath as Rox put his foot into the stirrup.
"Wait," he said.
The needle quivered like... See? It moves if I put it left or right, always towards right ahead of us. And I hear something.
Jimmy did too, over the purling rush of the stream against its own bed, and the flat rocks set in the ford. The familiar hollow clip-clop-clop of a horse ridden at a fast walk. He looked up, squinting between ferns sprouting from the dead tree trunk that sheltered him. The ground beneath him was damp. He was down nearly to the river level, and it took him a minute to make out the rider coming down the low slope toward the water. The horse was nondescript, and the tack cheap. The man on it... Well, the lad on it, Jimmy thought. He didn't think the rider was much more than 2 or 3 years older than himself. Rough-cut golden hair, face saved from prettiness by a strong jaw and straight nose, frank blue eyes, an outdoorsman's tan. His clothes were rough and serviceable, a farmer or hunter's perhaps. He had a long yew-bow slung over his back, along with a quiver of arrows, and a long knife at his belt as well as the usual shorter all-purpose tool.
"Greetings, friend,"
Skinny called. He looked over his shoulder at his friend. Skinny still had the whatever it was in his hand. He moved it from left to right at full extension, then nodded with a pleased smile.
"He's the one," he said, "and right into our arms too. Easy money."
Skinny sauntered up the rutted roadway toward the newcomer.
"Good place to water your horse,"
he said, in a voice dripping with a bad imitation of goodwill. Evidently the handsome stranger thought so too. Jimmy could see him frown and touch his bow. Evidently he wasn't used to being on horseback. The longbow was a footman's weapon, and a bit uncertain with it. A better rider than I am, but not by much, Jimmy thought.
"Oh, pass by, friend, if it's all the same to you,"
the young man said. He had a rustic accent a lot like Laurie's. Am I always to be rescuing farmers' children? Jimmy thought with irritation, along with a healthy hint of fear. Taking on 2 grown men, and experienced killers if he'd ever seen any, was no joke. No alley scuffle either. He couldn't count on being better at running and hiding in the woods than either of the mercenaries. What to do? What to do? Skinny didn't appear to have any doubts. He waited by the side of the road until the traveller was by him, then darted in with a yell and grabbed for the young man's ankle, plainly intending to heave him out of the saddle, leaving him stunned and helpless on the ground. The young man kicked instead, and Skinny staggered back with another yell, clutching at his face. The traveller clapped his heels to his horse and went through the water at a plunging gallop.
"No, you fool!"
Rox yelled, as Skinny pulled the short, thick bow from its case on his saddle and drew a shaft to the ear. The big man's shout went to wordless rage as Skinny loosed, knocked another shaft, drew, and loosed again. The first arrow passed so close to the blonde rider that Jimmy thought it had struck him. Then he was close by, and Jimmy could see that it had, just along the lobe of one ear, the razor edge of the head slicing it open into the sort of wound that bled freely but didn't slow you. The second went into the cantle of the saddle with a thunk.
"You kill 600 gold and I'll kill you," Rox bellowed.
He pulled something of his own from his saddlebow, and then began whirling it around his head. Jimmy had just enough time to recognize 3 smooth pear-shaped iron weights connected by strong cords before it turned into a blur over the big man's head. He cast it when the young rider was 20 yards away and moving fast. Cast it at the horse, not the horseman. It moved fast, too, whirring through the air like a horizontal disc. The young man's horse gave a terrified, shrieking whinny and crashed kicking to the ground, where it lay, writhing and struggling with the weight wound around its hind legs at the hock. The golden-haired bowman lay immobile for a moment, then began to stir. Rox and Skinny bellowed triumph, drawing their swords and dashing through the ford towards the fallen horse and youth. I could just steal their horses, Jimmy thought. No, let's get close and see what we can do. None of them were looking at the roadside woods, and the growth there was thicker, because the edge got more sunlight, Ko had told him. Jimmy trotted quietly along, trailing the 2 mercenaries by a few paces, close enough to hear their eager breathing and curses. By the time they reached the spot, both man and horse were back on their feet. The horse had evidently kicked the bowler free, for the iron weights lay scattered in the deep dust of the roadway. The blond youth was still woozy, his side and shoulder spattered with the drops that rained from his slit earlobe. He tried to get his bow off his shoulder, but by then the 2 mercenaries were close, and he tossed it aside rather than trying to knock a shaft, drawing his long knife instead.
"You try to kill me?"
he cried, as much in surprise as indignation, Jimmy thought.
Nah, you're worth too much alive, Skinny said, grinning and showing bad teeth. Put the slicer down and come peaceful and you'll not get hurt.
The 2 bravos parted to go around the blond youth's horse. They advanced with professional caution, swords up. The youth backed away, moving his knife between the 2. It was 10 inches in the blade and good sharp steel, but theirs were each 3 times longer, and they had leather jerkins and arm guards to boot. You haven't got a prayer, farm boy, Jimmy thought regretfully. He looked around and found a couple of nicely fist-sized rocks. Have to do something to alter the odds. The same calculation seemed to occur to the blond youth. With a shout, he leapt forward to attack Skinny, trying to drive him aside. If he got past him, he might be able to get to the ford and leap on one of the mercenaries' horses. Skinny grinned, feinted, and then swept the sword around. The flat of it slammed into the youth's knife hand, and the blade spun away, its honed edge glinting in the sunlight. A second later, Skinny screamed. With admirable presence of mind, the youth had kicked him in the crotch. He staggered backwards, clutching at himself. "Hey!" Jimmy shouted, pelting forward. Rox turned at the sound. Jimmy threw the first rock as he ran. Rox took it in the gut. The stiff leather of his jerkin took most of the force, but he still went oof and staggered back 2 steps.
"No!"
Jimmy shouted.
"Run, curse you, run for the ford!"
With more courage than sense, the blond youth was trying to pick up his knife despite the pained numbness of his well-whacked wrist. Skinny had recovered a little by the time Jimmy arrived on the scene. He dodged the second rock, even at point-blank range, and the young thief dropped with a yell beneath a vicious backhand sword cut. Skinny didn't have any reason to keep a chance-met stranger alive, and was probably still feeling the effects of the kick. He had to be wearing a boiled leather cup under those greasy calfskin breeches to be able to move at all. Jimmy landed on his back in the dust, hands spread. One palm came down on something cool and metallic, and closed over it in reflex. Skinny's sword glittered above a snarling face. The blond youth barreled into him before it could come down, and Jimmy rolled and flicked himself back to his feet. Skinny was coming at him, sword ready and malign intent plain. Behind him, Rox grappled with the youth. He hit him on the point of his shoulder with the pommel of his sword, bringing a muffled grunt of pain, then grasped the back of his neck with one spade-sized hand and ran him forward 4 steps. The youth's face made brutal contact with his own saddle. He bounced back and fell limp. The horse turned and bolted for the ford. Jimmy did likewise, diving aside into cover as something went past him with an unpleasant whistle. It was a knife. The point thunked into a sapling, and the blade quivered with a nerve-wracking hum. But there were no sounds of pursuit once he'd made 100 yards or so. Panting, he stopped and examined the thing he'd caught. It was like a locket, but with only a hair-wrapped needle on a card inside the crystal cover. Shrugging, he tucked it away. A twig cracked under a foot nearby. Up was his immediate impulse, and a big beech looked as scalable as a wall. He swarmed up it and lay along a branch thicker than his body. Weasel and pit dog paused beneath him.
"I say we should find him and scrag him proper," Skinny said. "I don't want any witnesses."
The bigger man guffawed. "Who's he going to take his story back to?" he laughed. "The Baron? Good luck to him. If he heads back to Land's End to talk to the constable, all the better, for it'll be days before he sends anyone out here to poke around, assuming he does anything at all. Come on, let's get out of here." Jimmy lay motionless on a large branch, catching glimpses of the 2 men through the foliage. They hoisted the unconscious young man to his feet, and Rox held him up, while Skinny lashed his ankles and wrists. Then they heaved him over the neck of Skinny's horse. Jimmy saw them ride off, and waited until he was certain the 2 men were gone. He let himself down, dropping the last 6 feet to land lightly on his toes. "What do I do now?" he muttered to no one. Chapter 15. Discovery. Bernard lay dreaming. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he moaned as he clawed at the sheets. The dream was vivid. He could hear the breeze rustling in the trees, the sound of the surf against the cliffs. The colours were vibrant, and even the scent of the woods, the horse's sweat, and the oiled leathers filled his nostrils. "How dare you take my kill from me?" the Baron demanded furiously. "Have you no manners at all?" The boar lay twitching at the feet of the Baron's mount, while Bernard resisted the urge to draw steel and attack the youth. The younger man bowed in his saddle. "I am sorry, my lord. I fear that you would miss and endanger yourself." Zachary's tone was dripping with sincerity, but the slight lift of his lip offered mockery. Bernard stared at him coldly. "I have been hunting boar in these woods of mine since you were soiling your swaddling clout," he said. "And I am hardly in my dotage now. I assure you I am capable of taking down one of my own boars." Zachary inclined his head. "Sorry, my lord. I will have the huntsman gather it up," he said, sounding apologetic. "You will leave it where it lies," Bernard said abruptly. "I will not have it on my table." He touched the rein to the neck of his mount and turned back toward the hunt. "My lord," Zachary called out behind him, "I would speak with you in private." Bernard stopped his horse, clenching his teeth. Such impudence! Even so, he turned and rode back to where the young lord sat fiddling nervously with the reins.
Follow me, then, he said. Let us get out of these woods and go somewhere no one can listen to this private conversation. He broke from the woods into the meadowland starred with yellow flowers, drying slightly to a golden shade as the summer grew late, and rode up a hill. Birds broke out of the tall grass before them as the horses' hooves threw up clods of earth. Bernard kept the pace to a hard gallop until he came to the top of the rise. They stopped just short of the cliffs, the sea below a glorious vista. Gulls wheeled overhead. Zachary pulled up past him, patting his horse's neck. "Magnificent," he proclaimed, taking a deep breath. "What do you want?" Bernard asked impatiently. "My lord," Zachary said, "the Lady Elaine should never have left Rillinen. She pines for it, and even you can see that she is thin and pale. She should return to the capital. This is not the life for her. She needs excitement and the glamour of the court. I would ask you, for her sake, my lord, to put her aside." Bernard stared at him in disbelief. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Would you repeat yourself, sir?" Zachary looked surprised. "My lord, I assumed you to be a man of the world. You must have known that Elaine and I were lovers." He laughed nervously. "Certainly you knew she wasn't a virgin." "Stop!" Bernard shouted. His knuckles were white on the reins and his eyes were wide, his breath whistling through his teeth as he tried to contain his fury. "I love her," Zachary said, as if the older man hadn't spoken. "I should never have let her go, but it isn't too late. You could have the marriage annulled. She would thank you for it." "Put her aside? Are you mad? Elaine would die of shame if I were to do such a thing." "It is what she wants, sir. She loves me, my lord, and I know she wishes to be with me. Please, have pity on us and let us be together." Bernard made no attempt to hide his rage. "You will return to the castle now. Pack and leave my house and take the first ship from Land's End you find, or I will not answer for your life beyond sunset." Turning to ride away, he wrenched at the rein with a strength that brought a squeal of protest from the horse. "Sir!" Zachary shouted. "You will listen to me!" He dug his spurs into the horse's flanks and nearly collided with the Baron's bay. Will he lay hands on me, on my own land? Bernard wondered. But he said nothing. With a whistle of effort, he turned and struck the other man hard with the back of his fisted gauntlet, iron studs ripping into flesh. Zachary fell back with a cry of pain. His cheek was laid open to the bone within a fraction of an inch of one eye. He dropped his reins and raised both hands in a protective gesture. Zachary's horse backed, confused and frightened, and flung up its head. Bernard's horse, sensing its rider's anger and knowing the reins had gone slack, became excited. It laid back its ears, spun and kicked. Zachary's horse, struck hard in the chest, reared. Making a single protesting whinny, almost like the cry of a giant child, it stepped backwards and to the side. 1, 2, then a third step. And suddenly they were both gone. Bernard pulled hard on the reins, forcing his fractious mount into a tight circle. When he had finally re-established command, he slowly guided the horse to the edge of the cliff and stood up in his stirrups to look over the edge. Both man and horse had disappeared. Below him, the wild waves crashed around fanged rocks, the spray tossing up 40 or 50 feet at each great surge and making the solid granite of the cliffs tremble. Then, briefly, he saw the barrel of the dead horse amidst the breakers, the retreating tide pulling the animal out to sea. Of Zachary there was no sign. Zachary's disappearance was explained away by a contrived excuse, a message from the east, the need for him to return home by the first ship, and the willingness of those who listened not to offend their host by showing disbelief. Zachary's luggage was sent to town the next day to follow him to Rillinen, and Elaine's friends continued to enjoy her husband's hospitality.
Elaine seemed distant and withdrawn. Days later, Bernard had to send for a chirurgeon to examine Elaine, for she had taken to bed and complained of being ill.
"I have the most happy news for you, my lord," the man gushed.
"My lady is not ill," Bernard said, his lips lifting in a smile.
"Even better, my lord,"
the man preened as though he'd worked a marvel.
"The Baroness is with child.
Quick work, my lord, eh?" The Baron stared at him, his face an unreadable mask. He remained motionless until the chirurgeon bowed again. "My steward will see to your fee," Bernard said coldly, and went into the house. Yet even the chirurgeon's vulgarity could not destroy his delight at the news, or his relief that Elaine was not truly ill. He went directly to her rooms. She looked up, startled at his entrance, her green eyes wide. Bernard knelt at her side, taking her hand in his and kissing it. In his dream he could still feel the fragile fingers, the soft skin, still see the pulse beating in her neck as she lay pale against the white pillows and cushions. Tears gathered in her eyes, yet her expression was not joyous. They spoke in broken sentences, and he remembered nothing of what they said, save that when he left her chamber she was quietly weeping. The guests observed the obligatory feigned joy at the news of her condition, used it as an excuse to organize a feast, and drank a large portion of the baronial wine cellar. But soon they were forced to leave. By ship to Crondor, then overland to Salador, and on to Rillanon was a trip of more than a month. Once the Straits of Darkness were in the grip of winter storms, the only passage was around the southern tip of Great Kesh, a travel of 3 months beset with storms, pirates, and Kishian raiders. When it became clear the Baron would not invite them to spend the winter in Land's End, they bid their host and hostess a polite farewell and departed. The Baron twisted in the damp sheets, his eyes fluttering as he moaned. The storm. On the night on which the Baroness Elaine went into labour, a storm sprang up out of the sea. Hills and walls of purple-black cloud piled along the western horizon, flickering with lightning but touched gold by the sun as it set behind them. The surge came before the storm. Mountain-high waves that set fishermen dragging their craft higher and lashing them to trees and boulders, then to praying as the thrust of air came shrieking about their thatch. When the rain followed, it came in nearly horizontal, blown before the monster winds. Whips of rain lashed the manor, too. Lightning forked the sky and thunder rattled the windows. Bernard had bribed the midwife to stay at the manse for the last 2 weeks, and now he was very glad he'd done so. As he got ready to dine, a servant announced a traveller and his servants at the gate, begging shelter. This Bernard granted gladly. Hospitality brought luck, and at this moment he wanted his full share. The house was so still these days he would also welcome the company, and he was delighted to discover that his guest was a scholar who cared far more for the books in his coach than for either his horses, his servants, or himself. He was a tall, imposing man, with large eyes and a penetrating gaze, a few years older than Bernard. His name was Lyman Malachi. "Yes," said Malachi. "When I heard of the sudden death of your father, I began my journey from a great distance. With many distractions and delays behind me, I arrived tonight." He shook his sleeve as if to dispatch the remaining drops of rainwater on the cuff. "I had exchanged missives with your father, but I had no knowledge of his heirs. I feared you wouldn't know what you had in his books and might sell them to someone else before I could possibly make an offer." The Baron smiled and shook his head. He was about to speak when he noticed that Lyman's eyes had gone distant, which surprised him. Up until this moment the little fellow had been an excellent and most attentive guest, but almost immediately Lyman's eyes cleared,
and he looked gravely at the Baron. "A child will be born in this house tonight," he said. "A boy." "How could you know that?" Bernard asked in wonder. "The Baroness is with child, but she isn't due so soon." Lyman smiled tersely. "I would not trust everyone with this knowledge," he said, "but as you are an educated man beyond crude peasant superstition, and so generous a host, I will confess I am a magician." "Ah," was all Bernard said. But he wondered what to do. He'd taken an instant liking to his mysterious guest, and, like most citizens of the kingdom, he had his doubts about those who dabbled in magic. Yet he felt a curious kinship with Malachi. He chose to be delicate. After all, the man would be gone in the morning. "That must cause you some difficulty." "It has, at times," Lyman admitted. "There is prejudice against those of us who follow the art, who have the gift. But fortunately for me, my family was well off, and I was sent far from home to study. As a result, no one who knew me as a child knows of my talents, and as my parents left me with a handsome legacy, I am able to support myself quite comfortably, which means I can afford to buy books." They both grinned at that. Then came a sharp rap on the door. "Come," Bernard called. A servant appeared, his face drawn and his eyes wide. "My lord, the Lady Elaine's time has come." Bernard rose to his feet, his heart leaping to his throat. As he passed his guest, he saw a small smile raise the corner of the magician's mouth. Images sped by. The midwife standing by the door, a worried expression on her face. "The baby is coming." And then her words faded. Then the face of Elaine, pale and drenched in perspiration as the midwife commanded her to push. The screaming and the blood. The crying baby, held out proudly by the midwife who said, "You have a son, my lady," to the fading Baroness, who was in too much pain even to recognize the baby for what it was. Blood was everywhere. Blood. Bernard turned in bed, moaning and crying. "No," he tried to say, but only another low groan escaped his lips. Then Lyman was at his shoulder. His manner was calm and commanding. "Everyone leave the room," he said simply. Then the screaming stopped. Bernard sat up in bed. He was panting as if he had run for hours, and his still-fit body was taut and drenched with perspiration as if he had fought a battle. He rolled out of bed, pulled off his soaked nightshirt and threw it across the floor. Through the window he could see the morning sun had just crested the mountains, and another day had started. Only hours, he thought, as he sat naked on the bed, reaching for a mug and the pitcher of water left on the night table. He drank and refilled the mug to drink again. But the other thirst. The thirst to end this nightmare that had plagued him for 17 years, to see his Elaine restored and free of the endless pain, still lingered. Standing up, he moved to the tub of water awaiting his morning wash. He didn't mind the cold water. He had grown used to it. He needed to cleanse himself of the foul feeling on his skin, and would not don clothing until he did. He stepped into the small copper tub, squatted, and grabbed the sponge upon the table next to it, ignoring the chilly bite of the water. If only I could clean away my pain, he thought, as he had every morning for 17 years. But soon. Aunt Cleora went pale. "Oh, Ruthia!" she gasped, a hand pressed to her throat. The horse-dealer prodded the saddle where it lay on the flagstones of the kitchen floor. A black and white kitten came up to it, sniffing at the fascinating scents of horse sweat, leather, and blood. "Aye, it's blood, right enough," Curson said. "And this—" His toe touched the stub of an arrow that jutted up from the rear of the saddle. "Isn't no hunting shaft either." He produced a pair of pliers from a loop at his waist and bent, putting one foot on the saddle and pinching the tool closed on the glint of metal where arrow shaft joined leather. "Come up there," he grunted, heaving backward, the muscles in his arms and shoulders bunching. It came free, and he stuck it under their noses. "See? Bodkin point, not a broadhead. None use that except for hunting men. It's meant to pierce armour or jerkin." Laurie stared at the saddle with a sick dread in her heart, worse even than the cold feeling that had held her since her family died. She knew they were dead. She knew Rip was still alive, for the feeling was there in distant flashes, but she didn't know whether Bram was alive or dead. "The horse come in at first light," Curson said. It was an hour after sunrise, and the family had just been finishing the morning meal when the horse-trader had arrived at the door of the house. "Poor beast had its ribs beat raw by the stirrups, and dried foam caked halfway to its tail. Looks like it was trotting all night. Took a bad fright, and I thought, seeing's it was that tall blonde lad, your young niece's friend, that bought it, and he was on his way chasing after your niece's other friend, the lad I sold—" He pointed to Laurie. "Your old horse, too. Well, anyway, seeing as it's sort of all fit together, I thought you should know." Aunt Cleora looked around. "The constable?" she said. Curson snorted. "For an affray in the town bounds, certainly," he said, "although he uses those two-a-penny thief-takers more than his own men. No, out on the road it would be the Baron's men-at-arms who'd be the ones to see, except he doesn't pay no mind to common folks' problems these 15 year and more. The soldiers might turn out if Kesh attacked the city, but for a lost lad, taken by bandits or slavers, no, they'll not stir." He looked at Laurie and Flora, where they sat side by side on the bench. "It's all that I can do, Miss Flora. I've my own family and kin and business to look after. I just thought you should know, like." When the man had gone, silence lay heavy for a moment. Cleora came over to put an arm around Laurie's shoulders. "He went to look for Rip, and he may be dead," Laurie whispered, "and all because of me." Surprisingly, Flora shook her head. "No," she said. "He would have looked for your brother anyway. He was that sort of man. I could tell." Laurie nodded dumbly, fighting back tears and wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. "And Jimmy's my foster brother, and he went looking for Rip too, and he may be dead," Flora said decisively. "Or they may both be hurt. I have to go and look." "That's impossible," Aunt Cleora squeaked. "A young girl on her own in the country?" Even then, Laurie had to smile. Aunt Cleora seemed to think goblins and bandits lurked behind every bush. Or maybe they do, she thought, looking at the saddle again, her eyes drawn to it with unwilling fascination. "She won't be going alone. I'm going too," Laurie said. "It's my baby brother and my intended, and I can't let Flora go alone, after all she's done for me." Both the other women looked at her. "But you can barely walk," Flora said. "I can use a stick," Laurie said stoutly. "True, it's healing fast, but how far will I get?" she thought more honestly. "I can ride, maybe, or crawl, if needs must." Aunt Cleora looked from one to the other. "I wish Carl were here with his men," she said unhappily. "It'll only be a couple of weeks until his ship's back from Crondor." She looked at them again. Laurie could tell Flora wore the same mutinous expression as herself. "I don't like it. I don't like it at all," Cleora said again. "But if you must go, you'll take my dog-cart." Flora sprang up and hugged her aunt. The dog-cart was a vehicle with 2 tall spoked wheels
and a body slung on leather rests, with a folding cover drawn by a single horse. It would hold two easily, and on a good road wouldn't be too hard on a healing leg.
"Thank you, Aunt Flora,"
she said, and Laurie nodded enthusiastically. The pretty middle-aged features of the older woman creased in worry, but Flora was already up and about, stuffing things in bags.
"What is it?"
Jimmy asked, prodding with his finger at the locket-sized device that lay on the table. The old couple whose cottage it was huddled back by the hearth, unconsciously gripping hands as they stared at the thing. They had just finished supper, happy to provide porridge, eggs, a pair of apples, and a very bitter brew that almost passed for ale for another of Jarvis's silver pieces. Jimmy thought that on another occasion his entire focus would be upon Jarvis Coe's purse, for it seemed to possess an endless supply of silver. But that was then, and this was now, and there were mysteries to unravel and boys to save. Jarvis Coe sat on a stool, hands on his knees as he leaned forward. His craggy face was set, and the low flames from the hearth cast restless red lights across the lines and planes of it. "It's magic," he said softly. Jimmy felt the small hairs bristle down his spine at the word. "Forbidden magic. It's a man-finder, bound by blood and bone and seed." His finger traced the needle. "See here? The needle is bone from a dead baby harvested in the dark of the moons." The old woman moaned and shivered, huddling closer into her husband's protective arm. "And the hair is of the man you wish to seek, or from his close kin. Mother or father, or both, if you wish to find their child. I'd say that was the case this time. You said the boy was fair-haired, and this tress is brown. Not necromancy, not quite, but related to it. Dark enough magic to be troubling in any event."
"Who are you, that you know this?"
Jimmy asked. Jarvis looked up quickly, his eyes hooded. After a long moment he nodded. "Well, you've a right to know, I suppose, if you're to be involved in this affair. I'm an agent for the High Priestess of Limbs Cragmar in Crondor." The young thief bounded backward, hand going to his knife. The old midwife made signs with her hands, and her husband rose too and slid towards the door where his billhook was propped. Astonishingly, Jarvis Coe laughed. No, my friends, you needn't worry. She is the mistress of death, not murder. We're all coming home to her eventually, so she doesn't need anyone hurried along." His lips quirked, and he quoted in an archaic dialect, "Under her sway goes all estatis, princes, prelatis, poetasis. She spares na prince for his presence, na clerk for his intelligence. Her awful strake may no man flee." Jimmy, who had no time for such fripperies, nodded stiffly, still alert and poised.
"And what are you doing on the trail of men who kidnap children?" he asked.
"The temple particularly doesn't like people who make death magic," Coe said.
"Why not?"
Jimmy said, thinking of rumours he'd heard of those priestesses. "Because it gives the goddess a bad reputation," Coe said, "and that endangers the temples. In ages past, before the temples reached accord with the crown and agreed to allow the Temple of Ishap to settle disputes, there was more than one riot in which an angry mob sacked a temple and killed all the worshippers. Even with 100 years and more of peace between the temples, there's still a strong potential for mayhem if word of something like this gets out, and if people think the Temple of Limbs Cragmar had a hand in it. Moreover, it's stealing from Limbs Cragmar. The life energies which should be returned to her hall for judging are denied their proper placement on the next turn of the wheel of life. Those souls are tortured, tormented, and eventually vanish as if they had never existed. It's an abomination and heresy of the worst stripe.
No good ever comes from these practices, and only those who are truly evil or truly fools undertake such. He showed his teeth. I am the particular no good that will come to the necromancer who's working in the vicinity. I'm no magician myself, he went on, but I do have some talent in these areas, and I have resources from my employers which will help me deal with him. But not necessarily mercenaries, stone walls and iron bars, Jimmy said sardonically. I'm really not happy, he thought. I'd almost rather he was one of Jocko's spies. On the other hand, he's likely to be much more useful than one of the secret police, and if I'm to undertake hero-of-legend deeds against an evil enchanter, no less, I could do with some help. He didn't want to go back to Laurie and tell her he couldn't find Rip. After all, he'd promised. On the other hand, he didn't want to be chained to a red-hot metal plate in a dungeon for the next 1,000 years either, or have his death essence used to power a spell. Risk was one thing, doom another. Besides, I suspect that ducking out on friend Co would be unlucky. I do not want the hatred of a goddess dogging my steps. Her favour, on the other hand, and the favour of her priestesses— "All right," he said at last. "What does this necromancer want with our blonde-haired friend?" "In just 4 days the 3 moons will be dark," Jarvis said, his fingers toying idly with a crust of barley bread. "And certain stars will be in conjunction. At that time, well, let's say that the wayfarer they picked up and brought back to the manor would be useful for certain dark arts. Useful in a terminal sense. As would young Rip, your friend's brother." Jimmy winced. He was used to beatings, stabbings, and affrays. He'd taken part in them himself. But human sacrifice was another matter altogether. "This is getting beyond belief," he said. "Children, then wayfarers?" "One specific wayfarer," Jarvis said carefully, as if reflecting on that fact. The old woman made a noise, and her husband tried to shush her, but she pushed him aside. 4 days, you say, priestess's servant?" Jarvis bowed. "Good wife?" "That would be 17 years to the day from the time Mistress Elaine died in childbed," she said. 17 years to the very hour at midnight." Jarvis's face changed. A shadow of fear, and maybe disgust, passed over it. Uh-oh, Jimmy thought. This is bad news. Were you sure she died?" Jarvis held up his hand. "Did you see the body laid out?" The midwife shook her head. "He thrust us all out of the room, and later word was sent that things had been done," she said softly. "Thrust us all out, but kept with him a chance-met guest he'd been hosting that night, a scholar." "Ah, I doubt that it was entirely chance. Not on that night. Certain happenings cast their own shadows, forward and backward in time." Jarvis looked down at the talisman. "Have you anything of the lady's?" he said. "Anything that touched her body?" The old woman rose and went over to her pole-frame bed and dragged out a cedarwood chest that looked incongruously fine in the wattle cottage. Prodding around inside it, she brought out a small bundle wrapped in silk stained with old dried blood. "She were fond of me and a kind lady," the midwife said. "She knew she could trust old Meg. Many a secret a midwife hears. This she gave me for safekeeping. It would have been as much as her life were worth did the Baron find it." Jimmy came close as Jarvis took the bundle from the old woman and swept the rough wooden surface of the table clean of crusts and crockery before he laid it down and began to unfold it. "Should the talisman be doing that?" Jimmy asked. The needle beneath the crystal lid was jerking.
First it pointed southwest, toward Baron Bernard's manor, then it swung towards the bundle. "No, it should not," Jarvis said. Inside the silken handkerchief was a true locket, a delicate shell of electrum. "Even if this is the lady's blood from the birthing—" "It is," the old woman said. "Or hair, or nail clippings," he went on. "The spell is linked to the similarity of essences. It should be pointing toward the sun." Jarvis opened the locket, his fingers probing delicately for the catch. Within one half was a miniature portrait, a tiny thing no bigger than Jimmy's thumb. The other held a love knot, a twining of hair braided together, one strand blonde, the other brown. "Could you bring me some light, Jimmy?" he asked. Jimmy went to the hearth. A tube of birch bark stood on the bare earth beside it, containing long splints of lightwood from resinous pine, ready to kindle. He took one and held it to the low flames of the fire. It hissed and spat as it caught, giving off a resinous, medicinal scent. Jimmy brought it back to the table, holding it higher and to one side so that no driblets of hot sap would fall on the table, careful that none struck him either. The light was wavering, and none too bright compared to a candle, but the old couple had none of those, or even tallow dips. But it was still bright enough for him to see the handsome, blonde young man in the portrait.
"Ruthia," Jimmy blurted. "That's the one they took."
"No," the old woman said. "That's young Lord Kethry by the name of Zachary, who were Lady Elaine's friend from Crondor, from before she met the Baron. Him who disappeared."
"Oh-ho," Jimmy said. "Well, from his looks, and from the behaviour of this needle, I'd say that while the Lady Elaine may have had a son 17 years ago, the Baron surely didn't," Jimmy said. Jarvis gave a lopsided grin. "You can see further than most, Jimmy," he said. The cottager sighed. "You'll have to tell him now," he said warily. "No helping it." Meg, the midwife, nodded.
"The Baron would have none of his son. Well, of the baby. For a moment he was overjoyed to have an heir, but when he saw his wife at the edge of death, he became a man possessed. He blamed the baby and told me to get rid of it, so we would never see it again. Set it out for the wolves, he meant, but I couldn't. So I took it to a farmer I knew, name of Ostry, near Relin, whose wife had lost her babe but still had milk. They were glad to take it in and raise it as their own. Relin's not far south of here, somewhat east. Still on the Baron's land, of course," her husband added. "He promised never to speak of it, and to give him credit, I've never heard the rumour come back. Like as not, they've forgotten the babe wasn't theirs. All they knew was the mother died birthing it, and likely they thought it some serving girl's byblow."
"That makes a good deal of unpleasant sense," Jarvis Coe said. "The Baron obviously loved his wife very much."
"To madness,"
Meg said, sitting down on her bed and sighing as she looked at the cedarwood box.
"And I never thought she wasn't fond of him, even when she took sick after Kethry disappeared."
"Disappeared?"
"In a hunt. Rode off to Crondor, the Baron said, leaving his servants and traps to be sent on, but nobody saw hide nor hair of him again. Young Lord Kethry never reached Rillinen."
Jimmy snorted. "I know that sort of sudden leave-taking," he thought. "Bet if you asked, nobody saw him arrive anywhere else either. The sea hides a good many sins." "Well," Jarvis said, looking at the three of them and obviously thinking how much to tell. Jimmy raised an ironic eyebrow. It was a bit late to be cautious about such things. "Unless he plans to leave no witnesses, and I doubt he's quite that ruthless." Jarvis confirmed his guess by going on, "If a magician of the right sort were at hand, as the lady lay dying, he could not keep her alive exactly,
suspend her between life and death, so that someone could attempt to heal her entirely later. He reached for a wooden mug of the old couple's ale. Let me wash out my mouth. She'd be suspended between life and death for, by the goddess, 17 years, dying every second. Jimmy felt the coarse bread and eternal bean soup turn into a heavy lump under his breastbone. Limbs Cragma Resta. Another thought struck him. And why do they want her son? Remind me never to get involved with wizards again, he thought. Looking back on it, he felt a touch of fear at how lightly he'd dealt with old Alban Asher, even. Well, the force of life is released at death. They could try to revive her with anyone's, but the more like to like, the easier. Children, because her life was lost birthing a child. The child himself, best of all. It's the natural order that the lives of parents run on in their children, but it can be forced into reverse. The old man spat into the fire, which hissed. Jarvis looked up. We have 4 days, he said. And so does young... He looked down at the locket. Bram, Meg said. Bram, Jarvis echoed. Jimmy sighed. I suppose, if he loved her that much. It's evil and mad, but there's a sort of grandeur to it. Less than he thinks, Jarvis said. You can get someone back, in a way, but they're often changed. Unsealing the boundaries of life and death lets other things in. He closed his eyes. Things that once in our world are most difficult to cast out. Ko let out a long sigh as he contemplated what that meant. Jimmy felt the hair on the back of his neck and arms rise up, and wished more than ever he had just lain low in Crondor and not tried to be so heroic. Chapter 16. Developments. Rip tried to peer through the hole. Chain him well, the old man's voice said, and keep that bag on his head, I told you. Rip slid back down with a muffled gasp. The problem with the peepholes in the secret passages was that they were made for grown-ups. Another voice sounded, the weasel voice. As you wish, my lord. Ah, my lord, you'll get the rest of your money, oaf. I don't keep that much cash here. My man of business in Land's End will bring it up next week. I have need of you anyway. Until then, be silent and go. Chains clanked. Your son is waking, my lord, said the oily man's voice. Perhaps we should leave. I have examined him, and apart from a few scrapes and bruises, he is healthy enough. More than healthy enough to last 3 days. Do not call him my son ever again, the old man's voice said, softly menacing. He murdered my Lady Elaine. Steps faded away, and the lantern light through the peephole went out as the outer door of the room thudded shut. They could hear the key turn in the lock. They caught someone else, Mandy said, and chained him up. Rip nodded, and made an affirmative sound in his throat. That's cruel, Nisa said. I mean, even more cruel. But the old man said he was his son, Rip said, frowning. You mean he chained up his own son? Kay asked, sounding horrified and delighted at once. Like the wicked king and the good prince? Let's go and look, Rip said. He felt for the catches of the secret door, and they stepped into the room. It was bare and empty, with a stone floor and stone walls, and was lit dimly by one barred window high up on the far side. It was not large, as rooms went in the big manor. Rip thought it might have been used to store things once. It was on the ground level near the kitchens, which made it chilly and damp. That's a grown-up, Nisa said, her whisper carrying too clearly.
The figure chained to the opposite wall raised his head. He was a tall young man with a burlap sack over his head. For the rest, he wore only breeches and shirt. There were manacles on his wrists, running down to an iron ring that also held the ones that joined his ankles. If he'd been standing, he'd have had to stoop and take small steps. Another chain ran from one ankle to an iron bolt driven deep into the stone of one wall. There was a basin of water and a slop bucket within reach, but otherwise he couldn't go beyond a semicircle 6 feet in circumference.
"Who's there?"
he asked groggily. Hope blazed up in Rip, and he felt giddy with excitement. He dashed across the stone, making shushing sounds, and fumbled at the drawstring that held the bag over the young man's head. Hands closed on him, strong but not hurtful.
"Bram!"
Rip squealed, remembering to be quiet at the last minute.
"Rip! Rip, lad!"
Bram said and hugged him. Rip hugged him back. It felt so good to see a familiar face.
"I came to rescue you,"
Bram said, laughing as he held the boy at arm's length.
"And now I can rescue you,"
Rip said, delighted.
"I've got keys."
Bram laughed ruefully and held up his manacled wrists, turning them so that Rip could see them in the dim, fading light. There were no keyholes, just an overlapping joint with a thin rod of soft-wrought iron pushed through it and peened over with a hammer.
"Did that on an anvil, and the feet are the same,"
Bram said ruefully.
"I remember that much. And the two who caught me, folk had paid to see that fight and laughed themselves silly, I've no doubt."
"A big, strong one and a skinny one who talked like a weasel," Rip said.
"The same," Bram replied. "And so unless you've a cold chisel and a hammer, Rip, lad, you're not setting me free."
He looked beyond the boy at the children, who stood looking back, big-eyed. Nisa hugged her doll to her side and stuck her thumb in her mouth. Bram's expression softened.
"Well, but you're not kept close here, then?" he said.
"We were," Rip said. "We got out."
"It was Rip's idea,"
Mandy said.
"We tripped the man who came with our food."
"And tied him up,"
Kay said, grinning.
"And then we pulled a sheet over him and tied that up,"
Mandy put in, shyly touching her white blonde hair.
"And I hit him with a candlestick,"
Nisa put in with a grin.
"Well done, the lot of you," Bram said, "though I should have known Rip was up to it, after he put that itchweed powder in my breeches while I was swimming last year."
Rip blushed and the others looked at him with awed respect.
"Did Ma and Pa send you?"
he asked eagerly. Bram's face changed.
"Lad," he said, "I have grave news and no time being gentle in telling you."
He explained about Rip's parents, glossing over the details of their death, then rapidly assured him Laurie was safe in Land's End. Rip collapsed against him. The tears didn't last long, though. He'd done his fair share of crying since being taken, in the dark where nobody could see. After a moment he felt the children crowding around, and Bram's other arm went around them too, as far as he could reach.
"I want you to kill them,"
Rip said after a moment, wiping at his face with his palms.
They're evil." "That they are," Bram said.
He clanked his chains a little, ruefully.
"But I'm a bit tied up at the moment."
His smile turned to a frown.
"I still don't know why they've taken you, or me," he went on. "Even a baron can't do this sort of thing for long. Stealing children? There'll be rebellion if it gets out. Parents won't wait for the prince's magistrate to come down from Crondor. Those who've already lost children will be first to riot."
"They've had kids before us," said Mandy in a small voice. "After a while they'd come and take them away and they didn't come back."
Rip swallowed.
I think one of them is a magician," he said.
Bram frowned.
"And the old man?"
"The Baron. I don't know. Everyone does what he says, though."
"The Baron,"
Bram confirmed.
Baron Bernard of Land's End. And, Bram, there are things here.
Rip looked around at the shadows. He could feel them.
Wrong things.
Bram nodded, and his voice went hard and grim.
So, now we know what he's been doing with the silver we sweated to give him all these years. Bought with the good bread we didn't eat, and the cloth we didn't wear come winter. Not paying men-at-arms to keep us safe, or to hold court and give justice, or patch the roads. Yes, I felt it too. Even the cutthroats who brought me here did. There's something bad here, something rotten.
He looked up, almost bristling, bruised lips curling back from his teeth. A breeze they could all feel cuffed at their heads, stirred the dark air.
What was that? Who calls?
Impressions blurred and memories returned. The children. They were not where she had seen them last. She didn't understand the cycles she endured. Pain, blackness, being in her body, being out. Forces tugged at her, and sometimes she ached just to remain in oblivion. There were times she raged in frustration at her inability to interact with those around her, and she often felt confused by the sudden jumps from day to night and back, and the rapidly changing light outside the windows, sometimes the cold and foggy skies of winter common to this coast, other times the brilliant golden sun of summer. It confounded her senses as much as anything else, not knowing how long she had lingered in this state since the baby was born. She floated away from her body, looking for the children. The girl, the one the others called Nisa, she was almost able to talk to Elaine, and Elaine hungered for some human contact. No matter how long it had been since the birth of her son, it felt as if she had not known the touch of a hand or the sound of a voice in a very long time. She sensed the children had moved to another room, and she hastened there. As she entered, she saw the black cloud, the spirit presence of some unnamed evil that had avoided her for so long. It hovered over the children. Elaine swept towards the black cloud furiously, snatching at one of its tendrils. It pulled back, retreating slightly, then it fled. Rather than waste her energy chasing it, Elaine hovered protectively over the children, pleased by their presence, delighted with the littlest one, the boy, and feeling a connection with the girl. Then she realized something had changed. There was a new presence. It was...
Zachary! Elaine called. They had brought Zachary, chained him, beaten him. Her rage swirled about the man she loved, and they retreated before it, afraid, drawing back their looming presence like the fading of the stench of rotten meat. Her anger was palpable, enough to ruffle their hair and stir the burlap sack on the floor beside him. Beaten, chained. Then she heard what the children called him. Bram. She looked. Somehow, like this, she could look deeper into a man than she'd been able to do before, see the links between things. Not Zachary, although the image of him, but he was younger, 10 years younger, and different. Features softened a little, and hair a deeper yellow, not quite so fair. Eyes a darker blue, shoulders broader, and arms thicker. My son. The knowledge hit her, impossible to deny. My baby, Zachary's son. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. How many years? How long have I lingered in this place between life and death? Clarity arrived, and she understood now. Those darknesses, those times when she thought she had slept for minutes, those had been days, weeks even. The changing light had been the passing of seasons. She had been trapped in this horrible state of not living, not dying for years. Years when she thought it but days. Rage rose up. Who has done this thing to me?
She wailed a soundless cry of pain, and Nisa seemed to sense she was near. She looked right at where Elaine floated, and there was sadness in the girl's eyes. She inclined her head toward Bram, as if saying, "See? This is what you came for." Elaine looked again at her son, and a soft yearning began to replace the anger. She wanted to hold him in her arms, to comfort him, to tell him of her love. And she wanted to protect him, for now she understood the presence of the black tendrils of evil, the need for a child of hers, and she knew without doubt Bram's life was at risk. Someone must warn him. "Tell him, boy! Tell him!" Elaine shouted. "Tell him, boy," said Nisa, as if listening to another voice. "Tell him," she repeated softly. "Bram," Rip said. "Hmm?" Bram said, his strong white teeth tearing at the bread. It was stolen from a guard's table while the man went to use the privy, and it was tough and black, made from mixed barley and dry and full of husks. That didn't disturb either Rip or the young man. It was much like what they ate every day. "Sorry," Bram said when his mouth was free. He took a long drink of water and a bite of smoked pork. "Right hungry. Haven't had much to eat today except hard knocks." "Bram, the old man, the Baron, said something really strange." Rip frowned, remembering. He couldn't stop remembering. It played over and over again in his head. "And the oily man? He said you were the Baron's son, and the Baron said not to say that because you'd killed his lady." "Me, the Baron's son?" Bram laughed. "Baron Bram of the Barn? My lord of the muck-heap?" Then his face changed. "What did he say about a lady?" "That you'd killed her, and that was why he wanted the bag over your head." Kay cut in. "It is like the wicked king and the good prince," he said. "The evil stepmother wants to kill the prince, and the king hates him because his mother died having him, so she puts him out in the woods, but the woodcutter finds him and fights the wolves and takes him home to raise him as his own." "That's just a story, youngster," Bram said uneasily. "Right now, we're in the part before the happy ending." Rip looked at him. Bram doesn't think we will have a happy ending, he thought. But we will. Bram's a hero. "What are they doing?" Flora asked curiously, pointing. Laurie goggled at her, and then at the field beside the road. The strong, sweet scent of the cut hay drifted over to the two girls in the dog-cart, and the scythes flashed as the mowers moved down the flower-starred field. Birds burst up out of the grass before them and circled above, diving at the buzzing insects that the blades disturbed. The mowers were singing as they worked. That made it go easier, as well she knew, with memories of days at hatchet and churn and spinning wheel and hoe and rake, until one of them called a halt. He unslung a little wooden barrel he wore around his neck on a cloth string, pulled the bung with his teeth, and tilted it back until a stream arched into his upturned mouth. Cider, probably. She could see the worn shirt sticking to his back with sweat. He looked up as he passed the little barrel on, and waved at her with a grin. He'd be the farmer, the lord of the harvest. She knew she was right when he gave the signal to start work again a moment later. There were 6 working with scythes, 5 men and a woman. Swinging a scythe took strong arms and back, much more than harvesting grain with a sickle. Women and girls and youths followed them, raking and turning the cut hay and pushing it into a long roll on the ground, a tad. They'd be back, of course, to keep turning it until it cured, and then to pitch it into a cart and bring it home to go under cover and feed stock through the next year. "Why, they're cutting the hay," Laurie said, conscious of the long silence of her astonishment. "First cutting, but a bit late. Haven't you ever seen hay cut before?" Flora shook her head. and Laurie almost lost control of the reins as she gaped. They were going at a slow trot. Aunt Cleoria's carriage horse was a big, glossy gelding, far finer than poor old Horace, but not noticeably faster. Leather slings gave the dog-cart an odd, greasy sway, too, not like the forthright jouncing and jolting of a farm cart, but she had to admit it was easy on her leg, which pained her little more than it would have done while she lay on a feather-bed in her friend's house.
"Never seen hay cut?" she cried.
"Well, you've never seen the Prince's men parading through the streets of Crondor," Flora said.
"Oh, I wasn't mocking you," Laurie assured her. "It's just, well, I've never met anyone who's not seen haying before. That's all," she sighed.
"That's when Bram kissed me first," she said shyly, "at a dance at the end of a haying day last year." "So, you're going to marry Bram?" Flora asked, plainly glad to change the subject.
"Well, I think he wants to," Laurie said shyly, keeping her attention on the reins and the horse.
"Gods of love, he's handsome enough," Flora said with a giggle.
Laurie giggled in return.
"He is, isn't he?"
She felt a spurt of happiness, absurd under the worry. He isn't dead, she thought. He can't be dead. But if her mother and father could die, the pillars of all her life, what was safe? Resolutely she pushed that aside, enjoying the day. She looked at Flora.
"Flora,"
she said suddenly,
"why are you helping me?"
Then, hastily,
"Not that I mind, but you and your foster brother, you've treated me like your own kin. And I'm just a girl from a farm with 4 cows and 1 horse, not a fine lady like you."
Flora had been frowning, slightly thoughtful. At that she laughed. There was an edge of bitterness to it.
"Fine lady," she said.
Laurie blinked at her, confused.
"Well, you are," she pointed out.
The furnishings in Aunt Cleora's house alone were worth a decade's rent for any 10 farms in her home valley, with the inn at Relling Ford thrown in, and possibly the grist mill.
"I'm Aunt Cleora's sister's daughter," Flora said slowly, "but she ran off with a baker, ran off to Crondor."
"Ah," Laurie said, understanding.
"And your father's da cut him off."
That happened sometimes back home, too. Young men seemed made to quarrel with their fathers about the time their beards sprouted, and sometimes it grew hot. Even Bram, good-hearted and willing, butted heads with Osri sometimes, like rams in spring. That was one reason he had hired himself out to the merchants' caravans as a guard and wrangler now and then, besides the cash.
"Right, and then the baker, my father, proved his judgment right and my mother's wrong when he crawled into a brandy barrel and stayed there."
Laurie nodded. That certainly happened back home too.
"Ah, you'll have had to work out," she said. "Do laundry and sewing and such like."
Vaguely, she knew that was one of the things poor women in towns did. She didn't suppose they could hire themselves out as maids of all work or dairy hands.
"Yeah, such like," Flora said shortly, then chuckled. "A town can be a hard place for a young girl. All alone and everyone a stranger. I came back to Land's End and things worked out for me, but you didn't have anybody."
They drove on in companionable silence. After a while, the land rose. They went through a patch of forest, cool, grateful shade that reminded Laurie painfully of her day hunting. Beyond that, there was a man bent nearly double under a load of faggots, his axe on top thrust through the loop of twisted bark that held it together. The woodsman set it down as they passed, rising to rub the small of his back and look. A dog-cart and fine horse with 2 pretty girls in it wasn't something that he saw every day. He took off his shapeless wool cap.
"Missus?"
he said respectfully, bowing slightly. Laurie felt embarrassed by that. If she'd been walking by the road in her own clothes and met him back home, he'd have called her lass and waved instead.
"We're looking for a young man," she said.
At the sound of her voice, the man relaxed a bit. They were 20 miles from Relling, and his own accent was slightly different from hers, but nobody could hear her speak and doubt she was a commoner too. Perhaps a well-to-do farmer's daughter at most. Just as he would have placed Flora as city-born and gentlefolk if she'd opened her mouth. He not only relaxed, but also grinned as he straightened.
"Not a young man any more myself, miss, but I wish I were, seeing the two of you pretty as a spring daisies," he said. "From over to Relling, are you, then?"
Flora laughed, and Laurie felt herself smiling despite her worry.
"Hard by Relling," Laurie agreed. "We're his kin, and we've a message he'll want to hear, family matters. He would have passed through day before yesterday, riding, on a good grey gelding. A young man, just 17, but man tall and strongly built, hair the shade of ripe barley and blue eyes, and a yew-bow over his shoulder."
"Ah,"
the woodcutter said, rubbing his back again and stretching with both hands pressed to it.
"Yes, I do recall. Not seeing him myself, you understand, but Besser at the Holly Bush, just up the high road and off from Willow Creek Lane, mentioned him. No mistaking, from your telling of his looks. Fair mooning over him, she was."
"That's my Bram," Laurie said.
"Ah, kin of yours, this Bram, lass?"
Woodcutter teased.
"Lucky man to have such sisters."
"Kin by marriage soon, like enough," she said. "We'll ask at the inn, then."
The man frowned.
"Well, I'd not do you an ill turn, so be careful," he said. "There are some rough sorts stopped there."
"Drovers? Badgers?"
she said. Those who took stock on the road for sale did have a bad reputation. A man didn't feel as restrained outside his own neighbourhood, in a place where he wouldn't be back. Drovers and guards often caused more trouble than the money they brought justified.
"Soldiers, down from the manor,"
the woodcutter said, and spat.
"I'll not say anything ill of the Lord Baron, you understand."
Not wanting a whipping or the stocks or your ears cropped, Laurie thought, nodding.
"But some of the guardsmen he's eyed these last years, they're right cutthroat, skirt-lifting bastards. And times they've lifted skirts, will-she-nil-she."
He winked and put his finger alongside his nose, as if making a locally recognised gesture.
"Outsiders, foreigners, no offence," he went on.
"None taken?"
Laurie said mildly. Everyone back home thought of anyone from more than a day's walk as foreign and somewhat suspicious, too.
"Maybe your kinsman was thinking of taking service with the Baron," the woodcutter said. "Manor's only a brace of miles further on. It would do the neighbourhood good to have some better-mannered boys wearing the Baron's livery."
Laurie shook her head.
"Bram's a farmer's son, and badges for caravan masters now and then," she said. "Thanks for your time and help, Gaffer."
"No trouble. Talking to a pretty girl on a fine spring day. Somewhat to talk about this next season?"
Laurie nodded thanks, and they drove on, after she made sure of the directions twice. She knew how hard it could be to give good ones when you knew your district like your own house and couldn't imagine someone who didn't.
"We're close,"
she said to Flora.
"I can feel Rip."
She frowned. The sense wasn't really very directional.
"Back in Land's End, I could say northward and a bit east, but here all I can say is close." "And where Rip is, Bram will be, and Jimmy," Flora said. "And I know where we'll be if we want to find out anything."
Laurie looked at her, and Flora gave a wry smile, seeming older than her age. She often did, to Laurie's way of thinking, like a woman grown.
"Where?" "At the tavern. Where men drink, they talk."
With a flick of her wrists, Flora moved the gelding to a slightly faster pace, anxious to get to the tavern. Chapter 17. Plan. Jimmy fidgeted.
"Why aren't we in there?"
Jimmy asked. Looking at Baron Bernard's mansion was boring. Profoundly, deeply boring, even to someone as patient and used to waiting as a thief. The big square building just sat there, amid its frowsy, neglected gardens, silent save for an occasional voice or rider coming down the lane from the main road, and the eternal beat of the surf on the cliffs half a mile away. Even the vines growing up the grey granite sides seemed to have died of tedium, for they were brown and sere, even though spring was well along. An occasional glitter of steel showed at the big iron-strapped doors as a sentry paced. That was it. Jarvis Coe shrugged. 3 reasons, he said, holding up a hand and bending down fingers. First, what's loose in there makes anyone reluctant to go in, so we've been finding reasons not to. He looked serious. Jimmy glanced over from behind the tree that sheltered him and stared at Coe in open-mouthed astonishment. You mean we're delaying and making excuses, and you know it? He burst out. Yes. Jarvis held up a hand. It's not procrastination, it's magic. Sometimes you can't tell the difference. Oh. Jimmy had no idea what procrastination meant, but he wasn't about to let on. Besides, he thought he understood the gist of what Jarvis was saying. Jimmy shivered a little at the idea of things affecting his mind and emotions without his knowing. What are the other reasons? Second, it's difficult to get in. It's a fortress, even if it isn't a very strong one, and it is garrisoned, even if the troops aren't very numerous or very good. There are only 2 of us. Why can't you get... Oh. Yes. Right now, Bastira has other things on his mind. By the time an official complaint went through, all the evidence would be safely buried. Oh. As I thought, the sea hides a lot of sins. What's number 3? It isn't quite time yet. We'll have to strike when they're distracted, and that means waiting almost until the time for their sacrifice. But yes, that means risking them going through with it before I can get inside to stop it. Jarvis took out a stick of jerky and began chewing it. That would be very bad. And the magic, the side effects of that necromancer's magic, is affecting our judgment. I want to go home to Crondor, Jimmy thought. The wrath of the upright man and the menace of the secret police was looking more attractive all the time. At least Flora and Laurie are safe, he said. The Holly Bush wasn't much of an inn, Flora decided as she jumped down from the dog-cart in the dying hours of the day. In fact, it was more of a farmhouse, judging by the odours of hay, turned earth, manure and mud. It had 2 stories, to be sure, and was sheathed with plank, which had weathered silvery grey from many seasons without paint, but it was a thatched farmhouse just the same, with a barn and sheds behind, a field of young wheat beyond that, and an orchard still bearing drifts of blossom. The only signs of its trade were the branch of holly pegged over the lintel, the benches set outside on either side of the door, and the width of the beaten muddy path that led up from the ruts of the road, and a larger-than-usual paddock for stock in which travellers' beasts might be accommodated. No, I take it back, Flora thought. They've put 6 flagstones around the door, and there's a wood-scraper. Civilization. One of the work-sheds was a smithy. Not a fully equipped one, but a little farrier's set up with a small charcoal-fired hearth, a bellows and a single anvil, just right for shoeing horses or doing minor repairs. A man was at work there, tapping a shoe blank into shape with the ring of iron on iron. A youth worked the leather bellows. She waved, and he dipped the blank into a tub of water and set it aside. Then he came striding through the barnyard, the wooden pattens on his shoes keeping the valuable leather out of the mud. He went to take hold of their horse's bridle, looking at it with respect. "Will you be staying then, missus?" he asked in a burr much like the woodcutter's. "If you've room," Flora said, and saw him perk his ears up at her Crondor speech. "Room and to spare," the innkeeper-cum-farmer said.
No merchants or travellers by right now."
He was a man of medium height and build, already getting summer's tan, and knotty with the muscle of hard work. The only unusual thing about him was the tint of red in his hair, and the freckles that stood out on his face.
"I'm Tail, and I keep this inn and farm. Bess up," he went on, turning his head to shout. "Bess up! Come on, take the lady's trap. Davy, get out here."
Flora moved to help Laurie down from the dog-cart, as Tail clucked at the sight of the stick she used to spare her leg.
"Here, lean on me, miss," he said. "Bit mucky here with the rain."
"Thank you," said Laurie shyly. "My name's Laurie."
A brow raised at the accent, so similar to the locals and quite different from Flora's. He glanced back and forth between them. They didn't look like kin either, though he had probably assumed they were.
"We're looking for Laurie's friend, Bram,"
Flora said, and Tail's face changed briefly for an instant.
"Later," he said crisply. "Come inside. Room's 3 a night, and that includes the evening meal."
2 youngsters came bustling up. A boy like the man, with 15 years cropped off, and an amazing scatter of pimples with purple rims, and a buxom young girl with freckles of her own, who took the wicker box that held their luggage. The innkeeper led them respectfully to a table in the main tap-room, and Flora realized that she was enjoying herself. It was nice to be treated with respect, not chased out or shaken down for a share of her earnings or personal favours on the side. With sunset coming on, the interior of the inn was dim, and a middle-aged woman made her way around it and lit bundles of oil-soaked rag in clay dishes. These added a smoky tang of linseed oil to the cooking smells in the room. The floor had good fresh rushes on it, though, and the hearth was cheery.
"Bean soup with ham,"
the woman said, calling from where she ladled 2 bowls full from a big iron pot hanging over the coals.
"There's sweet cider, hard cider, ale, and small beer. Cider mulled if you want it. You'll be hungry travelling far. From Land's End."
She set the crockery bowls down before them, and rounds of bread, butter, cheese, and onions with them, and a wooden dish of sea salt.
"Yes," Flora said. "I live with my Aunt Clora in Land's End. Mulled cider for me."
Tail came back in, stepping out of his pattens, his feet crunching on the cut river reeds that covered the floor, which gave a pleasant green scent, for they'd been mixed with pungent herbs and flowers that gave off a scent of dried memory, like hay.
"Clora Winsley, that would be," he said, catching what she said. "Cara Winsley's wife and Yardley Haywood's daughter?"
"Yes,"
Flora said, a little surprised. It's nice to have a family people know, too, she thought.
"I've done business with Carl Winsley," Tail said. "Buying hops."
He looked at Laurie.
"And Bram is your friend?"
"We're neighbours," Laurie said. His horse came back to Land's End, saddle empty with an arrow in it. I'm staying with Mistress Winsley. We came to see if he's all right."
"I can't tell you," Tail said.
His wife returned with mugs of turned maple and an iron rod with a wooden handle. The tip of the metal glowed white-red.
"Thanks, pet,"
Tail said. He took the mulling iron from her and plunged it into Flora's cider. The drink bubbled and seethed, hissing as the metal quenched. The iron had gone dark when he removed it a moment later, but it was still hot enough to make him cautious as he returned it to the hearth. A pleasant smell of apples and spices rose. Flora sipped cautiously. Tail took a long drink of his beer as he came back, and wiped the back of his hand across his mouth, taking the last of the foam from his moustache, thinking hard. Flora spooned up some of her soup. She was hungry, and it smelled good, and ripped apart one of the small loaves for dunking. It was hot enough to steam slightly, and good wheat bread, nearly white.
"Well, as to young Bram, he stopped here for food about noon a couple of days ago,"
Tail said abruptly, like a man who'd been ordering his thoughts.
"Nice lad, polite, for all he's from Relling way. Sorry." No offence, Laurie said. A small smile quirked at the corner of her mouth. And he came looking for a young lad named Rip, who he thought would have been in the company of 2 men, and maybe not happy about it. Flora and Laurie nodded. The innkeeper hesitated and drank again, then nodded as if to himself after some internal dialogue. Well, I'd seen no such boy, he said, but I had seen 2 men who might have been the ones he were looking for, you see. Another hesitation, then, men-at-arms for the manor, men of the barons, Skinny and Rocks, they were called, gallows bait. I soldiered a bit myself when I was younger, and I met enough like them, ready for aughts, if aught was something that meant money for no work, but not the sorts a good captain would have in his troop, or ones that a wise comrade would trust with his purse or back, if you takes me meaning. They nodded. I told your Bram that much, for he seemed a good enough sort, and they're no friends of mine, for all they spend their pay here. Then he thanked me, polite-like, and rode up towards the Lord's Hall. Next we see is his horse running south. We tried to catch it and couldn't. Didn't think to lure it with grain until it was halfway down the road to Land's End. Glad it got back to you. I'd have sent word had I caught the beast. Laurie had no doubt he meant that, but she knew country ways, and sending word would be to mention to a passing wagon driver heading towards the city that he'd found a horse, just in case someone came looking. And next evening, him come Rocks and Skinny, laughing and spending free. A roast goose between them, and everything of the best, wine and beer and spirits, and I had to send Bessa to bed early. Flora looked at Laurie, and their hearts sank. Laurie leaned close and whispered, Rip's here, not far at all, close. And if Rip is, and these 2 men are, maybe Bram is too. Unless he's dead, Flora thought, and that would be a pity. He's sweet and pretty as a picture, and Laurie's a friend, and I wouldn't want her to lose a man before she's even had him. Tail observed the byplay, crunching an onion between strong yellow teeth. Thing is, he said when they looked at him. Yes? Laurie said eagerly. Lass, they both looked as if they'd been in a fight. Not a bad one, but bruises and such. And that Skinny, he carries a bow in a case at his saddle. Short bow, horn-backed and double-curved, great Kesh style. With that he nodded to them and went about his work. Flora looked around as the 2 girls ate. I've got an idea, she said, glancing up at the roof. It wasn't very high, 7 feet at most, likely kept low to make the main room easier to heat. The rafters were roughly adzed pine trunks, and the planks pegged over them had generous cracks, probably to save expensive sawn lumber, bits of straw stuck through them. The singing below their room had died away. Flora and Laurie lay prone on the boards. Laurie had her eye to a crack, and they'd carefully picked out a clear place between 2 of the planks. Loud voices came up from the table below them, harsh and slurred. Flora shivered a little. Jimmy was right, she thought, remembering the quick, hot glint in the eyes of the sergeant who'd flung her into the cart in the sweep of moccasin Crondor. I'm well out of the trade. It's them, Laurie whispered. She was white-faced. Flora realized suddenly it was anger, not fear. Killing anger. It's the 2 who took Rip, she said, her voice like ice crackling on a winter puddle when you stepped onto it, crackling and letting things ooze through. And burned my home and killed my parents. Flora patted her shoulder awkwardly. She'd lost hers early, and from what she remembered there were no prizes anyway. Then she pressed her eye to the crack again. There were 4 of them sitting around the table, and the picked remains of several chickens. She could recognize Skinny and Rocks from Laurie's description. Bad ones, she thought, wrinkling her nose. She could smell the stale beer in their sweat, and the jerkins that had never been cleaned, with old blood on them and worse, And the neat's foot oil on weapons. Badder than most. Skinny smiled too often, and Rocks not at all. They did look as if they'd been in a fight lately. Skinny had a fading shiner, and Rocks a set of puffy knuckles on his right hand. The other two were nondescript men, nothing out of the ordinary about them except an unusual number of scars, hard feral eyes that showed occasionally when they tilted back their flagons, and greasy dark hair that swirled back from their foreheads. One of them took something out of a belt pouch and shook it in his closed hand. Dice, probably. "Come on, you two," he said. "Let's see some of that gold you were boasting about. I can feel it calling to me. Wants to rest in my purse, it does." "Sure it would if I were fool enough to use your dice, Fulton." Fulton's fist closed on the knucklebones he had produced. Perhaps he would have made something of it if Rocks had not been hulking on the other side of the table. From where she lay, Flora could see Skinny's right hand, where the fingers brushed the hilt of the knife tucked into his boot. "And we haven't got all of it yet. Not the fee for the new one," Skinny said. Fulton grunted as he put away his dice, then poured more wine from a pitcher into his mug. "Bad enough those little uns hiding and skulking in the walls. Fair near broke my head where they'd rubbed grease on them stairs by the main gate. That new one, he could be real trouble if he got loose, big as a grown man. Bugger him, anyway. The Baron and that wizard'll sort him out soon enough." The mercenaries fell silent for an instant, looking uneasy. One or two made signs against evil with their hands, and they all drank. Flora turned her head. Laurie's face was blazing with hope. They drew back to the other corner of the room, speaking quietly. "That's them," Laurie said. "The new one, big as a man, that must be Bram. And the little ones, they must be Rip and some other children." Bram, yes, Flora thought. And maybe it's your little brother. More likely than not, yes. She nodded, and Laurie went on, her smile fading. "They must be in the manor, though. How could we get in? It's like a fort and guarded and... You know what the innkeeper said about the castle?" Flora shivered. "That it feels wrong?" "Yes, but we've got to get them out," Laurie said, "and soon. You heard? Something special planned for Bram." The girl from Crondor nodded, tempted to shiver again. Then she thought rapidly. Things she'd heard from other girls and from other mockers. "Wait a minute," she breathed. "I think we can get in. And those hired swords will be the way we can." She felt in her skirt pocket. The little sack of something special was still there. Jimmy knew what he was doing when he left me some of this, she thought. "Here's how we'll do it." Flora rearranged her bodice, unlacing it so that she could turn under the cloth, giving her as plunging a neckline as any she had worn while walking the streets of Crondor. She removed the kerchief she had worn while riding in the cart and shook her hair out, letting it fall loose over her shoulders. She tugged at her bodice one more time, ensuring it showed enough to make acceptable working clothes. The night had gone cool and overcast, with the smell of rain on the wind from the sea. That raised goosebumps. It did nothing to dim her wide smile as the two troopers stumbled out of the door of the holly bush. A backdrop of red firelight silhouetted them for a moment, and then their weaving steps were in the muck. "Well, hello," Flora crooned. The mercenaries stopped and goggled. It was Fulton and Sonnart. Their companions had headed home earlier, and not quite as drunk. "Who are you?" one of them asked. "Not the innkeeper's daughter with the big teats," the other observed owlishly. "I'm the new girl in these parts, boys," she said cheerfully, rolled a hip and winked, mustering up every trick she had learned to overcome revulsion. She had lain with more repulsive men in her day, but that was before she had come to think of herself as having more to her life than surviving from day to day. Choking down an urge to gag, she asked,
You walking home, or do you want to come to the stables and ride first?
Negotiations went quickly. The men were practically lowing as they panted after her, bumping into each other and huffing as they staggered in her wake around the rear of the inn.
"This is far enough," one of them grunted, clutching at her.
"It's muddy and it's going to rain," Flora cast back over her shoulder. "There's a roof and nice straw and horse blankets in the stables, only a few more steps."
For all they'd taken aboard, the mercenaries had a well-developed sense of self-preservation. They made her go first through the doors into the darkened stables, and their hands went to their hilts when they saw Laurie standing there. They relaxed again, grinning as they saw it was another girl.
"Ruth here," one blurted. "This is our lucky day."
Laurie held her hand forward, palm up. As Fortin reached for her, she took in a sharp breath and blew across the hand into his face. Flora was already dodging sideways, holding her breath. The stable was a dim cavern, with only a little light filtering in through the door and the slits under the eaves, but she'd placed the hickory axe handle precisely where it needed to be, and her hand fell on it. Fortin was already down, falling limp and face forward in the packed manure and straw of the stable floor. Sonnot, behind him, hadn't got much of the dust in his face. He gave a strangled shout and managed to half-draw his sword, a glitter of bright metal in the darkness. Flora took a firm two-handed grip on the smooth length of dense, springy hardwood. Thock! The yard-long axe-handle landed on his right kneecap with the sound of a maul hitting a block of wood. The mercenary gave a high, shrill scream that died away to a gurgle as Flora collected herself and smacked her weapon down again, this time on the back of his head. Light flared as Laurie took a bucket off the lamp they'd brought out. Horses stamped uneasily in the stalls, and one snorted as he caught the scent of blood. Both mercenaries were alive, but Sonnot wouldn't be feeling well when he woke up. Laurie drew her belt knife, teeth showing in what was most definitely not a smile. Flora hurried over and caught her arm.
"No," she said.
Laurie turned on her.
"Why not?" she said fiercely. "They work for the man who had my brother kidnapped and my parents killed." "But they're not the ones who did it," Flora said. "I wouldn't stop you if it was. But if we kill these two, Tail will get into a lot of trouble, hanging trouble. Swine they may be, but they're a baron's men-at-arms, Laurie." "And you heard what they said about Bram?" Laurie went on. But the wild look was dying out of her eyes, and she stopped trying to tug her arm free of Flora's grip. "Ah," Flora said. "Well, I had a thought about that."
She held up 2 dried pine cones from the tinderbox of the smithy.
"You see how all the leaves on the pine cones run one way?"
"Yes," Laurie said, puzzled. Half an hour later, 2 cloaked and hooded figures rode down the highway from the Hollybush toward Baron Bernard's manor. One of them scratched disgustedly.
"Didn't they ever boil these to get the nits out?" she said.
"It could be worse," the other replied.
"How?"
"Let me tell you about Noxious Neville some day," she replied.
The Baron groaned, and again clutched at his sheets. But now dream and memory were blurred, as were waking and sleeping. He drifted from knowing what night it was, lying in his bed, to thinking he was a younger man, facing terrible choices. He stood looking in horror at his wife's pale form, life draining from her as blood pooled in the bed, the midwife clutching the crying baby. A voice at his elbow.
"I can help."
Without looking, he knew it was Lyman.
"What can you do?"
"Cover the lady and leave the room," commanded the visitor, and it was done. Then he was outside the room, the midwife already gone with the child to give it up to the wolves, but Bernard's eyes fluttered, and he realized it was night, and he was alone, and the baby was now a youth, chained away in a secret room. He groaned and rolled over, clutching the pillow as he shut his eyes. Lyman said, "An hour is but an instant.
and a day but seconds within that room. She will abide while we seek a way to keep her from death's hall. Healers came, chirurgeons and a priest of Dala, and another from a sect down in the desert of Great Kesh, but none could revive the lady of the house when Lyman lowered the time spell. Each time he failed, he vowed to redouble his efforts to find a way, and each time Bernard accepted his vow, he felt more darkness seize his mind and heart. Soon, Lyman had become a permanent member of the house, given his own rooms and places for his servants. Books were purchased and scrolls and tomes sent by collectors across the breadth of civilization. No matter what the price, Bernard paid, but no solution was found. Then the books of dark magic appeared, and blood was needed. First animal, but then... Bernard sat up, a scream torn from his chest, a man tormented beyond endurance. He forced his eyes open, willed himself awake, and pushed himself to the glass doors leading to his balcony. Throwing aside the sash, he opened the doors and stepped out into the cold night darkness. Only 2 more nights. He took a deep, cold breath of air. Then he whispered, "In 2 nights, it will be over." Chapter 18. Magic. The storm raged. "Meg!" a voice bawled outside the cottage. Thunder rumbled outside, and flashes of lightning filtered through the boards of the shutters. Rain hissed down on the thatch, but it was tight and showed no leaks as yet. Jimmy looked up from putting a final edge on his dagger. Jarvis was already throwing his cloak around his shoulders. "Meg!" the voice shouted again, and this time it cracked in an adolescent squeak. Jarvis opened the door. A boy blundered in. Jimmy put his age at about 2 years older than himself, with a revolting crop of pimples that he'd been spared himself so far, praise be to Banath, god of thieves. The lad was dripping from the steady rain outside, and panting as if he'd run several miles, which the rich spatter of mud that coated him to waist-height also bore out. "Come in, boy," the cottager growled. Meg brought a cup of something hot and herbal from the small pot she kept on the side of the hearth. "Why, Davy, what are you doing out on a night like this?" The boy paused at the sight of the 2 strangers. Jimmy gave him a smile and snicked the dagger home in its sheath at his belt. The firelight caught the fretwork on the guard of his rapier. "Travellers," the cottager said. "Now, Davy boy, why do you come calling for Meg? Someone ill, or come to their time?" Aside to Jarvis and the young thief, "Listen's Davy, son to tale of the Hollybush. Not the first time Meg's been called out in a filthy night." "2 of the Baron's armsmen," Davy said, sipping at the herbal drink and calming. "Beaten! Naked and beaten in the stable." "Serves him right," his host growled. "Let him fester, I say."
"Your mother can handle bruises or setting a bone broken in a brawl," Meg said.
As she spoke, she went to the bed and hauled out another box, this one of boards covered in rawhide.
"What else is wrong with them?"
Davy looked at the men, shuffled from one foot to the other, and then blurted, "They walked out of the door and claimed that a whore lured them to the stables, and her pimp beat them." The cottager scowled more deeply. "Likely story. There aren't no loose women at the Hollybush."
"That's what they say,"
Davy claimed. His pimply face looked more hideous as he blushed.
"And, well, their clothes and weapons and all were gone, and they had their hair and beards cut off, and they were all rolled and slobbered with dung, and...
Out with it, boy!"
"And someone shoved a pine cone up their arses! Both of them!"
Meg began to cackle with laughter as she sorted through her herbs and simples and tools. After a moment of blank incredulity, so did her husband, howling until he had to bend nearly double and hug his ribs, staggering across the cottage and bumping into the walls. Many's the time I've wanted to do that to one of those top lofty cutthroat bastards myself, the old man wheezed. They'll be sitting down careful for months, they will, and squatting cautious like at the jakes.
Davy gave an uneasy grin, but by the way he was standing he was also tightening his buttocks. Jimmy chuckled too. Probably funnier to hear about than to see, he thought. Still, I wouldn't mind hearing the same news about Jocko Radburn or Del Garza, or their master either.
And them girls is gone, Davy went on.
Girls? Jimmy said sharply.
Them girls that came in from the dog cart from Land's End yesterday about supper time, he said. Prettiest pictures they was.
He gave an enthusiastic description.
Flora,
Jimmy and Jarvis said at the same time.
For all one had a limp, the boy finished.
Laurie, Jimmy said. The bottom dropped out of Jimmy's stomach, and Jarvis Coe cursed quietly in a language Jimmy didn't recognize. They looked at each other. That's torn it, Jarvis said grimly. Jimmy nodded, pulling on his oil-treated wool cloak. He yanked the hood forward, reflecting bitterly that this was what came of Flora's newfound sense of responsibility. She'd got him poking his head into a sewer rat's den again. No time for subtlety, he said.
No time at all, Coe replied.
The rain blew cold into their faces as they left the cosy, smoky warmth of the cottage. The skin wrinkled on the back of Jimmy's neck, and he didn't think it was down to the trickle of cold water. Rather, it was due to the thought of Flora and Laurie in that place. Bram looked up sharply, startled out of an uneasy doze. Thunder crashed, and lightning glared through the high, small window, far too small for a man to squeeze through, and barred with iron, even if he hadn't been chained. It wasn't time for the meagre ration of bread he got. He'd be weak with hunger by now if it weren't for the food the children brought him. It wasn't time to empty the slop bucket either, but he could hear the rasp of a key in the lock. A moment later, he was squinting against the yellowed light of a lantern held high in the turnkey's fist, a tin cylinder pierced to let the candle shine out. Then it went out, a freak gust turning it into a wisp of bitter-smelling smoke gusting through the metal. The turnkey cursed, and so did the mercenaries crowding behind him.
Well, get another one lit. We need light for this, one of them said to a man behind him.
Bram grinned. He didn't feel the cold fear that sometimes blew through this chamber. Instead, he felt something that radiated anger. But it wasn't aimed at him, and somehow it made him feel warm and safer, however mad that was. It reminded him of his mother. Another lamp came and went out. The third guttered wildly but didn't extinguish, since the holder shielded the flame with his hand. With the light, the armed men advanced on Bram. One carried a single-jack, a light blacksmith's hammer, and a chisel.
No games,
a big mercenary said. Bram recognized him from the fight at the ford and scowled. The big man grinned at him and went on.
Lord Bernard says we can't kill you, but we can mess you up, eh? Nothing says you have to have sound legs or unbroken arms, right?
He shoved another burlap bag over Bram's head and drew the drawstring painfully tight. The young man gasped, drawing in the sweetish scent of the oats that had filled the bag not long ago, and sneezed helplessly.
Foolishness,
someone said. Bram couldn't see a thing now, just feel the rough hands pushing and shoving him.
Why not leave the chains on?
Something about cold iron, the magician said,
another voice replied, the weasel-like skinny man's. The hammer peened musically on the back of a cold chisel, and the manacles fell away so that Bram gave a grunt of relief. Then he bit his lips against a yell as rough rope bit into his wrists where the iron had rubbed them raw. His feet were still free, though, and he was direly tempted to kick out. Better not. Just get a beating, he thought. Wait for the moment. Wherever they're taking me, it can't be worse than being chained in this room with invisible spirits running loose through it. As the men hustled him out, he heard an incongruous sound. The whistle of a porwit, one of the little birds that haunted the hedgerows back at home in the valley. Beneath the rough cloth, Bram grinned. He'd taught young Rip how to whistle that way just last summer. He had more friends here than his captors suspected. Laurie looked around, restraining the impulse to rub at her leg. It was itching and hurting. The itching indicated that it was healing, but it was a long way from healed, and if she pushed it too far, she could rip it open again. Bram, she thought. Rip. She could do anything she had to do. I wish Jimmy were here, Flora said nervously. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him, Laurie said. They wouldn't, if he didn't want them to, Flora said. But we've got to do something now. Lightning rolled again, showing the grim bulk of the manor ahead, outlined against the night sky. Rain hissed down unceasingly. She squinted. That's a light, she said. Look, there in the tower at the corner. A wavering yellow glow came from the narrow windows there, narrow enough to double as arrow slits. Maybe they won't notice us then, Flora said. As they approached the grounds, a vague, uneasy feeling visited them. It seemed to get stronger with every second as they neared the entrance. Something's wrong, whispered Flora. Laurie said, Maybe we should go look for Jimmy. Flora said, I think you're right. She was verging on turning around the dog cart when she said, Wait a minute. What? Do you really want to abandon looking for Bram? Flora asked. Well, we wouldn't really be abandoning him, but we'd be putting it off just a little. Yes, that would be exactly what we'd be doing, Laurie agreed. And besides, maybe the weather will be nicer tomorrow, and I think we'd do better looking... She stopped when she saw Flora get a strange expression on her face. Flora's forehead was lined in concentration, and she set her jaw as if she were trying not to yell out. She narrowed her gaze and said, Damn it! And flicked the reins. Flora urged the horse forward until they came to the wrought iron gates. There was a small room beside them, built into the wall that circled the garden. It was only 6 feet tall, although topped with spikes, built long after the manor and to keep out game and livestock rather than enemies. As if willing the words out, Flora asked, What is it you'd rather be doing than going in there right now? Laurie pressed herself back into the leather of the seat as if trying to put as much distance as she could between herself and the gate. Anything, actually. Just about anything you could name. Flora nodded emphatically. Yep. I'm thinking we just ran into one of those wards rich people sometimes pay Alban for. Who's Alban? Magician I knew once, was all Flora said. You put this thing called a ward around something you don't want people to bother, and they come up with reasons why they don't want to bother with it. Just like they thought it up all on their own. I think I understand, said Laurie. But wouldn't this be better if we found Jimmy first? It would, said Flora, as she handed the reins to Laurie. She got down from the dog-cart, one hand in the pocket under her cloak, which held more of the powder that hit men like a fist, and walked over to the gatekeeper's room. Over her shoulder she said, But if we did find him, we'd find other reasons not to come here. Right now, I want to be anywhere else more than I want to be here, so that tells me that this is where I need to be. Laurie didn't fully understand, but she said, So we go anyway? Having Jimmy here would be better, but we go anyway. She stuck her head into the window that was the only opening on this side and looked around. Nobody here, she said, pulling her head out. But it stinks. Someone's been living here. How do we get through? Laurie asked, looking at the tall iron gates with a worried look. I might be able to climb that with both legs working proper, she thought unhappily. With this, I'd have trouble getting on a horse again, once I'm down on the ground. Maybe we should wait until my leg is better. Not a problem, Flora said, interrupting Laurie's next reason for not going inside. She took off her cloak and pushed it through the gate's grill, then unbuckled her borrowed, stolen sword belt, and did likewise with that, fitting it through carefully. Then she backed up half a dozen steps, ran forward lightly, and jumped like a cat. That put her nearly head high on the iron. She swarmed up the rest of the slippery metal as if it were a ladder, and flipped herself neatly over the top before clambering down on the other side. She jumped free when still higher than her own height, and landed lightly, perfectly in control, as she took the force with bent knees. Laurie goggled. What was it she did for a living in Crondor? She wondered. Set up for a mountebank and tumbler? Flora was grinning as she heaved at the long bolt that kept the gates fastened from the inside. No lock, she said. Just this bolt and a chain looped through it. The chain clattered free, and Flora retrieved her cloak and weapons before they rode up towards the gates of the manor. I'm coming, Bram. Rip, Laurie said grimly. Once spoken, those words seemed to vanquish the terrible feeling she had had that they should do more before attempting to enter the grounds. Who are you? Bram said. Silence, the oily voice replied, and a brief stabbing pain came from everywhere and nowhere. Breath hissed out between his teeth. The room smelled wrong, like a sick room, old rotten blood and malevolence. There was cold stone under his back, and the mercenaries were fastening him down with leather ties. Oddly, they went around his knees and elbows, not his wrists and ankles. Oh, gods, he thought sickly, it's sized for children. This is where they sacrificed the children they stole. Even then his belly twisted with nausea. The mercenaries went about their business as briskly as if they'd been trussing a hog for slaughter. It left him stretched out like a starfish, painfully so since the ties were at a slightly lower level than the ridged surface on which he rested. Cold air flowed across his skin as his breeches and shirt were cut away and pulled off. Then fingers fumbled at the drawstring of the bag that covered his head. He could already see a diffuse glow of light through the coarse weave of the cloth. When it was pulled away, he had a brief glimpse of a large, richly furnished room with windows, 2 doors, and through one a bed on which rested a beautiful, pale-faced woman, apparently asleep. "Cover his face!" a man barked. The voice sounded old and weary, but the command carried authority. Of him, Bram could only see the back and his clasped hands. There were jewelled rings on the fingers, and his jacket was of rich, dark velvet. "It is done, my lord," the nondescript middle-aged man standing by Bram's head said. Nondescript, that is, until you saw his eyes. They were like windows into, not emptiness, but a void where even darkness would be snuffed out. Like nothing Bram had seen in his life, they caused fear to visit the pit of his stomach, ice to run up his back, and his arm hair to stand on end. The man's eyes were windows into less than nothing. He smiled and dropped a long silk scarf over Bram's features. "Wouldn't want to leave you out of the festivities, boy," he murmured as he went about his work. The silk would hide him from anyone looking, but Bram could see through the gauzy cloth himself, dimly. During the brief moment his eyes were clear, he'd also seen the inscribed figures drawn around the stone-topped table to which he was bound, and the black candles that guttered at the points. A rug rolled back against one wall showed that they were usually covered. Bram had his letters. He didn't know what those writing glyphs were, and had no wish to know. Looking at them made his eyes hurt, and he wrenched his gaze away. At the edge of his consciousness, something giggled and tittered.
"Let me loose, you bastard!" Bram yelled.
"Silence," the man said again, and the pain returned, shooting spikes into his gut and groin and joints. Silence it is, Bram thought, testing the bindings. Strong leather from the feel of them, far stronger than needed for children, and he couldn't even rock the stone table. It would take 6 strong men to lift, or 2 with a dolly. Bad, he thought. Very bad. Help! Astonishingly, something touched his face for an instant. Something like a woman's hand, warm and tender. Off in the distance something fell with a crash and a clatter. He could hear a distant voice howl in pain, and then,
"It's the little bastards again! Get sand, get water! Put out the goddamn fire!"
The unimpressive man with the terrible eyes shrugged. "Time to commence, my lord," he said. "It's only an hour and—" He looked at a sand timer. "Perhaps 5 minutes to the time."
"Elaine," the older man said.
It was more of a croon. There was a longing in the word that made the young man take notice despite the hammering of blood in his temples and the dryness of his mouth. Bram could see the one with the evil eyes, the magician, as Bram now thought of him, pick up a small tool and a pot, and he steeled himself for more pain, but there was only a brief wet coolness, touching him just up from where his pubic hair began. The magician was chanting under his breath, in a quick-rising, slow-falling tongue Bram didn't recognize. Another touch, just a little higher than the first. Bram craned his head up until his neck creaked, trying to glimpse over the muscle arch of his chest and see what the man was doing. It took a moment to realize what was happening. Then he began to tug at the restraints again. A neat line of red dashes was being painted up the center of his body, heading for the breastbone.
"Why isn't there anyone here?"
Flora said, looking around the entrance hall of the manor. The great building should have had someone on duty at the front door, even though it was just before midnight. Instead, there was only the clear blue flame of an expensive lamp filled with imported, scented oil.
"Just be glad there isn't," Laurie said.
They both shed their wet cloaks. The greasy wool didn't smell any better for being soaked through, and it just made them chillier now that they were out of the rain, letting them drop to the floor. Then,
"Rip is here. He's close. He's thinking about me."
"Where do we—"
Flora began. Then she jumped and squeaked. Beside the great fireplace, a section of wood panelling was swinging outward on smooth, noiseless hinges. Laurie's hand went to her knife. Then she caught her breath and collapsed onto one knee despite the twinge in her leg, holding out her arms.
"Laurie!"
Rip squealed. He ran to her so fast he skidded and didn't quite bowl her over. 3 other children followed him out. Laurie gasped.
"Oh, I'm sorry,"
Rip said, drawing back.
"I forgot. Bram told me you hurt your leg."
"Bram," Laurie said. "Where is he?"
"He's up there."
That came from a blonde girl about Laurie's age in a dust-stained frock. She pointed to one corner of the room, where a stone staircase curled upwards.
"They took him away,"
she said, and her great blue eyes looked haunted.
"People don't come back when they take them away."
The other 2 children nodded. These 2 were younger, a boy with a defiant yet frightened look about him, and a girl who desperately clutched a doll.
"We watched, but we couldn't do anything,"
the little girl said, taking her thumb out of her mouth.
"They're big." "They've got swords,"
the boy said, trying to sound brave, yet revealing how frightened he truly was. The younger girl pointed at Laurie.
"She's got a sword."
The chubby finger shifted to Flora.
"She's got a sword too." "But they're just girls," the boy answered, refusing to be reassured.
"You shut up, Kay," said the older girl. Laurie forced herself back erect.
"We do have swords,"
she said, patting the unused weapon at her side. "Even if neither of us can use them much,
but I'm a dab hand with an axe handle. Flora spoke, leaning down a little.
"We have something better than swords," she said, patting her pocket. "Magic."
The children's eyes grew round.
"There's magic here," Rip said. "Bad magic."
"Take us to Bram, then,"
Flora said decisively. Laurie went along. After a moment, Flora gave her a shoulder to help her hop up the stairs without putting too much strain on the wounded limb. It seemed to go on forever. She'd never been in a building this large, or imagined one until she saw Land's End. That was intimidating enough, but there was something else that made her teeth want to chatter, and it wasn't the lingering chill of her damp, borrowed clothing. Things kept moving out of the corners of her eyes, things that she couldn't see, but seemed to be made out of black wire, things that tittered and jibed and made little lunges toward her. And there was a tension in the air, like before a storm, yet the very walls of the castle shook to the violence outside, so it couldn't be that. Her head felt tight, as if something was stretching it from the inside, and it would be a relief if it exploded.
"There,"
Rip whispered at last.
I can tell it's down there."
He pointed down a long corridor. It was dark, with a stone floor, heavy carved wooden tables along the walls, and tapestries that fluttered slightly in the draught. At the end was a corner, and from beyond that a faint glow of lamplight.
"You go,"
Rip said. His head was turned to one side as if he was listening to someone.
"We'll get ready. They're going to hurt Bram really soon now."
Laurie nodded, a little puzzled, but trying to focus on the task ahead. They walked down the corridor, their boots making thumping sounds on the carpeted floor. The light grew stronger as they neared the corner. Closer, and she could see it was T-shaped, and she was walking down the long bar. Light to their right, darkness to their left.
"That you, Fortin? Sonart?" a voice called. "You lazy swine, it's nearly midnight. You should have been back an hour ago."
Flora made some muffled sound, trying to make her voice hoarse, and Laurie did likewise. From the sounds of the voices, it wasn't much more than 6 feet or so from the corner to where the speaker stood. Thinking inarticulate prayers to 6 deities, Laurie dropped back slightly and ducked her head, taking a deep breath and working her fingers. Bram. Think of Bram. They turned the corner. Lamps were burning in metal brackets on either side. 4 men lounged in front of a tall closed door of polished wood. 2 sat on benches. The other 2 stood together, leaning on halberds. Jarvis Coe gasped as he drew rein before the wrought-iron gate. It was open, but only a sliver. They had to slow almost to a halt from their pounding gallop to get through it. Particularly since it's as dark as a yard up a sewer rat's nest, Jimmy thought. The saddle had pounded his hams back into pain, and the rapier had caught him under the ribs with a couple of good whacks as well. He hadn't wanted it out of reach if he had to dismount in a hurry. "Something wrong?" he asked the older man, peering through the gate at the manor. Distance and rain hid everything but a wavering light from a high window. "Very," Coe said tightly. "We're late. We're very late. Things have already begun." They threaded their way through the entrance and booted the tired horses into an unwilling canter. They pulled up at the entrance to the manor, next to a dog-cart with a horse patiently enduring the rain. "That's Flora's aunt's horse," said Jimmy. "I've seen him in the little shed behind the house. Flora and Laurie must have come here looking for us." "Or looking for the young man you encountered," said Coe. The main doors of the manor were slightly ajar, and Jimmy felt an unwilling grin curve his lips. Flora hadn't wasted time, or forgotten all she'd picked up as a thief before she went into the mattress trade. They swung down from their saddles, looping the reins over rings in the low wall that flanked the bridge across the moat. Might have to get away in a hurry, he thought. "I'll go first," Coe said, alighting and drawing his blade. "You go first,"
Jimmy agreed, doing likewise. A muffled shout came through the outer door of the sacrificial chamber. Bram heard a man shout in alarm, and the clash of steel on steel, and a high shriek that could have come only from a woman's throat, and then a cry of pain that could have been made by anyone. The man in the velvet jacket spoke a sharp command. Skinny and Rox were standing by the door. One opened an eye-hole cover set into it and peered out cautiously, not wanting to be stabbed through it, probably.
"Probably little rats again, my lord," Rox said. "Otto's down, not bleeding that I can see. Looks like the others have taken off after them."
"Get out there, but stay close to the door," Baron Bernard said. "Let no one by on your life."
He turned back towards the magician.
"Timing is very crucial now, my lord," the man with empty eyes said. "We must strike at precisely the right moment, and we will only have a few seconds while your lady lies between life and death. If you would take your position."
Baron Bernard came closer. The magician offered him a long, curved knife, and he took it with a disturbing familiarity. The blade was also inscribed with symbols, and, like the ones on the floor the young man could no longer see, they were somehow obscurely repulsive and unnerving.
"Be careful," the magician said. "The best symbolic representation of a sharp knife is a sharp knife."
The other man chuckled a little, in a perfunctory manner, the way a man laughed at a joke he'd heard often before. The room was cold, but Bram could smell his own sweat, and feel the prickling itch of it as drops ran gelid down his face and flanks. He'd always thought himself a brave man. He'd faced dangers before, fire, flood, a few fights working for caravan masters, but right now he suspected he'd be begging and pleading if it wasn't so obviously useless. Laurie saw the guard's eyes go wide as they turned the corner.
"Hey, you aren't Fortin and Sonart?" the man with the polearm said.
He had a bandage on one hand, from what was probably a burn.
"Damn me,"
the other halberdier said.
"It's a girl."
Flora blew across her palm. The halberdier collapsed with a limp finality. The two men on the bench sprang up with yells of alarm, reaching for their swords. Laurie already had hers out, both her small hands clenched on the long leather-wrapped hilt. She managed to get it around in time to hit the head of the polearm as it stabbed at Flora. Steel clanged on steel, a harsh, unmusical shriek. Then her sword slid down the spike on top of the halberd until it caught in the notch between that and the axe. The man grinned and twisted his weapon with all the strength of his heavy arms and shoulders, and the sword flew out of Laurie's hands and over his head. His comrades danced aside to let it clatter against the door behind them. The man yelled and leapt. Flora had stabbed him in the thigh with her belt knife.
"Run!"
she shouted. Laurie did, half noticing that Flora had taken the other arm of the T, and that the two swordsmen were after her, and not catching up from their swearing. She ran as fast as she could, gasping every time her left foot hit the ground. The mercenary behind her was calling out a mixture of threats and obscenity. A brief glimpse behind showed he was limping nearly as badly as her. Race of the cripples, she thought, almost grinning. This is like being Hot Fingers Flora again, she thought as she ran down the corridor, glancing from side to side for places to hide. But I can't keep this up. Booted feet pounded behind her. They know the building, I don't. They'll trap me. Breath was harsh in her throat, and she could feel the acid taste of fear. I could be back in Land's End, eating blueberry tarts and cream with Aunt Cleora. Then the booted feet stopped, and she turned to see her pursuers go hurtling face forward on the floor. One gashed his left arm on his own sword as he fell, and howled as they floundered on the carpet. Behind them, a dark cord lay across the corridor. One end was tied to the leg of a heavy oak sideboard. A panel popped out of the wall, and 4 small figures emerged, throwing things. Flora caught the flash of a silver candlestick. Then pottery crashed, and she could smell the cooking oil in the jars.
Run, she told herself. The children were already ducking back into the wall, and the mercenaries heaving themselves up. She did. Careered off a wall, and then down a shorter corridor, and down a flight of stairs. "This way!" Jarvis Coe cried, charging up a curling stairway. "Right behind you," Jimmy panted. Running through a lord's house at night wasn't anything particularly new to him, but the feeling of tension behind his eyes was getting worse. "You can deal with this, magician, I hope." "I have bindings," Coe replied. "Leave him to me." "Oh, no argument." "I can feel what he's doing. By the goddess, there isn't much time." They ran down the long corridor, and whisperings seemed to follow them. Now Jimmy could hear a voice rising, muffled as if by a door, but harsh and commanding, the words dropping like syllables of burning ash. "Oh, I really don't want to meet this man," Jimmy thought, and kept running. Except for Alban Asher, every encounter with a magician recounted by members of the Mockers had ended badly. If anyone distrusted and feared magicians more than thieves, Jimmy couldn't imagine who there might be. They turned right. A door stood a dozen feet in from the turning, and two men stood before it, swords drawn. A big, dark man, and a slight, skinny one. They both moved forward a little. Jarvis Coe didn't waste any time. He went straight at them in a lunge, point extended. The big, dark man beat the sword aside, then tried to kick Coe in the knee as the blades locked. Coe let the kick glance off the side of his leg and rammed the big man in the pit of his stomach with his shoulder, throwing him back against the door and stumbling into the room beyond. "Hurry up!" a young man shouted from the room. "For the love of God, hurry up!" Jimmy didn't bother to watch any more than that. The thin mercenary was coming at him, sword in his right hand, a long knife in the other, knife hand advanced over the same foot. The young thief frantically tried to remember everything Prince Arutha had told him, all at once and without using words.
"Skinny's gonna carve you up proper, me good son," the scrawny mercenary said. "Come to Papa, you little bastard, and get a spanking."
"Help!" the young man's voice in the room beyond shouted. Steel clashed in the room. "Get me out of this!" Skinny made a walking thrust, stepping forward and lunging at the same time, which gave him tremendous reach. Jimmy didn't try to back up. Instead, he used his shorter stature to lift the other man's sword thrust and went in under it, trying to run him through the throat. That didn't work. The rapier went up over the mercenary's shoulder, and the hilts locked. Jimmy twisted desperately as the dagger in the soldier's other hand stabbed, and then they were chest to chest, with the knife arm trapped against Jimmy's side by his own. Not good, Jimmy thought, as he tried to knee the older man in the groin and hit his thigh instead. He's a lot stronger than I am. They circled for an instant, with breath nearly as bad as foul old Ron's issuing from the mercenary, and then Jimmy managed to stamp downward and land his heel on the other man's instep. Skinny howled and pushed. Jimmy bounded backward and found himself inside the room beyond the door. They'd got turned completely around without his noticing. The room was brighter than the corridor outside. Jimmy took the situation in with a single flashing glance even as he gave more ground, and then lunged with a stop thrust that nearly spitted the eager Skinny. He backed off in turn and they circled, Skinny on the outside, Jimmy turning on his back leg, left hand on hip, point presented from a turned wrist as the prince had taught him. There was a man in a rich coat and breeches standing with a curved knife above a young naked man, who must be Bram. Bram had a red line painted down his centre, shouted too.
5,000 gold crowns if you can keep them off, the man screamed. 5,000, a free pardon and 5,000.
Even then Jimmy felt his eyes grow wider. I could buy this manor house with 5,000. Skinny thought the same. He bounced forward again, grinning even wider, and a trickle of saliva ran down from one corner of his mouth. Through it all, the chanting ran like millstones grinding at the foundations of the world.
Flora turned a corner and shrieked. Laurie was at the other end of it, limping toward her, and the guard she'd stabbed in the leg was limping after Laurie. What to do? What to do? Flora thought. Then she shouted,
"Laurie, turn right at the door in the middle of the corridor."
They sped toward each other, and the cries of the pursuers rose to a baying eagerness. The two girls almost collided, then they threw their shoulders against the door together, swung through it, slammed it close again. The room was a sleeping chamber, with 4 double bunk beds, empty except for a clay lamp burning on a table and a single wooden chair. Flora's eyes searched frantically.
"Get me that chair. We can prop it against the door."
Laurie tried to dash for it, nearly fell as her leg buckled, grabbed the chair and came back dragging it. Flora was reaching for the chair as the door slammed open, and together she and Laurie tried to hold it closed, but the weight of the guardsmen threw them back with brutal force. The door swung open, and 2 men crowded each other as they tried to push through at the same time. Flora staggered back until the table struck her buttocks. She threw her hands back on either side to keep from falling, and splinters bit painfully at her palms. The men were raving, mouths spewing hate and frustration, their beards glistening with the flaxseed oil from the jars the children had thrown. Flora's mind moved quickly, but everything else seemed very slow. She half turned and picked up the clay lamp, careful not to douse the wick by grabbing it too hard. Then she took 2 steps forward and threw it, watching as it turned to spray the spirits of wine from its reservoir into the men's faces. The oil caught at once. Not a flare of flame like pine resin, but quick enough, the flames yellow and thick in their hair and beards. Both men seemed to dance in place, screaming as they beat at their own faces, and the fire spread to the oil-soaked cloth and leather on their bodies. Flora stood stock still, watching with wide eyes. Laurie took a step past her, stooped to lift one of the swords the men had dropped, grabbed it in a clumsy 2-handed grip, and swung it over and over again. Her aim was sure, though. I suppose she's helped butcher a lot of pigs, Flora thought. The men went down, twitching and moaning. Laurie stood panting, the bloody sword in her hand. The last mercenary stood watching his friends burn, and the sword dropped from his hand. His mouth worked as he backed away from the 2 women. Then he turned to run. His shins hit Kay's back at precisely the right height, and he catapulted forward and struck the flagstones with his face. From behind Kay, Mandy stepped forward, a poker in her hand. Behind her, Nisa came with a candlestick, and Rip with another, heavier one. I'm getting tired of this, Jimmy thought. The twin points glittered as they moved. Skinny had a slight bleeding cut over one knee, but it just seemed to make him madder.
My gold,
he wheezed as he came forward again.
I'll handle him,
Jarvis Coe said, stepping in beside him. Skinny and Jimmy both glanced aside. Rox lay slumped against the wall, legs straight out in front of him, looking down as he clutched at his belly with both hands. Blood flowed out between his fingers.
You get the sacrifice free, Coe barked. Goddess, this is like trying to block 4 holes with 1 plug.
Skinny screamed something and attacked. Jimmy skipped aside willingly. It was a big room, and the one beyond it was even bigger. Jimmy needed 6 paces to reach the magician who stood at the foot of the table, hands raised. There was a crawling nimbus about him, more like darkness in a man's shape than anything else. He leapt forward in an immaculate long lunge. Can't chant with 2 feet of steel through his lungs, he reasoned. One of the upraised hands moved. Light exploded behind Jimmy's eyes, and he screamed in anguish.
No!
Bram howled as the lad with the rapier staggered backwards.
No, no, no!
The old man raised his curved knife, and the magician chanted. Bram could feel a wind blowing, a wind of rage, and suddenly of air as well. There was a rushing, a woman's scream that came from everywhere and nowhere.
Now!
the magician thundered. "Now! Strike!" And the silk flew from Bram's face. He looked up into the wrinkled face of the man who would kill him and snarled defiance. The knife dropped, despite the magician's howls.
"Zachary?" he whispered. "Who?" Bram wondered, suddenly shocked out of his fear and anger. He'd never seen such pain as that on the age-scored face above him. The man's features writhed, and tears trickled down the cheeks. "Zachary! Zachary's son! It was true! Elaine, you whore, you bitch!" "She's dead," another voice sighed. "Oh, damnation, you waited too long." "I am dead." That rang through Bram's head like the tocsin of a great bronze bell. There was a figure standing before the Lord now. He could hear its voice, not so loud, but echoing as if it made his bones vibrate in sympathy. 17 years dying. 17 years dying every minute. You killed me. You killed my Zachary, my darling, the father of my son. You tried to kill my child too, but I stopped you, you monster. "Oh," the old man wheezed. 17 years I lived for nothing save to bring you back, and now I see Zachary told the truth. You were his lover and this was his child. How I hate you!" He raised the dagger and struck at the insubstantial figure before him. Its mouth gaped, emitting an endless, dolorous wail that made Bram want to smash his own head against the stone table beneath him, if only that would stop it. The knife flashed again and again. Jimmy the Hand wheezed with a pain so great that he couldn't even scream. There was a scream going on, and it blew through him like a wind, like the agony of death stretched out to years. His vision had cleared a little, though, and he knew that he'd feel no more pain or anything else ever again if he didn't move in the next instant. There. The glitter of steel. He turned and lunged. The effort hurt, but it cleared his head. He saw Baron Bernard dodge, leaping backward to avoid the point of the rapier. That took him nearly to the window. The window had been made as an archer's position. The man-width slit at the outer edge of the wall had sloping sides on all edges of the inner, so that the bowman could shoot to either side. The sill caught at his heels and he toppled backward, the knife glittering as he dropped it, so that it landed point down in the floorboards. But that allowed him to grip the smooth slanted stone and hold himself there with the friction of his palms. Then he struggled to get a leg behind himself and push his body upright. Something came between the Baron and Jimmy. Jimmy thought it was a woman, but his head was still hurting too much to be sure, and he also thought he could see the Baron through it. It screamed, and Jimmy dropped his sword to clutch at his head. He saw the older man's hands fly up likewise, and the "oh" of his mouth as he fell backward and out of the window with a long scream, smashing through the fragile, costly glass, and tumbling away into the lightning-shot night. 50 feet down, onto stone, Jimmy wheezed, bending and scrambling for the hilt of his rapier. A huge weight seemed to have been lifted from his shoulders, or from the inside of his head. The night blew in through the shattered glass, and the black candles flickered out. 10 feet away, Skinny goggled at him, and then slipped backward. Blood spurted as he pulled his throat off the point of Jarvis Coe's sword. A sigh cut through the silence. The magician at Bram's feet shook his head and tucked his hands into the sleeves of his robe. "It seems I must seek another patron for my art," he said, his voice whimsical and light. He raised his hand, and suddenly he was gone.
Ko looked at the space the magician had occupied a moment before and swore. Jimmy didn't recognize the language, but the tone was unmistakable. Behind him, Flora came into the room supporting Laurie, but the farmer's daughter shook herself free and hobbled toward Bram with her brother dancing behind her. Bram raised his head and looked at all of them. "Will someone please cut me loose?" he asked plaintively. "And get me some breeches." Jimmy the Hand reined in and looked back down the road. There were enough people around the doors of the manor for the buzz of their voices to be audible even half a mile away. He shook his head ruefully and patted the hilt of the rapier slung at his saddlebow. "So much for minstrels," he said, taking a deep breath of the cool spring air. Gulls flew through the air above, reminding him of home with an ache whose pain surprised him. He and Ko rode, while Flora drove the dog-cart. Laurie had elected to stay with Bram and the children, who were going to travel to Land's End in an old wagon from the Baron's stable. They had taken enough time for Jimmy to explain to Flora who Ko really was, while hiding the truths from the others. Jimmy felt Flora needed to know the whole truth, but decided against mentioning Ko's real identity to Bram, Laurie, and the others. He didn't know why, except it seemed the Mocker's way to keep things from outsiders.
"Minstrels?"
Flora said. Jimmy cocked an eye. Evidently she'd watched how Laurie handled the reins, because she was managing the dog-cart with easy competence. Jarvis Ko chuckled. "I think young Jimmy is thinking of how the hero gets the girl, the gold, and half the kingdom," he said.
"Instead of which, Bram Blockhead does," Jimmy said.
Flora sighed, and he rolled an eye at her.
"What sort of baron do you think he'll make?"
he asked Ko. Ko shrugged. "Better than the last, if the court and the duke find for him. There are plenty of witnesses that he's Baroness Elaine's lost son. It'll be convenient to have a local man, after the way Bernard ran the holding into the ground and neglected his duty. Duke Sutherland paid no heed because he spent most of his days in Rillenan, rather than the Western Court, and the Baron paid his taxes on time. I think with Guy du Bastera in Crondor, a more critical gaze will settle on Land's End. Great Kesh is close. A strong man's needed here. Young Bram might have the makings of a hero." Jimmy shrugged.
"Some hero,"
he said.
"Oh, he looks the part. But what did he do? Get knocked on the head, get tied up, and get rescued by a pair of boys, 4 girls, a thief, and a witch-finder who officially doesn't exist," Flora said tartly. "Still, I think Bram's sweet."
"Girls," Jimmy said, and then laughed.
"Maybe I'm a hero in training, then."
"Or a witch-finder," Ko suggested. "You show a lot of talent, Jimmy. I could use an apprentice." Jimmy shuddered and raised a hand.
"Oh, thank you, but that's far too much of an honour. I respect your goddess, and look forward to meeting her many years from now."
"Well, if you change your mind, send word to the temple. I have to go looking for that magician and could use some help."
"Where do you think he is?"
"Out there somewhere," answered Ko. "Getting ready to cause trouble." He glanced at Flora, who was watching Jimmy, then said to the boy, "There are things in the world, my young friend, you may never appreciate, like the distant war with the Serrani in the west. You might hear about them, and they may have some bearing on your life, but you may remain blissfully ignorant of most of what occurs. But you may also find yourself confronting some aspect of a struggle that I can't begin to imagine myself, let alone tell you about. That magician, that Lyman Malachy, was no chance visitor to the manor on the night Bram was born. Why he was here, at this place, on that night, may forever be a mystery, but I can tell you this much. He, or someone else like him, will return to cause more evil. At the end, I sensed dark spirits in that house. Whatever the Baron thought would happen, I fear something else far more dire would have occurred.
I think perhaps there was another agent of evil waiting to possess the Lady Elaine's body at the critical moment. There are dark forces loose in the world, my friend. Dark forces which benefit from blood, murder, and chaos. We could use a bright lad such as yourself in facing that evil. Jimmy laughed ruefully. Thanks, but I think I'll stick to something a little less dangerous, like stealing gold from under the nose of sleeping dragons. You could stay with us, Jimmy, Flora said. The young thief cocked an eyebrow, and she blushed. I don't think I'm cut out to be your foster brother, he said cheerfully. And if I stayed, you'd have me helping old ladies across the street and slaying demons and Ruthia knows what else. Besides, what would your aunt's Captain Cole find for me to do? Cabin boy? Puking up my guts watch after watch? Flora and Co. laughed at that. What will you do, then? Jarvis asked curiously. Go back to Crondor. And buy land, Jimmy said. Co laughed. Then turn your horse around, my friend, because you're heading in the wrong direction. Jimmy blinked like an owl caught in lantern light. Then he laughed. I knew that, he shouted, and clapped his heels to the horse as it turned around. Farewell, friends. If you ever get back to Crondor, Flora, you know where to find me. She halted the dog-cart and stood up, waving. That I do, Jimmy the Hand. And no offence, Master Co, but I will sleep better if we never cross paths again. Co laughed. Fare thee well, youngster. They both stared after him for a long time, as the hooves faded into the distance, beating a tune that echoed back from cliffs to sea. Do you think he'll get home safely? Asked Co. Flora laughed. And with gold in his pockets, too, I'll guarantee. Gold? Urging the horse forward, she grinned. He'll dodge Bram and Laurie and the kids in the wagon, circle around through the woods, then revisit the manor on his way back home. If Bram returns to find a silver candlestick or any of Lady Elaine's jewels still there, then I don't know Jimmy. Jarvis Co laughed and moved his horse in beside the cart. I hope that boy finds a different calling in life. It would be a shame to see him end his days at the end of a rope. Flora laughed again. That'll never happen, Master Co. I don't know what'll happen to him, but I'll wager my life that no hangman will ever get his rope around the neck of Jimmy the Hand. They rode on. Epilogue. Crondor. The Daymaster looked up. A half-sized door, one which most members of the Mockers didn't know about, swung open. It was hidden in the stonework, disguised by the dark edges and the dim light. One had to know it was there to find it. A small figure loomed up out of the darkness. The corner of the huge basement under the brothel known as Mother's or Mocker's Rest was reserved for the Daymaster or Nightmaster and their immediate subordinates, and given wide berth by most other Mockers until they were called in. The Daymaster suppressed a chuckle. Well, young Jimmy the Hand, he observed. Back so soon? I had cause, Jimmy said. Enough time has passed, hasn't it? He added, taking a wooden chair across the table from the Daymaster. That depends, said the Daymaster. There's still a swarm of crushers out and about looking to find out who did what over at the castle. Duke Guy is back in triumph from routing the Quichens in the Vale of Dreams, and no one has heard of the crew of the Royal Griffin, so must be thinking old Jocko Radburn got himself drowned, if that's not a pipe dream. Delgaza has managed to shift most of the blame for everything onto Radburn. He lowered his voice, as if not wishing to be overheard, which was somewhat theatrical since they were alone deep in the bowels of Mother's. Rumour is Prince Erland lies dying, and Guy was fit to be tied learning that the prince had been tossed in the dungeon, but Delgaza laid that one at Jocko's feet too, so it looks as if no one will suffer much for it. Except the prince, of course. So, things are a bit quieter, but you'd still better have something for the upright man to solve his anger, given all the trouble you caused at the castle."
Jimmy reached into his tunic and pulled out a small pouch.
200 gold sovereigns, he said nonchalantly. "Will that help?"
The Daymaster nodded so that his jowls jiggled as he spoke.
"That's a right good start. It'll keep him from tossing you in the bay, I suspect. But you'd better have something more to add to the kitty, else you're still going to the bashers for coming back early."
Jimmy sat back in the wooden chair and beamed. The Daymaster couldn't help but return the infectious grin.
"There's something else up that sleeve of yours, young Jimmy, I have no doubt. Let's have it. Remember Garum the Snake?" "Garum Benson, for certs. What about him?" "He was running a gang of thief-catchers for the old Baron of Land's End."
The Daymaster sat back.
"Thought old Garum was dead," Jimmy said. "I think he wanted it that way when he left Crondor. Had his own little operation down there, and his thief-catchers were pretty much running things. They arrested anyone dodgy who came to Land's End, but ran their own dodges on the side, so the Baron's men thought they needed to keep Garum around. I tumbled the new Baron to the scam, and he rewarded me with the gold. So I just put him and his mob out of business."
Jimmy thought it best not to mention that the new Baron was a farm boy who hadn't yet been approved by the King's court in Rillinen, and that the reward had come without Bram's knowledge, as Jimmy pilfered quite a number of valuables from the unguarded manor house the night after everyone thought he had left Land's End. He had taken what he could carry and easily dispose of: a brace of silver candlesticks and a handsome dagger owned by one of Bernard's ancestors, and he had agonized for a long time over which pieces of Lady Elaine's jewels to lift, and which to leave behind for Bram to give to Laurie. He was still puzzled by what Coe had told him about the dead lady's part in the events of that last night, but his sense of debt to her outweighed his greed, and so he had stolen only a little from her. He had found eager buyers before reaching Crondor for the valuables, so by the time he entered the city, he hadn't had to deal with any of the local fences. He had ridden in wearing a fancy coat and clean shirt, and the guards at the gate were far more interested in ruffians and thieves trying to leave the city than in a well-to-do lad from Land's End arriving for a visit. He had sold the horse and saddle, so now all he had to show for his adventure was a fancy hat, coat, and another bag of gold he wasn't sharing with the upright man. The Daymaster studied Jimmy for a long moment, then said, "So, what you're saying is Land's End is ripe for a well-spotted gang to move in?" "Exactly," said Jimmy, trying hard not to look too smug and failing miserably. The Daymaster chuckled. "Well, I'll speak to the upright man about it. Seems a good enough price for forgiveness if you brought us an entire town to run. Nicely situated, too, right there near the border with Kesh. You head out for your crib and lie low for a couple of days, and if he says no, I'll send you word on how much longer you have to hide out. Another month or two, I reckon. But if he says good enough, do you want to head back to Land's End with the gang to help set it up?" Jimmy got out of the chair swiftly.
"No, thanks," he answered. "I'll stick to Crondor. Here there are only crushers, guardsmen, soldiers, and the occasional merchant with a knife to concern myself with. Child's play. Country life is just a little too dangerous for my liking."
With that, the boy thief turned his back on the Daymaster and returned to the sewers. Jimmy took a deep breath as he slogged down the filthy brick tunnel, and felt safely back in the place he counted as home. He knew the upright man would make him lay up for another week or so, just to ensure Jimmy didn't mistake who was running the city. But he knew that there were purses to cut, and rooms to burgle, and the guild always was hungry for its cut. Sooner or later the word would arrive, and Jimmy the Hand would return to his trade. He'd had enough of aiding princesses and farm girls, battling dark agents of some unknowable horror. As he vanished into the murk, he started to whistle.